firing
state's
squad
not going to
or
accept a
something
plea.
similar.
The state's
Well,
not
I don't
even
think they will
offering a
either.
plea
I
bargain.
don't think they will either, to be honest. But that's the defense strategy is try to get
He'll
the
just
death
plead not
penalty
guilty.
table,
They're yeah.
and then
They've
he'll
been
plead
trying to get
guilty,
the death
and the
penalty off the
prosecution's going to be
table
going,
since
no,
the
we're going
preliminaries.
all in.
So what is
Yeah.
their claim? That they were saying
And
that
here's
he
the
didn't
thing.
endanger
How many
anyone
people in
else's
this
life?
panel think that it's going to be more likely that Tyler Robinson's going to Epstein himself when he does go to jail than not?
He's in jail right now.
I think at
Well,
that
that's what-
point
that's
it's
what I'm saying.
irrelevant.
He's
I
gonna-
think it's at that point it's
after the
irrelevant.
No, I
trial.
think he's gonna Epstein out of jail after he's found guilty.
That's what I'm saying. And
What do
then
you
now
mean,
that
Epstein out
whatever,
of jail. What, he's going to go on some island?
and I'll have
somewhere?
more questions then.
I don't think so. I
Do
think
you
he's going
100%
to be.
for the fact think that Epstein?
I think he's going to be publicly
And
executed
when I
by
say
a firing
Epstein, I
squad in
mean
about 5
assassin
years.
or smash
I hope that
whatever,
happens. I hope
taken
that
out,
happens.
I
not
want to make a
self-deleted.
point. I want to make
I'll-
a point.
Maybe not 5. I won't say 5 years, but I will bet money that he's publicly executed by a firing squad.
Yep. I believe
Unless
that.
this whole Israel.
I don't think
Publicly,
that
I mean,
but I don't
I
think it
mean that
happens.
there's going to be video
Doubtful.
of it.
Yeah, like put it on
Well,
pay
this
per view.
doesn't seem
Put it on
credible.
pay per
What
view.
about the trial? Do you think he's going to get
I
a
would
fair
put it on
trial?
pay per view.
And that's not some crazy thing that I'm just.
No, I
making
don't
up.
think
And
he's
here's
going to
the
get a
thing,
fair
they-
trial because I don't
That's
think
what
he's
they're-
going to
that's what they're trying to
argue
do.
that he's not going to get a fair trial, then you're literally not counting on the justice system to do its job. You're counting on more corrupt judges or bot judges.
I'll hedge
I
my
think-
bet. Maybe not publicly, but he will
Well,
be
if the
executed
justice
by a
system
firing
didn't
squad.
follow any other
I
leads
think
in their
the thing that's
investigation
gonna
and just
fit-
automatically assumes he's guilty, and that's the only avenue
think
they've
you're
ever
right
filed,
there.
can we already determine that the justice system has not done its
I
job?
think the only way right now,
And
given
all
the
the options.
preponderance of evidence, I think the only way you
Oh,
can
I didn't hear you on that
he
question.
does not get a fair trial is if he walks from this.
Yeah,
Like if he
I
walks
agree.
away from this and is somehow freed and innocent or acquitted, I think that's where it's an unfair trial because there's just a stupid amount of evidence that is there, and this is what the other side is trying to
It
fight
really
against.
depends,
They're
Jack.
like they
Yeah.
kind of
Is the
they're
issue
taking
with,
this
like, a chain
0.01%. If we can debunk
States gonna get thrown
0.01%, he's innocent. That's
Well, no,
not
that or
how
they're
it
counting on
works.
this. Do you 100% believe that he did it?
That's not how it
100%,
works.
without a doubt.
Like it was telling to me when PBD asked in the debate, Andrew,
You did not just
what
say
do you think the
axed.
chances are?
He
of-
totally said X.
He said
You said
ox.
axed.
He said
Ah.
ox.
Yeah, but it's because he's
Um,
Australian, so he
to a
speaks
question.
down. He speaks like the Downey accent.
Yeah,
He was like,
so
"No,
when
I didn't say axed."
So he said,
Reasonable doubt doesn't
PBD
mean
said,
100%.
hey, what's the percentage, Andrew? What's the percentage you think that Tyler Robinson is guilty? And he's like, 75, 85%, somewhere around there. And I'm
He
like,
said
so-
0.
yes, exactly. So he's like, Andrew still he could be convinced that he was innocent. Maybe
Reasonable. It's a good
someone
reasonable
went-
answer.
It's a reasonable answer. But when you ask Candace and she's like 0, like absolute 0, there's nothing that would ever convince her. It's like you're just off the reservation. You're not even thinking objectively or clearly on this. How can that sort of
I was
person be
freaking out.
credible?
Even
How
if
is he
they're-
going to find
Which is an
12
interesting
jurors?
take. Which is an interesting take for that side of this, where their base reaction is to question everything, and that there's never a 0% possibility that he's
never a
guilty.
non-zero chance. Even
You
if
know.
there's 0 evidence, we have no idea who did it. There's still a 1 in how many people are there on Earth? 8 billion.
Yeah, there's
There's
like
still
1
a
in 8
1 in-
billion that it was
There's a
someone
1
else.
in 8 billion chance that it was you. There's
How-
a non-zero chance that it
Yeah.
was.
How are they going to
But
find
that's
12 or
what?
14 jurors, whatever there are,
That
that
don't make
haven't
sense.
in Utah that haven't seen
If
media
there's
coverage? of
0
this event?
evidence, but we know
How-
somebody
so
killed
how are they
somebody,
going to get a fair
then
trial?
there's a 1
can't
in
find
however
any
many
jurors.
people there are
Questions.
chance that it was anybody.
They can be questioned.
Well, it
and
was that
excluded.
person, right? But if you didn't do it,
On
There's
this whole
not a
conspiracy
0%
thing,
chance that it's
Yeah.
anybody.
Like,
Well, yeah,
and
there's
to
a-
what you're saying, Alchemist, to what you're saying is how can you get 12 to 14 jurors? Yes, like if you ask me, let's say I was in that state, I would be excluded from the jury because in my mind, based on what I've seen, and I've seen enough of it, that I've already made my determination.
And with
Now,
how
if
much
it turns
coverage
out I'm
there
wrong,
is,
I'm
how
wrong.
are they
But
going to
that's
find
why
12
I
to
wouldn't
14
be on a
people who
jury.
haven't watched the news stories about this already?
no, yeah, that's what I'm
Are-
saying.
people
That's
that
what's
can still be
crazy.
So,
Exactly.
and if you can't find an impartial jury, then he's not going to get a fair trial
It's
according to our
easy.
justice
Well,
system.
it's easy. You
Exactly.
go to the old, you go to the old
Actually,
people's
parishes
home
and
that they don't have
parishes.
TV because they're
We're
old,
gonna count on
but they get to play
dementia
bingo
patients?
all
That's
day.
crazy.
And that was what
Right,
was so
and you
great
let
about
them
what
do it.
JS brought up earlier, because Jay said, "What's the difference between this and the Kennedy shooting?" And it's like, dude, everybody had cameras on this. It wasn't some grainy film footage. from the
You tell them
press.
every day they attend.
I just tell them without juice and top and just that my lifestyle. I just tell them truth and I don't even know if you come without the beginning.
Before this debate, what the main thing I heard from the Candace side was, we want to see the 4K video of him taking the shot. That's the dumbest shit I ever heard in my fucking life. So by that standard, every murderer that's been convicted and serving time in prison, 90% of them will be let out.
What?
Wouldn't have been
How
convicted.
many of those 90% are actually promoting an event and being filmed by people?
Well, yeah, exactly. So
Yeah,
but
everyone
even-
had their
even-
phones out. Everyone has an angle on that.
Yeah, but you're not gonna have like 4K footage. So they have these cameras. They're not all gonna have 4K 4K clear close-up footage. So you look at those videos of him, of what they say is him on the rooftop. You can only zoom in so far before it gets grainy. Like the shit you see on these TV shows where they could just like hit a button and clear it up, make it more clear. It becomes pixelated. It's all like it's impossible. But like the whole
Dude,
conspiracy.
I don't know what phone you got. I got a 24 Ultra. And this thing, I can zoom in. I think it says 300 times or something. I can literally see what people are drinking on their when we were at the parade for the Chiefs. I can see what people are drinking on balconies.
But
The
where's
zoom
the-
was
Yeah,
that
but
close.
that depends
Where's
on
the footage
the
from? Like,
strength of the
is it
camera
the
that you're
cell phone
using.
footage?
And the lighting of the surroundings, which he was out. What was he shot in broad daylight, right?
And it's
Yeah,
so
but-
dumb. They're like, how come this picture of, how do you know that this picture is the same guy that was there? They backtrace this stuff. You see the guy climbing off the roof, and then you go and rewind, and then you see where he comes around this corner. You say, what's our next closest corner to there? Okay, we got a corner in the parking lot. Then we go to that parking lot.
Yeah.
We see where he walks from here to here. We back up, and then
And
he
that's
goes
where
around this part. And you can fucking track him around his license
Yeah.
plate. We have flock
And that's-
cameras in Utah.
And
We have
that's fair.
cameras
He was
everywhere.
definitely
Forget
there.
about all
He
that,
definitely
right?
did not have good intentions.
They can map his whole progress of everywhere he went. And she's like, but I got a call, I got an email from somebody that says they own a steakhouse 13 hours away and he was there. Did they ID him? Is
let's say
there
it was
pictures?
some-
Is there
let's say-
video?
This-
No.
See,
It's
that's
just
the
a tip.
same as
I talked
the
to
Coke
a
in
restaurant
the-
owner.
having the Coke in the
They
library.
said they
for,
saw him.
Let's say it was some big conspiracy,
Lee-
right? It
for
was
Lee
like,
Harvey
Is there
Oswald.
another receipt from the
Or
Chick-fil-A
US
on
government.
campus, though?
do you think they would really, if it was
He
a big
did go to the
conspiracy, do you think they'd
Chick-fil-A
really
and a Dairy
assassinate him
Queen.
in broad daylight instead of just poisoning him? Or there could be a million other ways to do it. Like they're gonna
You
do it in broad daylight and put somebody on a public trial that could go on for fucking 3 years.
100%
Yeah,
because they
come on.
just tried the same shit with Trump 3 fucking times.
Yeah, because what
They
if this
do
was
this
the
shit.
message to
They
Trump?
put it out in the public eye. Not saying that's not trying to go down the
What if
conspiracy
this was the
wormhole here.
message to Trump to get us into the Iran war because Trump wasn't going to go? Why
How
did
about
Trump
when
all of a
Andrew
sudden
first
change
up?
his mind about everything?
Tyler Robinson.
How about when Andrew said, can I have a turn at a cross-examination? And all I want to just be honest. I'm going to ask you some questions. Will you just say that you'll be honest? And she's like, well, what is this, a CNN interview? I can't tell you I can't like agree that I'm going to be honest before the
No, that-
questions are asked. And she like didn't even
that was-
didn't even want to
and
do
that
the
was-
cross
and that was
She
bad
reminded
optics
me of
too on
Hillary
her part.
Clinton in the Trump debate because how many times she said, "Oh, can we fact check that? Can we fact check that?" Like she
And
kept.
she got
running.
stomped on some of her own fact checks.
Yeah.
She brought
Yeah.
up fact checks and was proven wrong. She's like, well, I didn't know.
That was just what I
In
believe.
reality, though, probably no minds on either side were changed.
Let's go.
But then look at that's how what's the quality of the fact checking too. You
Hey,
know?
y'all remember Andrew's debate with Charlie Kirk? Remember how the result was that Andrew won the debate, but Charlie Kirk won the public opinion poll? I think this debate ended.
When did Andrew debate Charlie Kirk?
Never debated Charlie Kirk ever.
One thing it's like interaction on whatever.
No,
No.
I've never spoken to another Andrew.
No, I don't think he ever met him.
I'm
I don't
misinterpreting.
remember that debate. I'm pretty sure I would have saw it.
Andrew said
misinterpreting.
that this last time when he went to teach the debate courses, that was the first time he ever got involved with TPUSA or met him.
That is true.
He never
I
met
met them on
Charlie.
a professional level, right?
I don't think he ever met Charlie Kirk.
He never did. He said.
Yeah, she still tried to pull that that bullshit with, "Oh, you work for TPUSA." No, I told debate.
If Charlie was still alive, he would have. But he hadn't. He just wasn't there yet at that level.
I don't know the fact that they haven't entered a not guilty plea yet. I mean, come on, like that just says it all to me. They're trying to play their cards and get the death penalty off the table. That's
Why would you plead guilty to the death penalty? Who would do that?
Yeah, that's a death sentence right there. I don't know. It just definitely
And
seems like
Andrew did fuck up in his opening. He said this whole idea of Charlie leaving Israel party is based off of one text. And Candace called it out. She's like, no, it's not. I said it as soon as he said it. I was like, no, it's not. It wasn't based off of one text. It was a gradual progression that Charlie was making over a long period of time since October 7th.
Well, yeah, everyone's seen that podcast on the with all the, or gosh dang it was all those things on the wall, and he was talking about that. Like, yeah, I think there's more. Well, I can't really exactly say what it is. I'm not trying to.
Plus, he had that whole event where he invited Tucker and Candace that were both anti-Israel at the time.
And that's why I'm not like totally against asking the questions and stuff, but you can't
Quit jacking off, bro.
Yeah, you can't just jack off. You gotta come at some point.
Why? Why did you have to say that? Okay, like.
Yeah, you ruined that earlier, you nasty.
Ew.
I do think
Gross.
he underrated the situation, and I think he like he went in 100% thinking, I'm just gonna let her talk and I'm gonna let her hang herself. And
I agree
think,
with that assertion.
I think he won.
It's a brilliant tactic because a bullshitter can only bullshit so much.
Did we ever get an answer for why she doesn't have the receipt, though? Did he press her hard enough to actually get an answer on that, or did she avoid that for a while? Because I did miss a couple.
I think it was she was trying to
about
get one
what?
of her people to get it or something. It wasn't.
Yeah, it's like, oh,
It
wait,
wasn't
we're
a confident
still
answer.
waiting. She said, "I'm still waiting. We're still waiting for the actual receipt." Is what
Did
she
he
said.
ask her for? Did he ask her for a timeline on producing that receipt? Because that
No.
would have been good.
No, she said she saw a redacted version
You'll
of
see.
it or
You'll
some
see.
bullshit.
Keep following that dude or whatever.
Because that's kind of like her biggest.
Yeah, are we gonna get like a
point.
1v1 or
That she's got this receipt to say that
I'm
Tyler
kind of
wasn't
chilling
there,
with the
and then-
panel
Talking
right now
about some
because
cool shit here.
we had like 100 1v1s back to back.
By the way, I want Easy to actually know something, and I want Vintage to know this too. And Vintage and I talked about this morning. Neither of us had ever fucking heard of a flat of chicken before until the Easy Vintage boneless or versus bone-in chicken debate.
You haven't heard of fucking chicken flats? Legs?
Never heard the term flats before. No.
Flats
Dude,
are the best.
Oh,
That's-
Lord.
Get
dude.
order only flats.
Well, we looked it up finally because we were like, "What the fuck is it?" And we're like, "Okay,
You
that
guys-
makes sense." But I've
you
never heard
guys
that
just,
term
like,
before.
It's a thing
Completely
in
got
PA.
off the topic, and now we're talking about chicken flats.
Can we agree though
Yeah,
that
now
it's
he's
weird
a
that
fat fuck.
That's a
Like
good
that
deal.
rooftop-
Those are amazing.
Calling me out for beef jerky earlier when you were
I want to know
stuffing your pipe.
who thinks he's
Can we
the
agree
best
without
at
like any
that?
kind of conspiracy theory that it's weird though that rooftop with such a good vantage point of the stage wasn't covered by police at all?
Dude, there was like
it sure
yeah,
sounds
there was
like
like
Trump assassination.
one-
just saying.
Same thing that
Were
happened
there only
when
like 6 cops on the fucking
same thing
site?
that happened with Trump.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, look, one roof wasn't covered. And then, oh, what was this? There was all kinds of people meeting up with him from the FBI. Oh, if
It's a
someone
college
told you, hey,
university.
I just want you to do this one thing and I'll give you your family fucking $1 million, whatever it is for someone who's in a poor, desperate situation.
I think it's also weird we haven't gotten more documents and evidence about the Trump shooter either.
Yeah.
Well, in that case closed, they caught him, right? And he just happened to be alive, Trump's alive. Oh, no one's going to pursue that. There's no
Does
outrage.
anyone else think it was suspect that what the hell was his name? The one that they say shot Trump? That he was in that BlackRock commercial?
That's definitely weird.
That wouldn't have surprised
that
me.
was
big
the
coincidence.
that was the gas that was the golf
Golf course
golf
shooter. Yeah, he
course
was the.
guy.
No, not the golf
That's
course
from
guy.
that.
Not the golf course.
The
shooter,
one,
the
the
first
one that shot
actually
Trump
made
through the
contact.
ear. What?
Yeah,
No,
I saw the report that you're talking about that the guy
No,
that shot him in the
he's
ear.
not the one that was in the black. He's not the one
Yes,
that
it
was in the
was.
BlackRock commercials.
Yes, it was. He was. I saw it. He was in. They filmed it in his high school. It was 100% him.
You have to show us the.
Yeah,
the
Trent
video.
makes a
Yeah.
great point though over
Bring
in
it up.
Easy's chat. It's not a conspiracy. Nobody's designing college campuses to foil snipers.
Right.
I'm not saying it's a
But
conspiracy.
they're
I'm just saying
training
like it's
kids
the most
like
obvious
David
point.
Hogg
when
show us all
Hold on,
these
hold on, okay, real quick. Hold on. Candy's corn. Let's walk through this for a sec. Are you aware of the principle of
Pretty
Occam's
much.
razor? I'm just asking, are you aware of it?
Sure.
Okay. Are you actually? If not, it's fine. I can summarize it real quick.
Yeah, go ahead and summarize it for me.
So Occam's razor is a philosophical razor that says that the answer that has the least amount of assumptions is usually correct. So easy hypothetical. I lost my keys. Either I misplaced them or they fell on the couch. Or the key fairy flew under my door while I was sleeping. Knocked me out again and then stole my
the first one.
Yeah.
obviously,
right. So that's Occam's razor. It's basically saying it's not 100%, but it's like this is usually the case. Least amount of assumptions
Right.
is usually
Yeah.
correct. Okay.
Razors.
So for the
Razors
Tyler
are just a
Perry-
simpler way of explaining long philosophical things.
Yeah,
I got it.
Okay, so- Okay,
Debate.
so so for the state's case to be true, here's what you have.
All right, I'm coming back on stream. Give me 2 seconds, real quick. Two seconds. I hate these technical difficulties that I have all the time. Right, here we go. Share screen. Where the hell is that? Bro, where's my stream? Okay, here it goes.
State.
That was my
What's the
point.
population of the state?
Finally.
converted one
What
person
do you
left.
think is required for a fair trial?
What's up,
And
Stillborn?
when we say fair, what
Trying
do
to
you
get
mean?
in, bro. I'm backstage.
I think you have to have an impartial jury to start.
He's gonna do life. He's gonna
No.
avoid the death penalty. It's gonna happen.
You have to abide by the laws.
If you have a
Yeah,
partial
if
jury,
you
how's
have
that a fair trial?
Well, I go back to the. I actually don't
So
even
that begs
think
the
this will
that
get to
begs
trial
the,
anyway.
begs the
But
question.
Make a plea
Does
deal.
pre-knowledge of a case tarnish impartiality?
Do you
Sorry,
guys
say that
think
again,
that
Rev?
criminal
Yeah,
trials in the
Because
UK
if that's
are
the case,
fair?
then
Sorry,
there's no
sorry,
such
Alchemist.
thing as a fair
Alchemist,
trial.
sorry, Rev, can you just repeat that? I missed that.
Do you guys think that?
No,
Rev.
Rev. I want to hear Rev. I missed what Rev said.
He said something about
Does pre-knowledge of a case automatically tarnish impartiality?
What was that first word again, Rev? Sorry.
Prerequisite knowledge, pre-knowledge of the event.
Does having knowledge of the event automatically tarnish impartiality? In other words, if you know of something, does that automatically make you impartial?
I would say
in
no.
that case?
Not in every case, but I think in the politicized case like this, it does.
Well, every case can be politicized. You try hard
So
enough.
if you can make a
This is
case
heavily
famous
politicized.
enough, you can create that.
And at the end of the
create
day,
that-
everybody always goes by what they think is morally and ethically right, and that usually ends up in political divides these days.
Did you answer me this? Yes or no? Was there people on TikTok literally celebrating this death?
Well, that's a
Yeah,
obvious
but
yes.
that's
Andrew
true.
Wilson
Would
put that
those
on
people of that mindset, would they ever find Tyler Robinson guilty?
No, but then you'd have to then assert that all of those people, the vast majority of them, are within that state jurisdiction, and therefore, because they're all within that jurisdiction, you can't get a fair trial. Which I think
I can
is a
point
false
out
premise.
many other ways this trial could be politicized in similar fashions that you would.
Yeah, but you're
have
asserting
tainted
that
jurors.
basically it's that the
Yeah.
for your claim to be true, the entirety of the state has to be on TikTok and have that stance.
No,
Which
you
I
just
don't
got to
think
get
anyone
one
can prove.
person in the jury that has this stance, and he never get. Or in the opposite case, you have one juror that's so devout that they already decided that he's guilty just because they love Charlie so much, and it's an impartial jury, and that's
this
not a
kind
fair
of
trial.
Yeah, see, this
Well,
goes back
that's
to
what
this goes
jury
back to
pool
my
and
research.
jury selections for. Once the jury is selected by both prosecution and defendant, they get to
Yeah,
pick a team.
for sure. Either way.
Alchemist,
Team
you're
on
going
the
back-
panel there.
Either way.
You're going
So
back to
at
a
what
core
point
theory.
does the jury holding knowledge of the case have any swaying on their impartiality? Because the same case could be made for the judge as well, right? The judge knows about it. He's been hearing the preliminary trial. He saw the evidence himself. He's heard all the TV reports. You know, the man goes home, lays in bed, talks with his wife. Every man has a little bit of pillow talk. So where's the impartiality of the
No,
judge?
not me. I just fall asleep.
But you're more
afterwards,
concerned
but,
about
you
the
know.
impartiality of the jury.
Well, the jury is
That
the
adds
ultimate
up.
determiner of the
That
fact,
adds
not the
More
judge.
important
I
than
just
the
do the
jury.
deed and fall asleep. There's no pillow talk here.
That adds up, vintage.
I don't think-
That adds up, vintage.
Yeah, how do you have pillow talk when you sleep by yourself?
You can't talk to yourself?
I'm just saying, how do you have pillow talk specifically when you sleep?
Yeah,
by
it's a little
yourself?
Yeah,
stuff.
you're not talking to yourself on a pillow. Like, I wonder what I should do
Well, the
tomorrow.
judge is single, but I'm just saying he's
No, I think the
I didn't-
jury
I
is
didn't
way
say-
more
I didn't-
important to have a
I've never
fair
claimed
trial
that I'm
than
not
the
mentally
judge being
defective.
totally impartial.
I've never claimed that I'm not
Case at
mentally
large.
defective.
So hold on, I have a question back then to your hypothetical. Do you think that family courts are fair trials?
No,
Depends.
depends on the
What do you mean
state.
by fair?
How many
Do
homicides?
you think the
of-
judges
I
are
don't-
partial in most family courts?
How many
But you see,
homicides?
that's where I'm trying to get to.
That's why they say
what
some
do you
states
mean is
favor one or the
fair?
other.
That's why I use the
Sorry.
comparison.
I
like,
don't
just
know anybody's
because the
answer. What's my
jury
question?
has
Well,
knowledge
the
of
question,
the
the
case,
question, you're being a
that
little
automatically
weird because
make
it,
them
by
impartial.
that I mean yes, the courts by the system themselves is fair. The people behind the courts maybe not so much. So,
well, if you have to conclude that family courts have fair hearings, then you would have to say that judges can't, even if the judge is partial, then
but
you
the
can still have
people
fair
that
hearings.
But that's
I
based
mean,
by the
That's his
laws too,
argument.
by the state. There's some states that are pro-female, and then there's other ones that are a little bit pro-male.
But the question
Normally, the
is,
kids are going to go with the
I'm having a
mom.
hard time
Realize-
getting an answer from anybody here, is what constitutes a fair trial?
Well, I made the claim that you have to have an impartial jury to have a fair trial.
Okay,
Okay,
and then
and then
so
I would
you're-
say a fair
you're-
trial
would
can
make
weigh
the
on your
jury
actions and
not
the evidence,
impartial?
not by
If I
personal
take-
You
bias.
said that they have
I'll grant
pre-knowledge of
that.
the
Well, it's a
case.
flawed
I
system.
asked you
I'll
if
grant
pre-knowledge of the case automatically tarnishes impartiality. You said no. So again, I have to ask you, what makes what constitutes an unfair trial?
Well, I replied back that I think the juror in this case, with it being so politicized, are polarized in a more extreme way than a normal case, and that does taint the jury pool in this case.
Can I ask them the question that if you're asserting that, why did you frame an argument around that, like judges can be corrupt? Because in a jury trial, a judge doesn't determine guilt or innocence; they only determine the sentence.
Because I think it's Journey down here that was talking and asking the question about if the judge is impartial because he goes home and hears all the news, and how is that more important than the impartial jury? He was trying to make that argument, and I was responding back to his argument that the judge being impartial is more important than the impartial jury. And I was saying that, well, you can have family courts where the judges are clearly tainted, and most people would say that you get fair trials in those. And even if you don't, you can ask for a jury trial with a jury response. You may not get a completely unbiased trial, but you'll get a fair trial according to the mass public. And so that was my argument to rebut back that judges can be impartial and you can still have a fair trial by the mass majority of the public's opinion. But the jury is the one, as long as the jury is ultimately the one determining the outcome, and they're impartial to begin with.
Yeah,
just letting
but
someone
again,
else
that
jump in.
still doesn't really solve the question. What constitutes an unfair trial? You say that the jury has to be impartial, but honestly, there's no such thing as impartiality. It's more like a slogan, a badge of honor. We say that our judges are impartial, that our judiciary branch stands impartial, yet we have Democrat and Republican judges. Go figure, right?
Okay, so let's take like the OJ case, right? If you had 3 jurors out of the 12 on the panel that were black, and they were like, "I'll never convict him because he's black," does the victim get a fair trial in that case? Does the victim get justice and a fair, impartial trial for them?
Yeah. Well, they should have never made it to the jury in the first place because they should have got ruled out for bias.
But it happens all the time. And that's why I'm arguing. That's my argument that the impartial jury, that's going to inevitably happen in this case, or the partial jury, that's going to inevitably happen in this case, makes it that he'll never get a fair
case
trial.
where any human truly stands impartial on any topic.
No.
But I think you can argue degrees of it. And that's my argument, that the degree of this is going to be extreme.
Well, yeah, that you can count. Like, here's the thing: you can also count on the integrity of the same jury panel. If it's a jury full of right-wing people, guess what? I feel like they're going to give Tyler Robinson a more fair trial than a full jury of left-wing people.
That's an interesting argument.
Well, they have to. They're being scrutinized about it.
But then I also have to ask, does
not just that, but I just feel like
the jurors have any qualifications to even to be on the jury?
No.
To
It's a random
determine the
selection.
fate of somebody?
A random selection of all eligible voters.
Random selection of eligible voters. So none of them are really qualified to make the decision. None of them has really been brought up ethically that truly stand impartial, put their own presuppositions aside or their own preconceptions aside in any matter. It doesn't matter if it's a high profile murder or something as simple as somebody disagreeing with somebody else on YouTube. Everybody comes to the table with their own presuppositions, their own preconceptions. It is only human. So to say that somebody coming in with presuppositions into any kind of situation is going to result in an unfair trial or any sort of judgment, well, that's kind of falls on its face. Would you like a jury of robots?
I think there's many cases where a jury of robots can do a much better job than humans. Yeah.
So you would, so you're telling me that you would trust your fate to AI rather than humans?
If I was Tyler Robinson, no, because he's going to be found guilty.
DPT jury.
And he's hoping for a miracle to get off on a technicality.
They're going to try and they're going to fail. You know,
I agree. They're most likely
they would need a very merciful prosecution, which they will not
is when
get.
they follow the law, they follow the proper procedures, they select a jury, they allow cross-examination, they examine all the evidence. Both cases are presented fairly and openly in court, and then the jury deliberates and delegates the decision. I think that is a fair trial, and it's the fairest trial you ever get. And we provide it right here in the United States. It really doesn't matter on the impartiality of the jury.
Yeah, it's the really question is the
minutes
American
right?
justice system fair? Like, if the American justice system is fair, he'll get a fair trial. If it's not fair, he's not going to get a fair trial.
I'll say the U.S. justice system is way fairer than the U.K. justice system.
Well, yeah, innocent before proven guilty, right?
So he was not made up for a trial in the United States, right? As compared to like the UK or say Saudi Arabia or Sudan, he's going to get a fair trial here, regardless of the presuppositions of the jury or the judge, because in every single case, everybody comes to the table with presuppositions.
I guess I would ask you, Rev, then if he gets a fair trial, it sounds like your criteria. Can you run that by me again?
A fair trial according to the system and laws that we have in place. Both sides get to present their case, present their evidence, do proper cross-examination. They follow the rules and procedures set forth for a judicial hearing. Jury gets to delegate, come back with their decision. It's a fair trial.
Okay.
The only time it would become unfair is if the jury's actually tampered with, such as was happening when we were prosecuting the mafia. The mafia would come in and literally threaten the jury. Now, that's not a fair trial. Or they would come in, they knock off prosecutors, and they knock off witnesses and stuff like that.
You don't think the jury is going to be pressured in Utah by the heavily Mormon community that runs that state to find a guilty verdict?
Not really.
What do you think, Mormons are...
Are they bad quality like people? No.
Are you talking about the Muslim mafia or something?
I think people. I think people don't understand. I think people don't understand Utah. The reason that Utah is going to execute him with a firing squad isn't because of the Mormons. It's because they're gangsters. Fuck here, like Texas and Florida. It's in the top.
He's going to get executed at all.
Country.
There's no way.
Those are the three. Those are the three most based states in the country: is Florida, Texas, Utah. There's no concealed carry. You don't need no license. Everybody got guns walking around here. That's why at the No Kings protest, the only death you saw was in Utah. They're walking around with guns at protest.
I'll say if he gets executed by firing squad in Utah, I'll give up all claims that he was a Jewish asset or an Israel asset.
Well, that's what they're going for, and
that's what they want.
We have that. That is one of our in Utah. They do execution by firing squad. They just did one pretty recently. I think it was in September of 2025.
That was like the first one in America in a long time, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's pretty cool.
Yeah, they don't fuck around here.
No, I live in Texas, and I think we need.
But it's not a Mormon thing. I mean, maybe it's just I think it's based.
I wasn't saying the firing squad was a Mormon thing. I was saying that the Mormon community controls the vast majority of local political power in Utah, and that if you don't think that local populace is going to have a heavy influence on the pressuring of that jury to find a guilty verdict, I think you're kind of skipping the point. Like,
well, I'm not exactly a champion for Mormons or anything like that because honestly, I don't like their Christology much. and also their so-called prophet Joseph Smith's a crackpot.
I'm not arguing for
But
that.
that, but
I'm
that
just talking
doesn't.
about societal
That
Yeah,
pressure.
doesn't.
but
That
if
doesn't,
we're talking about American
defeat the purpose that
patriotism,
they still hold.
they're
Some
so
form of
American that they
Christian
think
morality.
that Zion isn't in America and Jesus came to America. That's how American they are. Like they're about that. They're about America.
I'm just talking about the societal pressure that exists because the
this is
church is so
America.
strong and so heavily
Don't
involved.
catch you slipping up.
I mean, they got
special
chased
Well,
out of
they
underwear,
also
America.
have a point. The Mormons, when they started moving west, they started naming landmarks and stuff after
This is
biblical.
America.
So you
This is
have
America.
Jordan River,
This
you
is
have
America.
Bethlehem, and
From a
stuff like
pension
that out
man.
in Utah.
This is
God dang
America.
it. Young Gambino.
I was going
Yeah.
to South Park reference, but
He picked
fair
the
enough.
worst state to do this in. He could have done it in California or something. He should have traveled.
Well,
If
not
he did
unless
this
it
in
was all
California,
pre-planned
do you
for him,
think he'd be
right? I
found
mean,
guilty in
geez.
California?
Do we think Tyler Robinson's a criminal mastermind and an expert marksman and a
No, he's a
fucking?
very retard.
Yeah,
There
I
you
think he's a.
go.
I think he's.
What do you guys think about the evidence proves Tyler Robinson was the shooter, but not that he acted alone?
I could agree with
I would
that.
say no,
I don't
That's
see how
something
he
I
could have
can't
acted
agree.
it completely.
I'm not even
alone.
gonna say he was the actor. Like I don't
I'd
even
say
say he
the
shot,
jury's
man.
still
No.
out on that one.
Yeah, I would agree with that.
I think it's irrelevant. I mean,
The evidence actually proves that Lance should be implicated in some way, but I think he got immunity because he snitched.
I would agree.
Honestly, I think Lance is the one who pulled the trigger, and Tyler's just covering up for his gay furry lover.
I'm not gonna go that far. You can't. You can't.
Well, as far as
we
Lance and
tracked
Tyler
him.
under that bus and supposedly be
It's
his lover,
crazy to
I
me.
mean,
People don't like understand. We got satellites that can fucking read the date off a penny. You don't think we can track somebody? Everybody complains about surveillance, and then they're like, "We don't know where Tyler Robinson was." That what do you mean? He had a cell. We could track all of his movements. They know
Did he-
every
wait,
where
wait,
he
wait.
went that day.
Did he carry his phone with him?
Yeah.
He had
How
his phone.
convenient.
There were cameras. Even if he didn't have his phone, there's
So why don't we
cameras
have the
everywhere.
why don't we have the
convenient.
phone's GPS of from
He
when
made
he
these
left
letters.
the first time to
He
when
did
he
all
came
these
to
things,
campus
and I'm
to
so
prove
smart that I'm gonna do this, commit this heinous act. And the one thing I'm gonna do that every fucking
Not
movie
smart.
for the past fucking 30, 40 years, get rid of your phone. It's the fucking first thing they track. I'm gonna make sure I have that fucking on me for when I'm about to go commit a crime.
Well, because he's
Yeah.
not that
Brilliant.
smart.
yeah, you know why? Because he thought
They're
he
chalking him up to be smarter than he is. He was
I'm
an
not-
emotional fucking disaster.
Yeah, I never said he was smart.
He thought he was
I
going to
think he
get
was a
shot.
crazy fucking
Yeah.
whacked out kid.
Yeah, he's a
2-minute
wackadoodle.
mute for JS.
Oh.
He also he sent another.
For not
Not
knowing
knowing
Mormon's history. I know what he. Oh, I'm muted.
He thought he was either going to get shot and he get caught in the act and get shot, or he was going to off himself because he was getting surrounded. I think that was the original thought in his mind. He didn't think he was going to get away with it.
He sent
Coming that close.
two. He sent two in the.
Do you think
the
he
other
thought he
way.
was going to get caught on the way to doing it and arrested, and then he'd serve a couple of years and still be a hero?
Well, I'll tell you what, if I thought I was gonna get caught when I'm on my way to it, I'd make sure to write some crazy shit on some bullets. I don't know.
for sure I
That's
get
a
up
fair
there on the roof and actually take
I-
the shot too, right?
And like I said, I'm
I
I'm
thought
not
I was
trying to say
gonna
like,
get
oh, I'm
caught
six degrees,
this
dude.
far.
I think he was there. I think he had ill intentions. Fucking obviously, there's video surveillance of this fucking crazy bastard. He deserves a punishment, but man, because that was that whole day. I could tell you that whole fucking day, man. I was like hoping, like, oh my god, I hope he's all right. I hope Charlie's all right. Like, hopefully he pulls through this. And you know, everyone, we're still waiting for updates. And the minute they showed me that the second they showed me that fucking video, I was like,
Sorry, JS, you actually weren't muted. I made a confusion. Yeah, it's 5 to mute, Mosman. I thought the other 2 was that, but apparently it was a name change. So, okay.
oh,
Yeah,
the
he's
fact
calling me out. As soon as I said American or Mormons are the most American,
Yeah.
I remembered that they left America because of the polygamy thing.
Yeah, didn't they
Yeah,
go
they
to
ran to Mexico.
When they settled Utah, it was Mexican territory.
he's still on 3.
Does Mexico allow polygamy? Or do they just not care?
Nobody cares what Mexico allows.
Dang, get in
Mexican
here.
Mormons, those guys go a little hard. I will say that.
They're the richest
Those
church in the
Mexican
world.
Mormons,
You know
you
that?
don't
You
What in the
Mexican?
fuck do Mormons have to do with this topic? I'm just confused.
I don't know.
Utah, they said the Mormons are gonna. I don't know.
That was
They have
Talking about
special
societal
underwear.
Mormons run Utah, so they're gonna rule the verdict, something like
Well,
that.
don't you know it was either the Mormons or Israel or France
Or the
or
Mennonites.
aliens or lizard people or something. I mean, he had somebody working with
It
him
was
to
the
some
Amish.
degree.
All right,
Utah
if we
has
don't
a
get
feels
fucking
like
something
feeling
done with
old.
people, fucking, I'm gonna have a fucking pass out on this. Get some fucking energy going. Let's get some fucking contention.
I don't think he had anybody.
Hold on,
any-
Rev, you're wrong. It was actually the Catholics. It was Erica Kirk in conjunction with the Vatican because Charlie Kirk was making people Protestant.
Oh, the Vatican lost their teeth in the 50s. Yeah.
I agree with this prompt.
Avarice, you don't look entertained with the history lesson here.
No, I'm not entertained with the history lesson.
I say there's no way he gets the death penalty. They're gonna accept the plea. Prosecution's gonna accept the plea. Life in prison.
No chance.
Hold
I
on,
don't
why
even
would
think-
they? Hold on. If the prosecution has this much evidence against this guy that they think that they didn't even offer him one to begin with.
Yeah,
Public
they have to offer.
Like-
Yeah, there's not going to be a
Like,
plea
I'm sorry,
offer.
If
I
he
don't
doesn't
think
get the
it
death
was-
penalty, he's 100% an asset to somebody, and he's
No,
gonna
we
get
don't
out.
even know.
No,
what
no,
it is.
no. They're gonna do this whole
Hold on,
reasonable
second.
doubt bullshit. They're gonna try.
Well, who is he an
That's a
asset
non
to, though?
sequitur that because
That's the
if he does
question,
not get the
right?
death penalty,
Well,
does not prove
there's
that he's an
actually
asset.
two
It doesn't
things.
follow.
So you could actually take this from judicial
My
resource
intuition.
perspective, even though I think it's wrong. You could take it from judicial resources. Like, listen, do you want to drag this out and just spend stupid amounts of money judicially to try and get to get to the conclusion he's guilty, give him the death penalty?
They need money for this.
I think they should, but is there a point where they're like, you know what, listen, it's just not worth the time, it's not worth the money. Let's just let
They
him
don't
plead
care, the
guilty, let him
taxpayers
go away.
Nah, the political pressure in this is
No,
way too
no, I
high for you to
disagree.
do
That's why
that.
sovereign citizens get fuck you money to go away when they do frivolous lawsuits. It's the same premise.
I could be wrong, but we'll see. I think they're gonna interrupt. They're gonna accept the plea to get it done. Plead guilty.
If they can exclude the death
They've already
penalty,
said he's
he
not-
will plead guilty.
You know, I
Yep.
think the evidence supports that Tyler Robinson surely didn't act alone.
He's got their phone laying on the desk.
What evidence do you think suggests that he didn't act alone?
Oh, yeah.
Guilty. He'll plead not guilty.
There was an echo.
Nolo contendere.
Say
did that?
something again, Alchemist.
I asked him what evidence he thinks suggests that Tyler Robinson didn't act alone.
Oh, okay.
Well, the evidence. that
no,
there
I was
was,
only asking
more-
I thought
there's-
them- I
there's
thought
there's
you
more
were
a
like-
Lance
video
nut on
of
the
another
towel.
dude up on that same rooftop with a different kind of gun entirely.
Hold on.
Who's that?
There's like a really bad echo now.
Crazy.
Is there an echo or is
Do
it the
you
phone?
remember?
Is that the crazy or Rev? I feel like it's crazy or Rev.
Can you even hear what I'm
Definitely
saying?
not me.
Yeah, we
heard
hear
crazy.
you, but we're trying to figure out the echo problem.
Every time
Okay.
we got
Alchemist,
the
mute for a
echo,
sec.
It's better now, but
I muted myself.
Good, keep it that way. Yeah.
I think he'll plead not guilty or no
I'm kidding. I love
contest.
you, crazy. You're an
I
OG.
love you too, crazy eyes. Maybe them glasses will fix them damn eyes.
I know, right? I'm actually I've been getting a little dizzy wearing them, to be honest. I'm small bursts.
It's
Small
rough.
bursts.
It's rough
You're
when you
just
first
wear-
start.
You're
They're,
just
they're-
wearing.
they're not magnified. No, there's no magnification. It's literally
Yeah.
blue light. They're just to
Oh,
get
okay.
rid of the blue light so that I'm not wired as fuck when I get off the computer. So yeah, we'll see how that goes.
As far as anybody else,
Don't be a pussy. I wear them all day.
has anybody seen the video?
I know
on
my brother got
YouTube?
those blue light blockers. I think it's fake.
I only just got them like 4 days ago. They've actually been pretty good, apart from I think these are.
How the
I'm
fuck?
not making
What the
fun.
fuck does any of this have to do with whether or not fucking
Yeah.
Charlie Kirk got killed by this guy, or whether he acted alone?
Has anybody seen the video where this guy
I
goes?
say he didn't. There was another.
Hey, let
guy
him
who
ask his
worked
question
with
about the
him.
video.
Alright.
He's actually gonna be
Who
on
wants
top.
to argue about it?
Fucking done. I'm done. All right, one sec.
There's a guy that did a YouTube video, and supposedly he has, and it seems pretty credible. He has a couple of sources that knew Tyler Robinson and his furry lover through Discord. The one guy actually lived in the apartment with them, and he goes into all this shit. And if you watch the video, it seems like pretty credible that and obvious that why he did it.
What's
I
the
think they're
obvious
paid
reason why-
actors, and I think they're taking the fall because the FBI couldn't find the actual shooter in time. Guy got away scot free. And now they're using a patsy because it doesn't make the FBI look bad.
They're little anarcho-communist 764 Discord fucking terrorists, nihilistic, extreme radical nihilists who don't care about the world and they just want to kill stuff, and they engrave things into bullets. And he said, "Let me borrow your."
But what about the Egyptian
Braver for my
planes,
bullet
JS?
shells.
What
What
about
do you
the
need 'em
Egyptian planes that flew into the area and then flew out to
No.
So
Nevada
this,
and took
so this
back
guy,
off the
this
region?
guy, this guy who did this
Made a
video.
fist up in
he said
Israel
Tyler
and the like.
Robinson wasn't
Isn't
Tyler
that a
Robinson
little
wasn't gay.
strange? Around the exact same time that all this went down, flight comes in, Egyptian plane lands right in the same proximity. Charlie Kirk goes down. Same plane then takes off, flies to Nevada, has a layover in Israel, and then returns to Egypt.
Yeah, I don't know, man.
That's
Planes
strange.
Planes are. That's not strange.
Yeah, why is an Egyptian plane doing in the middle of Utah picking up corn?
Air traffic. How often we have an Air Force base
How
here?
often do you have a layover flight from Egypt where you lay over in Utah?
Maybe
Have
Then lay over
have
in
you
Nevada,
looked at
and lay over in Israel.
some more?
have you looked at how often Egyptian planes fly into Utah?
No.
Yeah, it's like every other Tuesday, and we're old college buddies.
So I'm trying my best, guys.
I mean, yeah,
I know, but
No, we
for
appreciate it.
for Candy supporters,
Therapy.
tell me how often Egyptian planes fly into Utah and land and take off or whatever.
I don't
the
have the
theory
time
is.
to look that kind of crap up.
Who
Well,
gives
they
a
should.
fuck about Egyptian planes?
Never before.
Did we ever
Time-
get any answers from the school about why they trudged up 2 feet of the ground and recovered it though?
They
No,
retake
but
that is
I
a
would
problem.
assume they don't
Oh.
want Charlie Kirk blood trail in the walkway.
Yeah, you think
Yeah,
they would have
they didn't
taped it off
pave
longer
over-
to preserve the integrity of the investigation, but I don't know.
The way
Yeah,
they
it's
say
like
it,
There were
oh, they
pipes and
taped
seals
it
underneath
over.
This is
that
crazy.
underneath that area. That's why they paved it over, because there's like a
didn't pave it.
conspiracy connected
on,
to
it-
the guys who
paved
make
it.
the gaskets and
They
stuff.
put down
There's a whole
pavers.
bunch of conspiracies, but why
There's
did
a
they do
small
it?
area where they put down pavers. They didn't pave over it like as in asphalt and blacktop. Like it's just
No, they
such
changed
nonsense.
they changed
It
the
was
pavers
a- it
because
was
there
a
was a trail of
pre-planned-
Someone
blood.
rename everyone
Yeah,
up
do
here
you
to
know-
Candace Owens, please.
Hey guys,
Dude, what?
so how come Candace didn't tell us about this before, since she was aware of Project Looking
Oh,
Glass and
no.
she's a time traveler, bro? She didn't tell us beforehand.
If a family lives in a house and one of the
MK
family
Ultra, man,
members
don't you know?
kills the other family member in the house, how long do you think it is before they change the flooring in the house? They're probably going to do it as soon as the tape is removed and they can get back in the house and clean it up.
Yeah, what was the
They're gonna sell the
circumstances of their
Well,
passing?
also, the university had that project planned out long before Charlie Kirk showed up. It was pre-planned. It was going to happen regardless if
I don't know if
Charlie
that's
was
true.
assassinated there or
Has,
not.
has there been
Uh,
evidence to prove that for sure? Because I haven't. I mean, I
don't know. That's
so.
I don't know if that's true. Maybe it
Think the
is, but
university
I would
would
I
have
assume.
am
statement on
going
it.
to kick a puppy off a bridge into traffic near a school. That's what I'm gonna go do.
What's wrong with you, Easy?
All right, I'm getting out of here. I'm gonna go watch season 3 Tires, and I'll let you all have at it. How's that?
Amazing. Thank you. For
Season
coming.
3 Tires.
Tires is a
Yeah.
great show. It's very funny.
Tires, the Shane Gillis show.
Yeah.
Yeah, Shane Gillis.
Oh, Shane Gillis. I was about to say,
Good night, everybody. God bless.
I'm not making them at night, man.
Good enough, Scoot.
Shante said, whoa, oh my lord. I don't know how you guys can't stay on topic. It's wild to me.
Exhausted.
88,
Well, we did the
80 is
topic.
strong tonight.
Put one up, Easy. We'll do it. We can do it. Maybe.
You promise? We
No, I
promise.
don't make no
Oh,
promise.
fuck you.
No.
I have reason to
The
suspect that
evidence does
Robinson
not
is
prove
lurking this
conclusively
Hydra.
that he did not act alone because
Bless
there's
you,
other
Vintage.
DNA on the gun, there's other DNA on the towel, there's text messages, there's Discord calls that we don't know what's in those yet, and hopefully, that stuff comes out eventually, and all those people in those Discords get fucking arrested.
Okay. Just very
We
quickly.
don't even know the last.
Hang
the
on,
last
guys,
subject-
guys, just one
Oh,
sec.
fuck.
We've got a spare slot, so we have another fighter to come up.
Yeah, well, we got this. We'll run the show. Original Vintage. Thanks.
Oh, I'm just saying.
we got this, buddy.
Vintage is trying to
My
help
answer
the
is that
world.
we haven't seen
I'm
all the
only
evidence yet,
asking-
and none of the current evidence is convincing enough to 100% prove any theory or disprove any of the conspiracy theories.
I didn't know this was Vintage's show.
Yeah.
I thought this was
Not my
Speakeasy.
show.
We have
No,
to
we
prove
have
him
a
guilty
1v1,
in
but
order
I
to
don't know
prove
who's in the
somebody else.
1v1.
So,
We don't know who's in the 1v1. Both of you, you and Johnny, put
Yeah,
for 1v1.
put my
but you didn't
half-
pick who you want in the
Put
1v1.
my half to Candy Cane. Candy
Well,
Cane.
I don't know.
I'll
In
pick,
case
I'll pick a random person that's in the
me,
back.
I'm gonna go
Sure,
splash
what's
some
wrong?
water on my face.
Bring up Marte. Be
So
so
let's
Oh,
bring a
Mark Davis
random
back. There
person
you
in the
go.
back. and the
Oh
other
my
person
gosh,
can
who's
come on
fucking
on the
Candy
channel.
Cane?
Candy corn.
It's
Oh, Candy
Candy corn.
poetic alchemist.
So we can do that. Like, we can do that versus some random person that's waiting in the back for a slot.
bring up Marte.
Oh, that's real fair.
I don't know who's in the back. So, but let's bring him up. You know, fresh blood.
Dang, Vintage. I didn't recognize passing down a
Or you can
challenge,
pick
huh?
someone on the panel.
Yeah, pick somebody on the panel, dude. Yeah, that's what I did. I call it out.
All right, Johnny, you can do it. Go ahead.
There you go. God bless, man. Appreciate you. All right. At least I got to pick my opponent.
That's fight.
So you're fighting candy corn.
Heck yeah. Candy corn.
Doing jumping jacks.
AKA Bald
GG.
Billy
Wait,
Mays.
versus who?
Versus Bald Billy
Versus
Mays.
Johnny.
It's me.
Andy and Johnny.
I'll
You're
take one
gonna
for the
put
team.
yourself in the 1v1?
No, Vintage. I put my half towards
Oh my
Poetic.
damn, Easy, where you been?
Yeah, I put. We
I
both
thought,
put Johnny.
I thought
trying to wake
Vintage just said you could pick the next one.
Yeah, Johnny picked candy corn, and then Vintage
Vintage
picked
picked me.
Johnny.
He said, then you can go, John. He was, yeah.
Who's candy corn?
Hey
Okay.
guys, Johnny and Candy.
I
Let's go.
thought he said Johnny could pick the next guy.
No.
That guy's name
No,
should be
Poetic
Solar
Alchemist.
Eclipse.
I picked Poetic Alchemist, and then Vintage picked me.
Candy corn, you look like a solar eclipse.
Time for 1v1.
All right. Now let's find a topic for you two. There is enough public evidence to reasonably question the official Charlie Kirk narrative.
Public evidence.
What's the Charlie Kirk narrative? Is this the Tyler Robinson did it, or is this the
Right, yeah,
conspiracy?
the
or-
official,
That's
yeah, the
honesty, man.
official, yeah, the official narrative, yeah.
Okay.
What would public evidence be?
Well, that's what the
Everything-
debate.
all the evidence that's available to the public.
I mean, I'll say, yeah.
I would have to say, yeah.
Oh, dang it.
Okay. What about what do you guys think about Candace Owens cares more about monetizing Charlie Kirk's death than finding the truth?
Ooh,
I'd have to say,
no,
yeah, right now.
no.
Wait, sorry, you both talked at the same time. So I think Johnny said no, and then what did you say?
I'd have to probably say yes.
Okay, all right. All right, so chat.
Really a terrible debate, though.
You know how this goes, and if you don't, listen close. This goes to 5 minutes to start. If you guys want to add on a minute, it is 10 to add a minute. It is 60 to solo.
Oh, he
judge.
came on camera. There we
if
go.
we-
I say they
And if
can't
we-
just have be the only one. So
I know.
And if we
couple of
and
good
if we
looking
don't
dudes.
get a so motherfuckers,
Sorry, Izzy.
Respect.
and if we don't get a solo judge, it goes to the chat poll, and the loser of the poll will lose their soul. Fighters, good luck to both of you. Let's get it.
All right. So tell me how Candace Owens cared more about making money off her best friend's death than she does about finding the truth.
She wanted to take a debate on it until she got paid $500K.
Okay, so that means she automatically would rather have someone who she could have partnered up with, being a member of TPUSA and made millions of dollars for, that she's monetizing more off his death. I mean, she
Why?
made 300K. That's a fair point to say, but having 300K or your best friend back, there was a lot of footage of them together.
That's not having his best friend back doesn't answer the question of finding the truth about it. Just making an assumption about something else that's not relevant.
Well, why would she be passionately following these, what do you call it, all these theories and stuff without trying to find the truth? She wants
Why
to,
hasn't she presented any of the actual things for the truth? Like, why doesn't she have that receipt? Why is the receipt still missing? It's not that hard to get a receipt.
did she pay for the meal? I don't know all the details of that, but I do know she's fighting awfully hard to try to figure out what the heck happened to Charlie. And
She's
she's
fighting
throwing a lot
awfully
of
hard
mud.
to keep her audience numbers up really high and make a lot of money.
200,000 people watching her on her side was kind of a lot of people to me. If I,
Yeah, exactly.
I'd be lucky to have
And she
one.
wanted to host the podcast on her channel. She refused to go on other people's channels initially because she wanted it on her channel. She wanted Andrew to come to her studio and do it. So
If you're
she could
worried
have all
about
the
someone as
screen.
big as Andrew Wilson, who's a pretty heavy hitter, and it's like, hey, you want to debate this guy who's a professional ass kicker, would you not want to be on your turf to take that battle, or would you want to go to wherever they say?
Dude, Brian was the one who initially went and offered it to her, and she's been on Brian's shows at least once, I think twice though. But she's known. She even admitted that she knows in her initial response video when she after Joe Rogan, she admitted that she knows Brian Atlas and has a good relationship with him, and that
doing stuff.
And
for your
so she turned down going on Brian Atlas's show because she wanted to host it on her show. How is that not for the money? She knows Brian Atlas. She had a good relationship with him. She wouldn't feel intimidated to go in his studio. She just wanted to have it on her studio.
If you're worried about having a career-ending debate, wouldn't you want to at least try to kind of
She
cover
was never
yourself?
concerned about it being career ending. She thought Andrew Wilson was a joke the entire time.
That's what she said, and she was trying to point some other things. But at the same time, I think her stronger direction or directive towards is stronger towards finding the truth over monetizing Charlie Kirk's death. I don't think she has it in her best or in her mindset that, hey, I hope to make as much money off of my friend dying than I do actually about finding the truth. I don't think she'd pursue those other avenues of, the whatever Egyptian planes. And even if she can't solidify her claims, she wasn't totally disavowing everything she said either.
I don't know. She walked back a couple of them pretty quick.
Well, she walked back in, or she said a lot of they're taken out of context, and she can say whatever she wants on her show. She still has a strong opinion. She's got 200 people following her.
So other than you feel like it, what other evidence do you have to support that she's finding the truth? What truth has she found?
She's trying to find the truth. She cares
And
more
she's had
about
an entire
finding
year
what
and she
happened.
hasn't found any points of truth yet.
Yeah, right now, does anybody know the whole facts of everything that happened with the case?
Mm-hmm. Why hasn't she brought on more experts onto her show? Why hasn't she hired a forensic accountant? She's loaded, dude. She can afford a forensic accountant. Somebody else today said that their forensic accountant that they hired for a lawyer in another Discord chat I was having, who hired a forensic accountant to be an expert witness on a case, cost him $20,000. She can't hire a forensic accountant to go analyze Tyler Robinson's debit card to figure out if he actually charged his debit card at this restaurant that she says she has the receipt from to make the factual claim that that's the truth, but she hasn't done it. Why? That it wouldn't cost in her avenue of wealth, it would cost her not that much. It would be like most of us paying a speeding ticket. And she hasn't done it. She hasn't hired anybody. Why not? If she really wants the truth, she could take these extra steps and go these extra levels.
Like a lot of money, and I don't know if she knows. I don't know. I can't pretend to know what's going on in the mind of Candace Owens, other than I think that someone who she spent a good portion of her life with is seen on video, having good interactions. Her saying, "Hey, this is my best friend," going out and having meals with him, and then even introducing the parties involved, like, hey, Charlie and Erica, whatever. It's like, hey, I didn't know her, but I was rooting for her, whatever.
Do you think it's possible that she was sad at the beginning and started there, but now it's gone on for a while and she's kind of moved on and now she's just monetizing it?
I think if I'm going to try to find the truth and I know it's going to cost me a fucking fortune, then I might want to start understanding, hey, I might need to do certain things to get to the truth. How much money would you spend to find the truth?
She hasn't spent any money though. How much money has she spent to find the truth?
I don't know. I'm not her official. I'd have to spend $20K to get me an official finance record.
Do you know of anything that she's done as a major expense to go out and help find the truth?
Other than her countless time on podcasts,
where she makes money.
Yeah, where it sounds like she's making money. I don't know how the monetization of YouTube works, but.
Well, she doesn't just stream on YouTube, and she has her own show. So, and if she continues her own show, I assume she's been making money on it. But like, can you name me one thing that she's done that isn't a monetization effort at the same time to find the truth? Has she spent something? Has she hired any type of expert anywhere? When has she gone out of her way to do something to prove beyond a doubt one of her claims and find the actual truth?
I would say, other than speculation and just, I don't want to say hearsay, but her doing her digging, I don't know what other monetizations. I don't know if she's hired private investigators. I don't know how much stuff she's keeping under wraps.
Why hasn't she brought her ballistics experts on this show to clearly go over and analyze exactly in detail all of the different aspects of this, like, projectile wound, because she claims that she believes that there was for sure a projectile, but she hasn't brought any experts on and paid them to come on and run the analysis of exactly where this projectile could have come from based on the wounds and stuff in the videos. And she hasn't hired anybody to contend with the medical examiner's reports to review it for accuracy or anything like that. I mean, these aren't things that would be super expensive. And I mean, like, you agree that Candace Williams has resources and assets, right?
She probably has resources and assets, but that's also, hey, what have we learned from the investigations that have been conducted so far?
Well, and your own words were, how much would you spend to find the truth of your best friends?
Yeah, if you have it. For me, if I had $1 million,
he has it though, right?
If I find out the truth of my best friend.
Yeah.
Yeah,
she has it,
I don't
right?
know what her net
She's
worth
got
is.
the wealth. It's well over $1 million. It's many millions of dollars.
I'd imagine with that many followers, I'm sure she probably has some kind of funds.
I mean, she made $500,000 today in 3 hours.
There you go. Now she has more money to go find the truth.
And you think she's going to go hire a bunch of experts to prove these facts?
Is that going to find her the truth?
It's going to get her closer. Not
hiring experts who are all going to say, "Oh yeah, well I think this."
She got this money for basically 3 hours for nothing. Why would she not spend every dime of that seeking the truth if it's that important to her?
I mean, is it? Sorry, I'm trying to think here. I'm just trying to figure out if they're like it's like, is there really that much of an implication where she's trying to make more money off of this than trying to find the truth of Charlie's death?
You're arguing that she's more concerned about finding the truth.
Well, yeah, that's my position. Is that it's more important to her, right?
If it was more important, then you'd spend all the resources to do it. The money wouldn't matter, but she's not spending the money; she's making the money.
Trying to figure out who's making the money, but she's not after the truth. Is your implication?
I didn't say she's not after the truth in the concept. I'm just arguing that she's not She's not putting the truth over making the money. She's not taking the money she's making and spending it all to find the truth. She's making the money
how
on
much does
everything
it
she
cost to
does.
run her massive channel or whatever? How much does she have
makes money.
employees?
Her
I don't
channel
know
makes
her whole
money.
model or network.
Her channel
All I
makes
hear
money.
is money,
too.
money, money. These are the same arguments from people who, like myself. Hey, we may not have a lot of money, but we say, hey, you have lots of money, Elon or Candace or whatever. Why don't you just use it to, why doesn't Elon use all his billions of dollars to find a cure for cancer or whatever?
I mean, he did spend he almost went bankrupt building SpaceX. So, because that's a mission he believes in. That's an example of somebody who has an absolute passion and is willing to give everything to do it. Is Elon building SpaceX and nearly driving himself bankrupt, even though he had Tesla at the time. Candace Owens, how much has she hasn't done anything. She hasn't hired anybody that we can publicly point to say that she's gone out of her way and over the top to seek the truth in this. She's done her own research that we have no evidence costs any extreme money, but she could very easily hire and bring on, and she could probably even get people to come on her show for free just to boost their own credibility as an expert.
Well,
and she hasn't done any of that.
Well, you say that, but then that's a lot of people opening themselves up to the scrutiny of what the public opinion is right now, which is going against the major narrative.
There are clearly people who would come on and do the job for money. There are clearly people who would.
Well, is that their objective to just do it for the money, or are they going to find the truth? What's more important to them? Why don't they just come on the show?
She's not going to find the truth without it because she's not a ballistics expert. She's just not an expert. She doesn't know. She's going to have to
find the truth without money.
She's going to have to pay. No. Yeah. I mean, to be honest, in this case, you're definitely not going to find the truth without money. But she hasn't hired anybody to go really seek the truth.
How much money is it going to take to find the truth?
I don't know, but you got to start spending some to get there somewhere, and she hasn't spent any.
Man, I don't know. Seems like we have a bunch of eyewitnesses, court case documents.
I don't know. You brought a bunch of feelings. And that's it. I brought some logical statements.
You did great, man. You were crushing it. I'll tell you what, it definitely had. I'm over here scratching my chin. Like I say, I'm not a professional debater, but I just find it hard to believe that Candace Owens doesn't have the truth about Charlie Kirk in her best interest.
I'm awake.
Hold on.
You sure?
Vito, she literally said the CIA took ancient Sumerian technology to look into the future, that Charlie Kirk was a time traveler with her.
Was
that
this
he was
some
basically
satire
a
or was this
fucking
serious?
X-Man.
Was this some satire or was this being serious? Because Candace would say this, people arguing against, what was the one
like
today?
A whole episode of her show.
It was
the CIA going to Sumerian technology. If it was a bit, it's one of the greatest bits you've ever seen.
What the heck?
See, he's just asking questions.
Yeah, that's what.
Yeah, you got Anthony.
He woke up just in time, though. That's funny.
Not well.
Start doing some jumping
Someone had
jacks.
to yell at him. Someone had to yell at him.
That's hilarious. All right, so chat. You know how this part goes, and if you don't, listen close. All right, you guys in the Rumble chat, you're part of this too, so listen. If you want to vote for, you're gonna be putting a 1 or a 2 in the chat based on who you want to vote for. So if you want to vote for this man right here, Poetic Alchemist, you're putting a 1 in the chat.
Hold a 1 up, dude.
All right. You're putting a 1 in the chat. 1 for Poetic Alchemist. And if you want to vote for this man right here, Johnny McVito, you're putting a 2 in the chat. A 2 for Johnny McVito. So
Johnny, I'll give you credit.
Time,
you took the harder position on that one.
One more time.
It's tough, but you go ahead. Sorry, speak.
One more time. It's 1 for Poetic Alchemist, 2 for Johnny McVito. Go ahead, Tiny, make it live there. And chat, it's live now. So if you put something before this, it wouldn't have counted. Go ahead, get your votes in. You got 2 minutes. If you don't vote, you're a furry lover.
Hey, Johnny, I got a question for you.
What you got?
So Candace Owens has a net worth of between $3 and $12 million. That's without her husband. That's her net worth.
Okay.
Right? So if that's the case,
I think he's worth $225 million.
Well, hold on. If she really thinks that Tyler Robinson's a patsy and this whole thing, he's just being set up, wouldn't it make sense for her to go, all right, I won't take your $300,000 to do the debate. Put it towards his legal fund or a GoFundMe for his defense. If she thinks this innocent man is being framed.
That's
it's not a grift for her, then she I think about the cause and anything's innocent. That would make sense for her. Is she
That it's
like
not
is
okay
she
for her to
really
make
cares
money.
that much about her friend? Right? But no, this whole thing's a fucking grift to her,
I'm
dude.
curious.
She
to
just
see how
asked
she
for more,
I,
and then
I
took
have
all
a
the
hard
money.
time. That's the part
And
where
tune
I'm
in
like,
next
"Meh."
week, and I'm going to tell you about how
That's
Charlie
a-
Kirk was actually an X-Men, and he had laser eyes.
See, and then that's where, like, even right there, that's the public scrutiny and stuff. That's like she's gonna have, like, she's putting herself there a little bit from some of the things she says, but whether it's taken in or out of context or however you want to view it, I just have a really hard time believing that if that was one of her best friends, which it seems like they were pretty close friends and stuff, it was admitted even by Charlie that it's like, oh man, I'm so glad he's dead now. Instead of like, is
When
she
you
not
notice
gonna be?
that they actually drifted away over the last few years, like
But you're
Charlie
equi-
stopped bringing
Well,
Candace
yeah.
around.
If you bring
equivocated the whole time that the fact that she wants to make money in life means that she has to like decide that she's not sad about him dying anymore, and she can be both sad and still trying to
I never
monetize.
said you're gonna be sad. Yeah, that's really. That's
Yeah,
what
every
I'm saying.
time it
Like,
came up that
like,
you
can
made your
understand if she
argument.
wasn't
Look,
on
guys,
it.
you were like,
I have
Charlie
a hard
was
time
a
making
free
that.
market capitalist, so he
The
would
assassination.
absolutely want me to be using his assassination to try and make money to figure out who done it. It's exactly what Charlie would have wanted. I know I was his best friend. We went on tour together, and he was an X-Man, and he had ancient Sumerian technology.
she could place a small bet on Kalshi, and then he'll prove she's right and make
How she-
a million
Dude,
times more.
You know, it'd be
on her
crazy.
bet.
And then if let's say
Then
if
what she
in this
says.
wild where even if all she has to prove is that Tyler Robinson didn't shoot Charlie, right? That's
No,
it.
her claim was that he's a patsy. That was her specific claim.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
Government
Keiko.
patsy
He's the
specifically.
government. He's the government down
If she
guy.
got Tyler Robinson
was the
found
prompt that
innocent,
they
I think
debated
that
Well, the
would,
problem is
earlier,
you
she
never
that
lost
would
that
credit her
prompt.
Create
passiness.
some malice that
It'd be a
which
big
can
credit to
easily
her
be,
claim.
or that which can be more easily explained by incompetence. So her argument is that he's a patsy, that the government is intentionally framing this man.
Right. So
All right.
She could take
So
the position
that is 2 minutes locked in the poll.
Oh, I
And
forgot to vote. Shit. Oh,
but I
well.
just want to say,
And-
Steelborn, if she
Huh?
truly thinks he's a patsy, wouldn't proving his innocence like give a ton of credit to her claim? So she should spend the
Makes sense to
money.
me.
I agree with you. She should spend the money on his legal fund. It would have been great.
Yeah.
all
Do we
right,
know that
so
she's not?
so that is the votes are all locked in here, and 95% of the votes
Oh my god.
said
Dang
the
it. I was
winner
gonna put
of
in
the
vote for you too. You did
1v1
pretty good.
Oh,
is
thanks.
Poetic Alchemist
My first win on the
Johnny
show.
McVito. Tell everybody where they can find you, why they got to bring you back for another shot at the
Oh, shit, man.
$150 prize.
The only place you find me here is on the Speakeasy channel. I don't got any of my own, but yeah, make sure you're always tuned into Speakeasy for sure for the verbal combats, the open show panel purges. You're a gracious host and a good person. And make sure you're tuning into everybody on the channels, our panel's channels. And have you not been entertained? It's been pretty wild tonight, other than like maybe the last 20 minutes, but I'm teasing. But yeah, we got to throw a little love out there to Normal America with Rob Nor and Avarice. And if you haven't checked it out already, make sure you're checking out The Crucible with Andrew Wilson. I'll be in the
Let's
back.
fucking go. Always a pleasure having you. And if they bring you
See you,
back,
Johnny.
you're more than welcome. And until then, my friend.
Fatality.
Another soul added to the safe of souls. And that's how it goes on Verbal Combat Friday, baby.
See, I feel like Charlie could have made more money
got you,
if
Ethan.
every time. Oh, I feel like Charlie Kirk would have made way more money every time.
Hold on,
he
I'm saying
said he
knock me
was-
out,
he
you
was like, "Give me your
stupid
soul."
fucking Down syndrome asshole.
Shut up, you fucking crybaby! God, I can't even say the words that I want to say to you.
Knock me out easy.
What do you mean?
I'm
Oh,
I'm good to go. Yeah, I got a morning show.
Okay, all right. You can just take off. Tell everybody where to find you.
All right. Well, I'm just gonna head out. Enjoy, everybody. Have a good show.
Covert. You can find him at the Avarice Show with Covert America. fucking dick. I still shout you out before you leave.
Yeah, you can find him. You can find him at Avarice on the Avarice Show. It's
The Avarice Show.
it's a very new.
It's not
he's
your
on
show.
episode 2. It's not my show. If it was my show,
You
I'd
probably
probably like it more.
Hold on. I think Kirk would
Bring
make
up the
more
next
money.
fighters.
This is Verbal Combat! Brutality. Get over here! You will never win. This is Verbal Combat!
Pixelated. Welcome to the show.
See if Jungle wakes up and throws me out.
Trench Deacon. Welcome to the show.
Same.
Save. Casey Lee. Welcome
What
to the
the
show.
fuck am I looking at?
Oh, what the?
Konnichiwa.
I mean, we don't have much to
Not
talk about.
used
We
to
got
this
avatars
already?
too.
Yeah.
Do you guys watch like scary movies and like jump this at the like scary like the like sudden jump parts will be like a loud noise or something? Do you jump every time you watch that same movie or what?
No. I jump
Just
when
the
I
first
see
time.
somebody walking around with like they're like 400 pounds and they got the nose piercing. I'm like, what the fuck am I looking at?
No, because when I think a jump scare's coming, I watch it like this.
I watch
Yeah,
scary
jump
movies with the
scares
lights
beating out
on.
of me.
Seriously, I like look through a crack in my fingers and it makes it better.
It makes you feel safer. I get it, JS. He's scared. I'm
Just
scared.
saying.
I'm gonna come to the TV and arm
Just
wrestle
saying.
again.
Like the
Yeah,
first
they got
time I
beaten
seen
out of me at a very
the
early
Avatar,
age.
I was like, "Whoa, what the fuck?" But I
But
mean,
Easy,
I've seen
easy.
it
I got a question
already.
for you.
and my brain already experienced the "whoa, what the fuck," so it doesn't happen to me again. You know what I'm saying? Just saying.
Easy. Do you think Kirk would have made more money if every time he beat like a liberal in a 1v1, he was like, "Your soul is mine"?
Yes.
He's like, "You guys got Kirk back. You guys want to see me argue again? $100, bring him back."
Yes, definitely.
That's kind of funny. Fucking Steelborn made a joke. That was funny, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you. I appreciate it, Trench.
That would have been anti-Christian though.
High praise from Trenchland.
I would be anti-Christian to charge people $100 to debate you.
Now it would have been
No,
demonic
he's
to
saying-
say I taken your soul.
Nah, so I'm demonic. Damn, bro. New debate topic. No.
New Swords of Reason, hosted by your boy here.
Is easy demonic.
Is easy demonic for taking souls in purple.
Let me
color.
see here. Where was this next topic I wanted to bring for the panel? Shit, where is it? What do you guys think of this part? An unexplained fact is not evidence of a conspiracy.
100%.
I mean, that's basic logic.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's logically true.
Not evidence. Yeah.
It could be a really important fact.
It would still just be
Yeah.
an argument from silence, though.
Yeah,
Okay, okay.
unexplained. Yeah.
It would be an itch you would want to scratch, but it would still be a fallacy.
To try and attribute that because this one aspect isn't like, I'll give you a perfect example. So I think that like the state has not actually given a good reason for why that screwdriver was up there. I don't think they've given a good
Why?
accounting for that. I don't think that they have given a good accounting for it.
Isn't
Because they
the
just like we
gun the
found
same?
Oh, because the gun was found assembled.
the gun was found. Well, not only was the gun found assembled, it was never like demonstrated that he disassembled it and reassembled it. For one, two, it was a Phillips head screwdriver, which is the wrong type of screw for a Mauser, or a Mauser 98 or whatever it is. I can't remember the exact model.
But
Those
you're
take a
speculating
specific.
because the state doesn't have to give away all of its
No,
information.
I
especially when
get
it's
that.
building a
Hold on.
case.
All I'm saying, Trent,
Especially in a
the state
preliminary
has not
trial.
given an
Exactly.
accounting for the screwdriver yet as to why it's relevant, what it's doing, or like why it was there, any of that. But that doesn't then prove that it's a conspiracy because they haven't given an accounting for the screwdriver. And that would be a massive fact of the case, the screwdriver.
Yeah,
What do you
'cause
mean an
You
accounting
could
for the
logically say that he
screwdriver?
brought the
they haven't
screwdriver because he
explained what it's
intended to
there for, what
disassemble the gun,
It's
and the
there
gun was
to
of a
break
length.
down
If
and
he was
put-
of the right height, it
Hold
could
on.
have been under his shoulder as he was walking under his shirt and his pants the way he was walking.
Hold on.
Maybe he
Yeah,
brought
all
it
I'm
up
saying is-
assembled. He
Did
intended
his
to
rifle-
disassemble it.
Did his
Well, all I'm
Took
rifle
the
saying-
have
shot, panicked,
Did
and
his
ran.
rifle
Phillips head
have an
screwdriver on the
optic?
Phillips head screwdriver is going to take apart a gun that requires
Hold on,
specialized
did his rifle,
firearm
rifle
flatheads.
have an
I'm not a fan of Misfit Patriot, but he did a.
Oh yeah, I
a
guess I don't
short-
know what the type of screwdriver is. Is it a
He
multi-tool
did a short-
screwdriver?
Yeah,
he did
Mr.
a
Patriot- I
short
don't like Mr.
explaining
Patriot.
this.
It's
He
not
did a
hard to
short.
do.
He did a short
If you
showing
had an
this. He had
optic
the
on
gun.
there,
He
you
said,
didn't need
"This
a
is what
screwdriver."
this gun." Can you not finish my fucking point? He
Sorry, you're
said,
just so
"This is what
quiet."
He said, "This is what it looks like when you have a gun down your pants." He had the gun and he put it down his pants and in his shirt. And he said, "This is what it looks like if you're walking around with this gun fully in your shirt." And then he broke it down and he put it in. He said, "This is what it looks like." And the broken down version is what we see with Tyler limping and stuff, but you don't see something going up his shirt. It was broken
Okay.
down. If it was,
It's more
if it-
compact.
if it was,
I assume this is what they covered in the like 20 hours of preliminary stuff that I didn't watch all of.
No, they actually never went over whether or not he broke it down.
yeah, when he's limping. Well, but that would explain why the screwdriver's there. So that's
No, it wouldn't
and
explain why the screwdriver is there, and here's why. Because
I mean, there's
because
there's
Mauser
weird
98
reasons.
takes
If you
specialized
ever used-
flathead firearm screws. A Phillips head screwdriver is going to be totally irrelevant to that.
No, but there's
No,
weird
Is
stuff.
there
There's weird
any
stuff
so
with old
as
vintage rifles.
as a just to throw this out, there's not a logically possible reason. Is there a need that he would have had for the screwdriver to get onto the roof? Is there a door bypass or something that he looked
No.
at before and was like, oh, if I bring a Phillips screwdriver, I can take that stupid, lock off of there,
Well,
the
a flathead
alarm
would always
cable
be
or
better
whatever.
for that than a Phillips.
No, 'cause
Yeah, I
he-
guess that's true. A
well,
flathead
he
would
got
allow
up
you
the
to
roof.
shove it
He
in
got up-
between the door too. So I'm just trying to think of options. Now
I mean,
I will
sometimes
say
it's what you have
earlier when
available.
everybody was off prompt, my biggest disappointment is nobody, not enough, everybody is obsessed with the fact that we don't need conspiracies. We have the perfect narrative. Furries did it.
No, the
it.
perfect
That's
narrative
Occam's
is
razor. That's
where does
Occam's razor.
where do
you
where
just,
do
you
candy
just argued Occam's razor, which I don't disagree with.
where do
Casey, you're in some of those Discord groups. Tell us about it.
Weird
Oh,
shit, man.
shit, here we go.
Jesus, JS.
Furries are the worst.
What the hell? Let's go.
I'm going to go with the one that's next to me. If what I'm seeing here is what everybody else is seeing, that one knows what those Discord groups are.
Why are you top
Vampire.
pointing at Rev? That's not very
Vampire.
good.
Talk about red.
The one with the gray hair that used to be purple. I think the shader
You're
might be
pointing the
glitched.
wrong way.
Hey, me.
I thought
I'm
he was one of those
almost 40,
e-girls.
but I don't have grey hair. Don't call me out like that.
Yeah, I don't defend furries, so
I'm old,
they're
but I
weird.
ain't that
They're
old.
weird.
Weird's a word.
He was actually pointing to like in the
Did
direction
Candace
of Rev, but
and
I-
Erica
but
JS.
Casey.
JS,
pretty sure.
if you have a link to that short, you should send it to me. I kind of just curious to see it.
I'll
But
pull it up for you.
Of Misfit Patriot.
what about
doing it?
this? What do you guys think about this?
Yeah, and there's another one. Oh, sorry.
10 suspicious coincidences can constitute evidence even if none proves anything individually.
10 suspicious.
Can it? I'm sure maybe it could. No, actually, no. It wouldn't. It wouldn't constitute evidence. It would just constitute a lack of evidence.
Circumstantial evidence.
I would
Are we
say
talking about
It would still
evidence
be
like
circumstantial.
generally or by the court standard?
Well,
Yeah,
suspicious
you're
is
like-
subjective.
yeah.
Yeah. You
It's
see a
always
coincidence.
Yeah, but
You
it's saying
replace it.
suspicious coincidence. So there is at least something that's driving.
was
It's like at least
suspicious-
there
if
was
it
there
was
was
suspicious
linkage there.
facts,
But yeah, suspicious.
it
Like
would
what
like
is
with drive
suspicious
harder.
coincidence?
There's a
Yeah, like if you-
possibility, but you're
yeah,
gonna
well,
have
if
to
it's a
like make
coincidence-
more arguments around it.
If there were
just
suspicious
give it a
facts like
coincidence.
thermite being coated all over everything at ground zero and like weird demolitions experts getting arrested for a handful of months and then sent back to their country of origin, then we would be able to like look at the facts. A coincidence is
Some-
what?
Something about missing math.
You know,
The
how
problem
does
is like
how
but
does
the
a
things that-
passport not incinerate in an explosion but like landed in a Fed's lab?
Oh my God! Now we're gonna
Yeah,
get on 9/11.
Well, at least that is suspicious. But like everything that's brought up with the Kirk thing, I don't find suspicious or
I don't- yeah.
coincidence at all. They're
Like,
I don't
like
either.
the bullet one,
Well,
I kind of
to the
understand, but at the
problem-
same time, I completely agree with kind of what Andrew has presented, or what a lot of people has presented, is that bullets can do really weird things in air, and we have no idea what it did before it ever hit him in general, and how old the bullet was, and what we know it was a soft tip at the very least.
Dude, I'm so
So like none of it
beyond.
No, it
seems
was 100%
suspicious.
I'm so beyond
The
this
thing that
with all.
seems
And Ghost
suspicious to
Boy, he was
me is
shot.
the
We seen
lack
the video.
of, and it's weird because I live in such so I'm in cybersecurity and we dig up stuff on people all the time for like employment records in terms of social media.
You know,
So many of these guys, maybe because they're into
cybersecurity,
Discord and
you
they're in this
pixelated.
area, they have such little social media footprint that such little amount of information comes out about them. And like, we don't know who was in the circles, who was he talking to, et cetera. Versus, you have streamers and things like that. That stuff leaks all the time. You would find out immediately about those kind of people. Like these people are suspiciously careful, but that just might be the nature of the circles they run in anyway. But it's like crazy that we don't know more about the Discord communications just from like natural leaks. Like what was his username? Here's his image and sharing of himself, things like that. None of them seem to ever really trip up on the social media side.
That is weird.
Like just sticking to the prompt, it's if you said that were 10 suspicious, if you replace the word coincidences with variables can constitute evidence, I can be on board with that because it can. But coincidence is somewhat it insinuates that a coincidence is two things that come together that really have nothing to do with each other. So therefore, we're now going to get a link back. If it was a variable, it's like a math equation. If you look, it's like a human math equation in that respect. So that's where I get a bit confused there. I think based on the prompt only, it doesn't necessarily.
I'd say yes.
I'd have to say like 95% of the time it's going to be no, but there's always a couple cases where it does.
Well, a fingerprint doesn't prove murder. A motive doesn't prove murder.
That's true, but if there's fingerprints, if there are fingerprints on the rooftop,
no, but watching somebody hump a rifle up a flight of stairs and then fucking low crawl on the side of a roof, fire a shot, then jump off, and then leave a cell phone record all the way across the state and messages. He was playing that fucking gambling Bing game or whatever everybody plays. He was on his Snapchat messaging people and liking stuff. He went to some steakhouse in southern Utah, had a steak, and then was like, "Oh, fuck,
You don't know that
I'm a
for sure.
retard." Well,
Oh,
I
that's
mean,
a
this
thing
is
today. What
pretty.
is
This is
that about? But he went
this is
to the
provable
steakhouse?
facts.
No, it's not provable. This is
Well,
Candace's.
No,
he
I'm
went to a
talking
Dairy
about the
Queen
state's
and he went
evidence.
to a Chick-fil-A.
I'm
That's
talking about the
state's
state
evidence.
I'm talking about the state's evidence of.
I
like,
think the
all places
steakhouse
he
is
went.
Candace evidence from her email source.
I've only ever heard of that. I only
Yeah,
heard of that.
until you show me a unredacted receipt and the guy from the restaurant, like show us
Exactly.
like
What
stand up there and be like, yes,
the
this was
states-
him, and not just some random dude named Tyler
I'm talking-
Robinson
I'm
and he's trying
talking
to
about,
capitalize
like,
on
the
it.
police
That's
Similar
crazy.
to when
I'm talking about the police
holding up a
reports, the
newspaper,
official testimony.
Easy, I just sent it to you on
Yeah,
Discord.
yeah,
I'm talking about the
I
official
want like, yeah.
testimony.
video style.
I'm talking
Maybe,
about the police
maybe I'm
report.
wrong, but
I'm
the
talking about the
official-
evidence that's going to be pushed against him.
How-
The evidence
the
currently
steakhouse
being
was
pushed
not in
against him
that.
in the
Oh, the
case.
steakhouse comes from Candace's source on her
Yeah.
No, it's the
email.
I'm confusing that with the Chick-fil-A. Then my fucking
The
bad.
Chick-fil-A and the Dairy Queen, there's video, and
Yes,
they
yes.
tracked him, and he did go
And
to
he's
the-
on it,
Talking
and
about
he's on
fucking
his phone.
food, asshole. I haven't eaten
Yeah.
anything today.
And the argument against the Chick-fil-A thing is, well, he's a shithead leftist. No leftists go to Chick-fil-A. Dude, you haven't been to a university.
Lots of
Every single
them
one
do.
has a Chick-fil-A, and
Yeah.
all the lefties get fucking fire-ass pickle fucking brine chicken sandwiches, dude. They're delicious.
My buddy and his twink love Chick-fil-A. It's not at all like that's a very
Sorry.
much like, so you guys mentioned earlier, a lot of us are like terminally online, and so we're kind of skewed about how the average person is, even the average gay person. Like this guy, we'll call him Juan. He doesn't know anything about what's going on in the world. Like he's just completely oblivious. And yeah, they go to Chick-fil-A all the time.
What's
They
the
love
problem with
Chick-fil-A.
Chick-fil-A?
Well,
I
the
play-
problem with
I didn't
candy
know
is
in
They're
America
owned by
that
Christians,
candy
and that's
was-
anti-trans
I didn't know
or
that
something.
restaurant chain-
Also, we're talking
They're
over each other.
anti-gay. They're closed on Sundays, and the gays protest. When I played card game tournaments with the card game nerds, a lot of them guys were gay. And I remember I went to one tournament, and the
You
two
play
guys.
cards, you wanna play
Hold
cards?
on, shut up. Let me finish. Two of the gay guys were like, we were at.
Kids used to go hang out with gay guys. What I heard.
Listen, let
Yeah,
me
don't
finish
give
the
a shit about
fucking
fucking
point.
gay guys, JS.
Two of the gay guys had Chick-fil-A, and they're like, yeah, we were protesting, but then we got some Chick-fil-A.
Yeah, exactly.
They were laughing.
How a restaurant fast food chains in the United States are determining what your political alignment or sexual orientation is aligned to. I don't get that.
Dude,
It's like,
In-N-Out was under so much heat
if you go
because
to
they
McDonald's, you must be conservative. Like that doesn't fucking make sense.
Vintage, let me explain this. Hold on.
Why would
In-N-Out got into
Candace
so
not
much
like
heat because they
Erica?
put
What
John
kind of
316
motive
on their
could
soda
exist?
cups.
How long have
Sorry, say that
Erica
again?
and Candace been
John
friends?
316
Where
on what?
did they first
Their
fucking
soda
meet?
cups.
On where?
On the bottom of the cup for soda.
For where? Like in what?
From In-N-Out.
No,
In-N-Out.
Oh, really?
Oh,
okay, there you go.
Literally,
I didn't
we're
know
like
that.
under so much
Not
media
by a
scrutiny for that.
specific bread because they.
I didn't know that. Like when I
apologetic
go
and put a
when I
Bible
go
verse
to
on
whether
their,
it's like
on their
KFC or
packaging.
McDonald's or Burger King or what they call Hungry Jack's here, which is Burger King. There's not a
You got the
single
Maccas?
time I've ever been there and got like a large Coke or a large fries or a Big Mac, and there's like Bible scripture on it or a quoted verse. Like never has happened.
In-N-Out
ever.
is a
That's
Christian-owned
wild to
family
me.
business.
I get that, but that's just
I mean,
wild to me.
an even
Because they
simpler
never-
example is that when the last presidential election, the left would publish all the companies that would donate to Donald Trump's campaign and try and push people to.
That's what happened with Chick-fil-A.
protest
Who
and
they were donating to.
go against them. Yeah, I mean that's a prime.
I mean,
example.
that's how after Trump was elected, all the Tesla fucking dealerships ended up getting firebombed internationally.
Yeah, that's true too. It's another example.
But they'll
This
still
is
drive
also-
Teslas.
Yes, and this is also why they will persecute and prosecute
They do.
Tyler. That way they can keep the holy ground.
Yeah.
We're against violence. We're against political violence. See, we just
actually had that
nailed
here.
him to the cross for clearly assassinating somebody on video.
I remember when everybody was lighting their Nikes on fire.
I'm gonna let you guys in on a secret. I still drank Bud Light even when we were boycotting it.
Gay.
Ew.
Oh my god!
Oh, you're definitely gay.
You just have like bad taste buds.
Yeah, you fucking homo.
Gay.
You should have switched to Modelo like the rest. It's just delicious. It's better.
I
Yeah,
just
but
think
it's
pushing Natty
I knew
Lights.
that
suffering.
juicy
Same
week was
thing.
for a reason. I knew that week just wasn't just for the juicy character. I knew it. I fucking that's where it comes.
So could you imagine for a second? Let's do some speculation then, since everybody likes to speculate. Can you imagine being Candace Owens and you're flying around with Charlie Kirk all over the world? You're making deals, you're meeting people, you're getting an opportunity that's like once in a lifetime, and then all of a sudden you're at it's late, you're at a Israeli airport, and some blonde baddie comes out of left field and all of a sudden is romantically involved in somebody that you as a black chick that likes white men and married a white man, you're left out. You can clearly see some kind of romantic jealousy behavior in her, the way she attacks
Okay.
her.
Got together.
No, hang on. I just want to give. I'm just going
I
to
agree with that.
translate this. I'm just going to translate this. So there's a black woman that was interested in a white guy, and then some random like blonde white chick came up and basically took
It's not
her
that
man.
she's some white chick.
Has
It's
that ever
that
happened
she's not
ever
even-
any time
she's not
ever
even in
in
the circles.
history?
She's not in the circles.
Who cares?
Candace is known for being attracted to powerful, influential men.
Yeah, so
Candace
let's say
was
you're
with
a
her
big
her
fat
current
woman
husband
out in the
before.
street and you got a black missus.
Are you sure
and
about
then,
that?
some white blondie comes along and starts.
Are you sure about that?
ripping you up.
Yeah.
Maybe you're like, yeah, maybe I want to upgrade.
But Candace left TPUSA and went to Daily Wire.
Which is really funny when after like with what happened next with her.
But that was after Erica and Charlie had gotten married. Candace was definitely in love with Charlie. Like
I believe that.
Yeah,
'cause
I think
I
so
was
too.
following Charlie
I
like
believe that.
before he really got big and blew up. When him and Candace
Yeah,
were
and
still
she
together.
demonstrably was
And
not
if
married
you
when
had
she
And he was like,
followed them,
"Ah,
you could
I'm
kind
not
of see
into
that was
chocolate."
like that
It was
going to
2018.
happen.
Candace married in 2019, married her husband, George Farmer, in August. And the meeting at the airport took place in 2018. So,
Yeah. The other thing I've been hearing actually in the last probably like 6 hours, 6 to maybe 10 hours, is that Candace, she was totally all in with Charlie because they both founded TPUSA. And it's like,
No, they didn't.
That's to me exactly. That's what I said.
Candace did
I
not
was
help,
just like,
help found a turning point at
she-
all. That was done
Yeah,
by Charlie Kirk
exactly.
and private donors. It had nothing to do with her.
absolutely, and that's what I'm like. Well,
She was
you know,
literally just a token black
She
sheep
was
they
the
brought on.
No, this was a time when
I'll
when
just
people
about
were
the
starting
same
to
thing.
go around doing the
DEI.
college circuit thing. Who's the girl? Who's the blonde chick that runs around with the AR-15?
She wants to run TPUSA.
Caitlin Bennett.
Yeah, exactly. Like all these people, Crowder, Charlie, fucking PBD, everybody was. This is the birth of like this online movement. And
yeah, and
discourse.
don't you find it bizarre that like every single
Isn't it
like,
strange?
maybe it's just me.
No, she's
but
one of the Candace
you
is
know,
one of the OGs. Who the fuck is Erica? You're taking my man. You're encroaching.
Look, guys, the monstrosity
even
of
that
all of this that
aside,
we're talking
I'm
about
just
is
like-
very reminiscent of bad things. Okay.
but like personal relationships aside, do you find it odd that every business dealing or relationship Candace Owens has had, when she leaves said business relationship and goes on to something else, like a different employer, a different business, that she has basically burnt and that previous bridge to ash and cinder?
Yes, it's
every
because she
single
has
time.
No, 'cause I do
history.
that.
She's hysterical.
Yep.
She's the history
Look
on
what
it.
she did to the Daily Wire.
I don't
what they
think
do.
she didn't burn bridges with Breitbart or TPUSA. She just burnt bridges with Daily Wire. But
No, she
Daily
burned the bridges
Wire,
with
she
Turning
burned
Point.
it fast.
Yes.
What is she doing
Yes,
now?
burned the bridges with Turning Point.
What's
when
she
started
doing
accusing
now?
Charlie
When
Kirk's
she
wife
started
of
going-
assassinating him.
And she
What's
burned
she
bridges
doing
because she
now?
was
That was
originally a
much-
lefty.
that
And
was
she
much
burned those
later.
bridges
I'm
too.
talking now. I'm
That
talking
was-
like
that
as
was
of
much later.
today. Yeah, I'm talking like as of today.
There was still a good
You find it
relationship
odd
with
that
Candace and
she-
TPUSA
you know,
after
that
she went to
she-
Daily Wire.
She had a good relationship with Fuentes until she did that debate and then fucking like fucked him over with it.
But I'm
Yeah,
talking
she's
now.
a
it's
crazy
like,
person,
after-
and you should
after
never
they
debate
backed
her
off,
or do
like,
business with her.
After someone
I
said
don't think
her
she
and her
ever.
jail.
I don't think she ever liked Fuentes, but
Like you should never argue with a crazy
That actually
woman.
helps
It's never gonna.
arguments.
It's never gonna work the way you think it's gonna work.
what
Well,
was
I just think it's
noticeable
I
was
think it's all simpler than anything else. Is that it was mentioned earlier? Is that it's like everybody watched all the reels that she ran. It's these 3.5 minute ads the whole time. There was an insistence on doing it on her channel, on her platform, under her terms, with her thing. Like there was money involved, and that's one of the biggest things that drives us. Now, there may be some truth. You could psychoanalyze this all day. That maybe indeed she was in love with him. There was something she's never recovered since his assassination. Doesn't really matter so much because one of the easiest things to assume here and to look at is to go, there's a financial motivation, and she does get money out of this. And so driving this on as long as possible, writing as long as possible, does get you money back in it.
Yeah, and
Now,
to make a
you
fallacy.
can make the argument of
she's got
why does she
$12
need
million,
money because she's
why
got
does she
big rich
need more?
guy that she married. Who
Yeah,
knows?
it's all-
People
Yeah,
people are
but that's
weird.
stupid. That's stupid to say like you've got
I think
$12
the
million. Why would you want more money?
the
That's-
money thing was just a fuck you to
crazy.
Andrew.
I know, but it's
Yep.
it's not a good
No, no,
argument on its
You
face.
didn't need that
Like
money.
how much money is enough?
Jay,
I don't
you
know.
gotta
You
leave
tell
those-
me.
you
Go
gotta
ask
leave your
Elliot
cigarettes at
Musk how
home,
much
tough guy.
money's enough.
He told
Well, how do you
Andrew he
explain why
didn't think he had it.
How do you explain
You know,
why
look up
billionaires
somewhere
that are
3 million
60 years old keep
for
working?
300,000.
How do you explain why 60-year-olds that are billionaires keep working? Why do they do it? If they've got all the fuck you money in the world and they're 60 years of age, why are they still working their nutsack off 50 hours a
Some
week?
people
They
love
want to
work.
build a legacy.
How many
and they want
fucking
more money.
businesses? It's the passion of the game.
Yeah, that's what they love doing.
Or
Can
you
we
want more
address the
money.
fact that it's kind of bullshit that
hate it.
Andrew and Candace had like their fucking cartel sit down and we still never got ours.
What are
Yeah,
you
that's
talking about?
Oh, are we talking about the GRMS?
PBD was the godfather.
Yeah. Even with all these fuck
He's
you
like,
money,
listen,
they're
listen.
turning-
Guys,
Dude, what was with
guys,
the fucking
guys, you don't cross him.
yeah, what was
Careful.
what was with PBD's random interruptions? Like, did you and Erica ever go to a water park together with Charlie? It's like, the fuck are you talking about? Dude? It was
I
random shit he kept interrupting with.
He doesn't know how to moderate.
think he's ever moderated.
I think he was trying to break the ice and chill it.
Hold on,
I think he
hold
did
on,
a good
Jake.
job.
To bridge
Hold on,
back
hold on.
over to Russ, though, is there a
I saw
universe where
people
both
saying
things-
he
where both
interrupted
things can
too
be
much.
true?
Hold on,
Other
Candace.
people saying he
Candace.
didn't interrupt
Could this
enough.
guy have
Yeah, I did
assassinated
that.
Charlie? Tyler is not a patsy, but an actual doom spy assassin pawn in a much greater game.
Who said
And
that?
I'm just asking a question. Can both things be true?
Hold on
Can
one second.
Tyler be
Candace,
guilty?
Candace, what would you do for a Klondike bar?
And can
No,
there
no,
be
I'm
some
not-
kind
I'll
of malevolent force behind him? Like
I'll
Prim
be-
was
I'll be
talking.
generous
Like Prim,
and say
hold
yes.
on, shut up for a second. Jesus. like Prim was saying earlier about Oswald Patton and fucking Jack Ruby. That's a clear conspiracy. It's like they both got clipped after clipping each other. Something weird is definitely going on there. There's two doomed assassins, two doomed spies.
My honest opinion on this is that I think that Tyler's not a patsy. I think he's radicalized, from the LGBT.
That makes it easier to find doomed spies. That's how the game works.
Yeah, no, but that's my point. Is like he's.
You think when the dark hand? You think when the dark hand? Hold on, shut up. You think when the dark hand had a goon assassinate the Archduke, that goon was in the inner circle?
What the fuck are you talking about, dude?
Talking about the lead up to World War I with the assassination of the Archduke.
I'm not out of here with that nerd.
Yeah, don't study history. Definitely don't look at history.
Okay. I didn't realize you were talking about Archduke Franz Ferdinand. I thought you were talking about some movie reference.
I thought you were talking about an anime.
I thought he was talking about Game of Thrones.
Honestly, I thought he was talking about Skyrim at first. I'm like,
I don't know anything about history. Who's the 6th Roman emperor? Like, what does this have to do with anything?
What I'm getting at is in the art of war, doom spies.
Can you name all 7 charges that Tyler's been charged with?
Gang. These are people that are assets, pawns, currency, coins to be spent in your game.
I understand that. That doesn't take away from the fact. Like, if you're talking about the case specifically, I can grant all of that. He's still guilty of murder.
If I want Charlie Kirk
aggravated
assassinated,
murder,
I'm going to get an
2 counts of
unhinged troon to do it.
of-
If I want him
Hold
done,
on, Trench,
I'm going to get a
Trench.
commie unhinged troon to pull it off somehow, someway.
Well, Trench, hold on a second. Here's why I think there's problems.
Tyler
One,
Robinson
if
doesn't
there
get
was like a
reduced
some
sentence
day
because he
group,
was radicalized by some furry retards.
hold on,
He still pulled the trigger.
hold on. What you guys are, hold on. This was not a well thought out like assassination attempt. Like the dude said pre-planned messages because he thought he was gonna die. He thought he was gonna get shot by the cops. Like
Exactly.
that's actually what that was.
He's the perfect doomed spy in that sense. I'm not saying that's what's happened. I'm saying this is how it works in like spycraft in the Game of Thrones.
Not really.
Yeah,
not in
no,
real
that's
life
what
though.
I'm getting at.
When Mossad kills someone,
Get
they usually,
retards to
they
pull off
usually
the hit
poison them.
because the people that pull off the hit are typically caught, captured, fucked. So you don't want blowback. You want plausible deniability in your camp.
I can grant all of that. If he's a doomed spy, he still pulled the trigger. It doesn't make him any. It doesn't make him
guilty.
He's guilty.
Done.
So why are we even arguing about it? Yeah, we can talk.
Because if he is a doom spy, then there are serious questions that need to follow.
People on the
next.
Candace side of the argument here are going, well, let's take that argument. On the Candace side, they're going, well, he's a patsy. He was coerced into this, or he's part of some network. He really didn't do it, and they're trying to obfuscate that and make an argument that, well, he wasn't like the mastermind behind all of this, and so therefore, he should walk. And it's like, well, no, even if you were convinced by someone to do something incorrect or wrong or illegal, you're still guilty of it.
And that's why I think Candace is stupid and her position is retarded and made up, because this is the only logical way it could happen. If there is some kind of implication with outside actors.
Yeah, like it's the same. Like, I'll give you like a random example. So let's say my sister comes to me and she's like, "Hey, Vintage, I think that if you peddle and and deal out like 5 kilos worth of dope and you're gonna make a shitload of money, it's a really great idea." And I'm like, you know what, sis? Awesome, let's go. And I start peddling shit on the street, and then I get done for drug trafficking. I'm still guilty of it because I did the crime.
What? No way. That's how that works.
Yeah. He's
guilty. Crazy.
And that's what makes the spy and assassination game a little salty because of the nature of doom spies.
Yeah,
Typically, you want them to die.
I can't turn around. I probably at best I can be like, hey, well, it was my sister that gave me the dope, and she's, maybe she somehow I could make an argument that she.
Yeah, she's a
forced me
shitty
into it.
girlfriend.
I said,
Even if he is a doom spy, then the burden of proof goes back on Candace.
This isn't Game of Thrones. This isn't Game of
You'll do realize for the last 3 hours we've just been jacking off, right?
No, but I'm actually walking
I'm
down a
just
real
asking
logic
questions,
line
okay?
because let's
You get what I mean? You can be like
if there is if shut up for a second, Vintage shit. If he was a doom spy, then we have to look at it logically of where's the fucking evidence then?
Of what? What evidence of what?
Of the third party.
Anybody saying
involved in
easy?
But is that really what we're
What
looking
do you
at? We're
mean
not looking at the
seen
third
easy?
party.
What?
We're not looking at the
Hey,
third
Easy, did
party.
you,
of
I
who
sent you that
did
video
it.
on Discord, by the way, of Misfit.
Yeah, we're
Yeah,
not looking.
I saw
you
it. I
found
saw
it?
it. Thanks.
All right, just letting you know. I didn't know if you saw it.
In the Tyler Robinson case, we're not looking at who was the third party that inspired him to commit the crime. We're just looking at did
Well, that's
Tyler
Candace's
Robinson commit
whole
the
point
crime?
is this is all a Mossad operation.
Is
Even if that's
circumstantial
true, that
evidence enough to establish an assassination conspiracy?
That's what I'm trying to suss. Believe it or not, Easy,
Even if
that's what I'm
true,
trying to do
how does
here.
that? How does that? Even if that's true, how does that acquit Tyler Robinson from
It's
the crime that he
irrelevant.
committed?
If
That's
you
not
give
what I'm
me
asking.
enough
I'm just
Discord
asking
messages
this as
from
a
He's
topic.
enough
asking
different people,
about
yes.
That's
the
the new-
epistemic
it's the new
justification
prompt.
of Candace's position.
No.
Essentially, is what that's essentially he's asking: is that epistemic justification system actually like good enough? Does it actually work? And the answer is no, because for the perfect example of like the guy who invented the car that runs on water and then suddenly he dies. It's like, well, that's not enough to prove that. Sorry, you need something more.
It's not asking for proof. It's asking for a conspiracy.
It's you need in order to have a conspiracy. Do you need to have proof
No.
or evidence of your conspiracy? You don't need to have evidence of your conspiracy.
What
Wait,
famous
but
conspiracies are
conspiracy-
known? Hold on. What
This
famous
isn't-
conspiracies are known
Actually,
where there's
I-
little proof, but we all take them as
The
a,
moon
as
is
a
hold on a
historical
second.
truth.
Hold on a sec.
Did we land on
Alchemist,
the moon?
the moon is actually made of green cheese, and Earth is not a
Jesus,
sphere.
I was
It's
gonna-
actually the stately tetrahedron. But you didn't know that because it's actually a
Okay, so
conspiracy.
the actual answer
want
to
my
this
evidence
is
now?
yes.
Circumstantial
Is the
evidence,
charge
though.
of Tyler Robinson's
Zero.
accused-
Hey, thank you for the raid and
I
thank
looked
you,
at the
World
moon, it
Radio,
looks
for the
like cheese.
5.
Yeah. Hey, is the charge that Tyler's facing conspiracy of murder or just murder?
Aggravated murder.
Oh, okay. So is it conspiracy
of
of murder or
obstruction,
aggravated
One
murder?
count
I'll
of
rephrase.
something to a minor and
Let me ask you this.
tampering with state's
Is it
evidence.
is it oh, okay, I'll simple it down. Is he being
Let-
charged with conspiracy of murder?
No.
Then why are we discussing whether
But-
it's conspiracy?
But
or
for
not?
this prompt,
Do we think
this
that there's
prompt, I would
a
say yes. I would say
conspiracy that Lance
I would say-
Triggs was involved in the lead up to this murder?
zero
That's
evidence is enough to
conspiracy.
establish an assassination
Hold on.
conspiracy. They'll establish an assassination conspiracy off of total conjecture.
It's a conspiracy they've yet to prove or even bring charges
Yeah,
on. So what
That was the
matter?
point I was going to
Doesn't
make.
require
Is the last
Conspiracy is
word
conspiracy.
kind of makes it so you can kind of like
Yeah.
is it enough to establish a conspiracy? You can come up with a conspiracy.
I can
that
just
is
establish a
anything.
conspiracy right now.
I mean, yes, he just proved it with the
website,
Lance Twiggs
circumstantial
example.
evidence.
The problem
you
is
can-
that
you can
Israel
make
is a shit conspiracy. There's
against
10 other
Lance
people
Twiggs.
that they
That's
would
still
rather
something
kill.
Israel
than
is a
Trump.
shit conspiracy theory.
Yeah,
I believe it was
now
probably
we're
just a group of
hundreds of
people that have been talking about it for way too long and doing it on the online, and it was probably fractured, and it wasn't like necessarily a group of them encouraging it to happen, but they caused it to happen, type thing, right?
Yeah, they're too busy blowing up kids.
Someone prove me wrong here.
I think
You're
we
wrong
all
on what?
agree on the prompt. Except for Stillman.
Yeah, give me a
Let's say it
second.
is.
I'm bringing up another one here for you guys.
You're not very funny,
The
Bucko.
answer is yes.
Hello?
Yeah,
Testing?
answer's yes.
Yeah, we all answered yes.
Yeah, I know,
Oh,
I know. Give me
alright,
1 second
alright,
here.
alright,
What do you guys think about the
okay.
evidence shows premeditation beyond a reasonable doubt?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
Yes.
I'm going to
Uh,
be generous and say I don't know. I'm about
No,
like I'm
yeah,
about
you
the
have one text message.
the note left under the keyboard.
Yeah,
He took
and-
time
and,
to carve
literally-
the bullet.
Yeah, nobody was
The-
surprised.
I'm
Nobody
being
was
generous.
surprised.
Let's
Like no one's
do
like,
it.
"Oh no
being
way, he
generous.
would have never done that." His own parents turned him over to the FBI.
No, he left
Yeah,
a note
and
saying,
to
"I'm about to
paraphrase,
go
but
do
I
this,"
had an
and then he
opportunity and I
checked- he
took it.
said, Check the note under the desk.
Exactly.
Yeah, and he sent text saying he did it, or saying they were going to
But
see
you
him
don't
there.
have it. You don't
He
just
did it.
magically show up on a roof with a rifle by.
And again, I don't think we
coincidence.
know everything that's going to come out in these Discord logs.
Yeah, it's not like
So
it was
this
back
isn't
when
one of
we
those
had
things where they
university.
like shut down the I-15 and flew him into the middle of Wyoming, and like nobody knew that he was getting there until a few hours
Yeah, Sector
earlier.
Se-
Like
Sector
they
7
knew he
didn't
was going to
pull
be
this
there on the
off.
day he was going to be there. They have evidence that he was there hours before, and he said in a text message, "I had an opportunity and I knew I had to take it." Like, of course, there was premeditation. It's way beyond a reasonable doubt. He admitted to it.
The
All right,
testimony
I
from
give up.
Lance.
I was going to try to play
Hold on,
devil's advocate. You've
hold
all
on.
crushed me before I can make a
Listen to
response.
Twigs.
Okay.
Listen to
I
Twigs.
join
Listen
all
to
of you.
JS. Let
I agree
JS
with you all.
Testimony
up.
from Lance. He asked to borrow the engraver a month before. This is such a big thing to me. Like I talk about this a lot because it's crazy to me that Lance let him borrow his engraver to carve in bullets. And Lance said, "What are you doing that for?" He said, "I'm going deer hunting with my dad next week." Like Lance didn't see that he's writing catch
Deer
this
fascist.
fascist.
Deer hunting.
Deers are fascist, man.
Yeah, everybody.
Listen. I've seen them fascist little fuckers live inside of people's lawns all the way up until hunting season, and then they're right on the opposite side of where I'm allowed to shoot them. They are little fascists. Fuck
Screwed them over because they might have known something before. Twigs made a deal with state because he didn't want to be implicated. They could both, by the sound of it,
But
be
still,
charged
that
with
establishes
conspiracy.
premeditation.
This is
the
premeditated.
point. There's a really prominent Australian vegan. I mean, she's been kicked out of like 3 of the like 7 states we have here. You know, she would definitely say that killing deer is fascist. So
What's her name
you know,
again? I feel like I know who this is.
Vegan booty.
But
I
is
know
the
you.
deer fascist?
Yeah, she's
Because the
had
deer
a
beating won't
passport
catch
revoked.
the
She can't
bullet.
even leave the country. She's been exiled from 3 states. It's fucking hilarious. But
What do you guys
you
think
know,
the odds are that Lance Twigs was involved in radicalizing Tyler Robinson?
I'd say about 280%.
And that's why he has taken the position he has as far as the state's witness.
Yeah,
That's why I think Lance should be in jail
Tyler's
too.
protecting him.
Oh, I agree
That's
with
why
that.
Lance was so
I
quick
think-
to throw Tyler under the bus.
No,
even though he
Tyler's not.
supposedly
Tyler's
was.
not protecting him. He snitched, and the state is protecting him. They moved him into a safe house immediately.
Yeah, no, that's the thing is that there, and this is what
So
I
what is-
consider-
what are the
Hold
chances
this-
then
I'm
that-
gonna-
that
no, I'm
Twigs
gonna
turned
call
out
out
that
left,
either the
because
FBI
I'm gonna
or
call out the
something.
left. Hang on, I'm gonna call this out. This is the same with BLM, the left in general, and I'd even say like it's high school bully mentality. They're all big and bad, and yeah, we're gonna fuck you up. Yeah, we're big dick. We're gonna fucking do whatever we want, and we're gonna smash. We're gonna smash our opponents. But as soon as you knock one of them in, but as soon as you knock one of them in the face, the rest of them look at their leader go down in flames, and they all fucking scatter like rats. And that's it. That's exactly what's happened here. Is that he's like, yeah, babe, or bro, whatever the fuck he fucking called his furry boyfriend. It's disgusting.
No, they
You know,
probably
and he's
thought he
like-
was full of shit
Yeah,
and
you
being
should- yeah,
histrionic, and then he
you
did it,
should
and they
go-
were like, "Oh shit, this is real."
Yeah, he's like,
and
like,
we can be
you should go and
implicated in a
ask Charlie.
conspiracy, a very real conspiracy.
No, I'm not
No,
even
I'm
that.
telling you
just-
legally, that's how it can actually go down. You had advanced knowledge, but you thought it was just
legally,
bullshit.
yeah.
You didn't
I'm
go
just
to
talking
the
about the
authorities. You are a material aid with towels and engravers, or you
Yeah.
heard a terrible joke at the Thanksgiving dinner, and that's just like, oh shit, this shit just happened. I'm calling the FBI, honey. Our son might have just fucked up.
But the thing is that he could, like, let's say there's like, a discussion in the home of where Lance and Tyler were living. He's like, don't you just hate this Charlie Kirk dude? He's such a fascist. He's this and that and whatever. Yeah, you should do something about it. And then they're obviously within that community, and everyone. If you see the protests that are going on, like Cam Higby goes to these,
Legally, he wouldn't even have to talk about. Legally, he wouldn't even have to talk about.
I'm not even
Charlie
talking.
Kirk.
I'm not talking legal.
He could just
legally. I'm just
he could just make him
socially.
he can make him an extremist just by an abundance of Marxist
I
or
get it.
Stalinist or
I'm not-
Trotskyist
I'm not
propaganda.
talking about any of this. This is not from a legal
Charlie's a
perspective.
pig, and he's a target of opportunity, and he must be
I get it.
fucking shot to usher in the great glorious
get it.
revolution.
I get it, but I'm not even getting to the legal side of it. I'm just talking socially and tribally.
No, we're
is
just
that they go,
we're overthinking all this. Really?
Well, I'm just taking it down to more tribally. It's like, oh, don't you really hate this guy? He's against our values. He's against our community. yeah, what do you think? Yeah, I agree.
Of course,
And
no
then,
shit.
and then they go to their other furry lover fuckwits out, in their community, and they all think the same thing. It's like, and then some random person in that group, it could be 10 of them in the group, it could be 100, it could be 1,000. One of them says, you know what, it'd really be a great thing if one day, someone went on a rooftop with a weapon and just like iced a guy in the neck. Like, wouldn't that be great? Like one of our opponents, let's just get rid of him. And it takes one
I mean,
person.
there's already there's
essentially
already a
deranged
record of
enough
this.
to
It was
actually
the
wanna
fucking
do it.
CEO with fucking Luigi Mangione.
That's
They're-
my point.
These
You're
people are
making my
violent,
point there.
unhinged, ridiculous people.
That's my point.
All right.
Overthinking.
Do that.
It seems like you guys are just agreeing on what you're talking about now. So, what do you guys think about DNA on a family-owned rifle proves far less than prosecutors suggest?
I agree.
I hadn't heard about the degradation of his being more like that was a tough point that she made.
I've heard about the degradation. I don't know enough about it to have an opinion.
I find it fascinating that Lance's fingerprints was also on the trigger.
That's what
I don't know how like fingerprints and DNA works, but if Lance
Rev, I'm
hold
not
on.
really convinced of that. Like, I mean, if the trigger, if it's on the trigger finger, yeah, maybe he held it one time and had the finger on the trigger. Like,
Yeah, I let people play with my guns all the time. I got everybody's fingerprints on my triggers.
But the thing is, though, is if Tyler's fingerprint is more degraded than Lance, and they handled the rifle around the same time, then deductive reasoning would assume that the last person to handle that rifle and put their finger on that trigger would have been Lance.
Well, they didn't even include Lance's name on the 5 names that was on the DNA on it. It was all family members.
Well, DNA is one thing. Fingerprints.
They
is
only
another.
named. They didn't
These are
name
not
all
the
of them.
same thing.
So if Lance is
DNA
one of the
is
names
not
on
the same
there,
thing as fingerprints. DNA is something like skin fragments, saliva, bodily fluids, hair,
fingerprints.
These no, fingerprints is not DNA, JS.
See, this is all that circumstantial evidence can prove.
correct me if I'm wrong. Correct me if I'm wrong here. Was the weapon found in a forest?
It's not just
It's
the
not
fingerprints,
DNA
it's the
evidence.
residue your finger leaves behind on the gun, the oils.
But
and
the
stuff from-
residue on yes, but
dirt.
that's not DNA.
Correct me if I'm wrong. Was the weapon found in a forest or a tree?
That's the
Like, if you
story.
read
It's kind of like a
parkish
It
It
thing.
sounded
like
like a
just-
ditch on the side of the
Yeah.
road
Try to
leading
get his
into the forest is where I
Even
thought.
though he touches it, he got
Okay.
fingerprints.
Because
But
the argument I heard to that, the argument I've heard to that,
touched the table.
yeah, like the argument I've heard, and I don't know one way or I haven't done research into it, but the idea is that, or the premise I've heard is that, well, when it's out in the wild, and wind and dust and all the sorts of random shit that happens in natural elements can degrade DNA.
Was he wearing gloves when this
He had
went
a
down?
towel.
No one knows.
In the videos, he wasn't.
Okay.
What they're talking about with 5 types of DNA found on the trigger, they're
It's not
talking about
DNA, JS. It's fingerprints.
I know, but the prompt DNA on a family-owned
It is.
rifle.
It was
far
DNA.
less than prosecutors
is
suggest. We're not talking
I don't know.
about
I don't know if
fingerprints.
it's fingerprints or what, but they found 5 people's
you can
DNA
find
on that
DNA
trigger.
about anything.
I believe
And
the gun
it
was
was
wrapped
Tyler and his
around
brother.
Sit down at a table and have this discussion for a few hours. I'm pretty sure that a forensic team would come through and find hair follicles from Lisa.
Don't you put it in your mouth, don't you put it in your mouth, don't you stuff it in your face, don't stuff it in your face. So it might look good to eat, oh, it might look good to eat, and it might look good to taste, and it might look good to taste. You could get sick, ick, real quick, ick, real sick, real ick. Don't you put it in your mouth.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, it's just a reminder, children. If your older sibling tells you that the brown stuff in the yard is wild chocolate, don't eat it.
Yeah, I think I think just a random disclaimer here. Destiny clearly did not see that video when he was a child. Just saying. Anyway, moving on.
Do you guys think that Lance's
Lance Twiggs like plea deal is more conspiratorial evidence that he is an asset?
I don't think he
I
was
don't
an
know
asset.
whether I don't know whether it's that he's an asset. I mean, do I think that he was involved in this? Absolutely. But he's saving his own ass and getting immunity to make sure that that he doesn't get put in the front. It's kind of similar to Epstein
Spiritually,
and the
he's involved.
what's the other
Spiritually, he's
chick?
involved.
What's that?
Materially, no.
What's that other
Maxwell.
word?
Bullshit.
Maxwell.
Maxwell. Yeah, it's
We
Maxwell.
got
yeah.
a 1v1 poetic versus stillborn.
I gotta get in the final.
Time for 1v1.
All right. Let's find a topic for you to. Candace Owens has done more good than harm by questioning Charlie Kirk's death.
No.
I'll say yeah.
All right. All right. So, chat, you know how this goes. And if you don't, listen close. All right. This is going to 5 minutes. Oh, wait, that was a 50. So it's going to 6 minutes to start. If you want to add on a minute, it is 10 to add a minute. It is 60 to solo judge. And if we don't get a solo judge, goes to the chat poll. And the loser of the poll will lose their soul. Fighters, good luck to both of you. Let's get it.
All right, I'm making the affirmative, so I'll go first, I guess. Yeah, so my argument would be that specifically, Candace Owens has done more harm than good by her definition of I'm just asking questions. Look, to me, it looks suspicious that Erica Kirk secretly colluded with Israel in order to assassinate her husband.
But you're agreeing with my point, my side.
No?
Yeah, I said the question
You
was.
said no, she is not. I said yes, she has.
You said yes, she's done more good.
Oh, fuck, I misread that prompt. I swear I thought he said more harm than
Get into
good.
the debate, I win.
I thought he said more harm than good.
Okay.
I deserve the L for that one. Okay, I fucked that one up. I swear, I thought you said more harm than good.
All right. Let me see here.
I thought you were taking like the asking. I think we were gonna take like the asking questions as fine. It's when you start
Having a massive audience raises your burden of proof.
Interesting. I'd probably say yeah.
No, I would say no.
Okay, perfect. Perfect. All right. Everything I said before, going to 6 minutes. If you want to add a minute, 10 to add a minute, 60 to solo judge. And if we don't get a solo judge, goes to the chat poll, and the loser of the poll will lose their soul. Fighters, good luck to both of you. Let's get it.
I have a couple of questions first for you, Stillborn, before I get into my argument. Do you think that role models have a responsibility to behave better than like an average person because they're looked up to by so many people?
No, that's irrelevant.
No, it's irrelevant, or no, you don't think they have a responsibility to?
I don't think that. I wouldn't say that they necessarily have a responsibility to act in a certain way because people look up to them. That's irrelevant. What I would say though is that the burden of proof is based upon the claim someone makes, not the size of their audience. So, for example, I would hold Destiny to the exact same standard I would hold a fucking a leftist with 0 live viewers.
So if Donald Trump is going to come out and say that he knows for a fact that this country bombed that country, was responsible for the bombing in that country yesterday, you don't think needs to have a higher burden of proof for that statement than me or you saying we think that's what happens?
No. There's a difference between claiming. This is why my position is the burden of
All
proof.
right. If Donald Trump says, I think this country did it in regards to like a terrorist attack or a bombing that happened on another country yesterday, you don't think that he needs to hold himself to a higher burden of proof on that instance than like me or you arguing about it online?
I would say maybe, but here's the reasoning. Not because of the fact that he has a bigger audience, but considering the fact that, he's the leader of our country. But that's not exactly the same. So what I would say is, if let's say you made the exact same.
Does he not have the bigger audience because he's the leader, though? Does being the leader not automatically insinuate a larger audience?
I would say that it necessarily, I would say, it necessarily follows you'd have a larger audience for being the president. But
And that's part of the reason why that leadership role requires.
Well, let me ask you something. Hold on a sec. What is like one of the biggest critiques the left makes of Trump is that he actually won't give his evidence for why he thinks the the 2020 election was stolen. He actually won't give his evidence for that.
He's given a bunch of claims about it.
He won't demonstrate it. Does he have a higher burden of proof than somebody like Dinesh D'Souza?
Oh, I got that argument with Andrew.
On that claim, Dinesh also claims that the 2020 election was stolen. Does Dinesh have the same burden of proof for making the exact same claim?
No, I think Trump has a higher burden of proof because he could be held liable for defamation. And Dinesh
why couldn't Dinesh?
Because Dinesh is not a direct impacted party by the thing, so it affects Trump in a different way.
Actually, no, he most definitely it would be a direct. He's a right wing political commentator. People have sued him or tried to sue him into oblivion over that.
Over him declaring that the 2020
over the 2000 Mules documentary, absolutely.
It's what? Oh, now you switch topics. So
no, that was the 2000 Mules was the documentary that Dinesh D'Souza made to prove that the election was stolen. That was his claim.
Okay.
In fact, as a matter of fact, the reason I mentioned that one is because Kirk was in it. But
I would still argue that both of them have massive audiences, so I don't know that that's necessarily on point with the prompt.
I'm not sure that it follows that they have a higher burden of proof because their audience is higher. So like, let me ask you.
Well, it's like okay.
How about a gamer?
So
how about a gamer? Hold on. Does Asmongold have a higher burden of proof if he says, I think that Tyler Robinson shot Charlie Kirk than Andrew would, and Andrew Wilson would have if he says, I think Tyler Robinson shot.
Again, you're talking about two people that both have massive audiences.
But one has a much larger audience than the other.
Oh, so you're saying Asmongold's audience is that much larger than Andrew's?
He has a way bigger audience and way bigger live audience than Andrew.
Yeah, but Andrew goes on Joe Rogan. He
And?
has a massive audience. He has big. Joe Rogan's got a bit. Nah, dude. Come on. All right. We're talking about like if
okay, hold on. Does Shane Gillis have a higher burden of proof when he makes a claim than Andrew does when he goes on Joe Rogan?
No, Andrew has a higher burden of proof than Shane.
Why
Gillis
would Andrew
does.
have a higher burden of proof when he has a much smaller following than Shane Gillis does? That's really interesting.
I don't think I would take that as a. I don't think I'd agree with that.
You don't think that Shane Gillis has a larger audience? He's now the #1 most popular comedian in the world. He just beat the record for the most amount of seats pulled at a venue.
Okay, but yeah.
So hold on. Does Shane Gillis have a higher burden of proof for a claim that he makes on Joe Rogan than Andrew does?
It would depend on what the claim's relevant to. If it's relevant to
it
their
would
audience,
depend upon the claim, right? That was my position. Thank you.
No, it wasn't. You can have a dependency upon the claim on how it affects you, but you still have a higher burden of proof if you have a larger audience inside the same sphere. So
why would the sphere even be relevant to it? If your claim is having massive audiences raises your burden of proof. So I'm asking you, Shane Gillis,
so you're adding additional variables by changing the spheres that these people operate in.
Well,
if you compare, let me make a point. So if you
fine. Does Destiny have a larger burden of proof than Andrew?
They both have big audiences.
Not even close.
We're talking about.
Not even close.
You're not letting me make any of my points. You keep cutting me off. So if
you're the affirmative. I'm the one comment.
We gotta take somebody like LeBron and compare them to like a middle school basketball player, and which one? And they have massively different audiences. So when LeBron comes out and makes a claim about how to get really good at basketball versus somebody in middle school making a claim, LeBron has a higher burden of proof because a bunch of people are going to follow him and do it.
I'm not sure you necessarily even have a burden of proof, but I'm really trying to get. I'm trying to get you to understand this. Hold on.
If you
Does
give
Ian
a bad,
Carroll, hold on. Does Candace have a higher burden of proof than Ian Carroll?
Remind me who Ian Carroll is. I'm drawing a blank on that right now.
Ian Carroll is one of the conspirators peddling the same conspiracy slop about the assassination of Charlie Kirk. He was the first one actually to come out and say after the assassination that Israel killed Charlie Kirk.
Oh yeah, I know who you're talking about now.
Does Candace have a higher burden of proof than him?
I would say again that they have similar audience levels, so that's
Not even close, dude.
Man, yeah.
I think Ian Carroll averages around like 10,000 live viewers. I could be wrong about that number.
Yeah, but
it's-
Ian
it's
Carroll
in
also
there.
goes on Piers Morgan's all the time, which has massive viewership.
I don't think I've ever seen Ian Carroll on Piers Morgan.
Then I'm not thinking about the same guy. Then. Okay. Anyways, yeah. I mean, when you're talking about people that
Does
already
Piers
have,
Morgan have a higher burden of proof than Andrew Tate?
yeah, I would think so. I think
Well, that
Piers
doesn't make any
Morgan,
sense considering the fact that Andrew Tate has a much, much larger audience than the Piers Morgan does.
not
Would it
on
be
a
because
daily
of the fact
basis.
that Piers
Not on a
Morgan
daily
is
basis.
in,
I would argue that Piers Morgan has a larger audience than Andrew Tate in this case.
dude, not even close.
Yeah, dude. Piers Morgan has his own show every day. Andrew Tate doesn't. Piers
Yeah,
Morgan
that's because
has-
he got arrested, but he still had even at
so,
his
today, Piers Morgan has a larger audience than Andrew Tate because Andrew Tate got arrested and doesn't have a show. And
I think he still has an audience though. I still think there's people waiting for him to come back. Like that's
Okay, but he's not.
Away.
He doesn't have a daily audience like Piers Morgan does.
All
Piers
right.
Morgan
How
has a
about
way
Andrew,
bigger
Andrew Wilson
audience.
versus Nick Fuentes? Who has the higher burden of proof there?
They're both similar and equal.
Not
They're
even close,
relative.
dude.
They're relative to each other. I wouldn't say that that's one massive audience over another.
Okay, if Charlie Kirk and Andrew Wilson did a debate, who would have the higher burden of proof?
I would say that Charlie Kirk would probably have a higher
Why would
burden of
Charlie?
proof
Why in a debate would Charlie Kirk have the higher burden of proof?
because Charlie Kirk would be coming into the debate being the more veteran and experienced individual in that case. And so, like, if he was going to make a positive claim against Andrew, he would be expected to show
All right, I'll give you a
more
perfect
proof for his
example. I'll give you a
positive
perfect
claim than
example.
Andrew would
The prompt
be held
is
to
hold on. The
by
prompt
the
is
general
Christians
crowd.
have a moral obligation to support the Jews in Israel. Charlie Kirk says yes. Andrew Wilson says no. Now they're both making positive claims. Who has the higher burden of proof there?
Okay, repeat that one more time for me.
The prompt for the debate between Kirk and Andrew is Israel or Christians have a moral obligation to support the Jews in Israel. Now, Kirk has a much larger audience than Andrew, but they're both making positive claims. Andrew says, no, Christians have a moral obligation not to support the Jews in Israel. Kirk says they have a moral obligation to support them. Who has the higher burden of proof?
I think Kirk in that case has a much higher.
Why would Kirk have the higher
burden
burden of proof when they're both making positive claims in the debate?
Are we saying clout equals burden of proof?
Yeah, that's his argument. That's literally that's what his position is.
Oh, I missed a little. I went to the bathroom.
Yeah, I'm saying that. Yeah, in that case, Charlie Kirk would have a ton of funding.
I
from
hold
Israel.
Destiny to the exact same burden of proof that I would hold you to, dude.
Well, burden of proof comes down to who's making the claim.
Yeah, it's what claim you're making and who's making it. It's not even about who's making it. It's about what claim is being made, what type of claim is being made.
Yeah,
You're
but if
saying,
nobody-
this is my opinion, but I have no evidence for it. Like I just like intuition says this. You have a much lower burden of proof.
If you
say,
claim to be an
this is a
expert in
provable
a
thing.
sad matter, yeah, you better have a burden of proof. You have a lot of
And
burden of
actually,
proof.
a lot of people don't realize that burden proof also relies on what the accepted narrative is. So, like, if you make the claim that the Earth is flat, the burden of proof is actually on you.
See, my claim, my argument was that when you have a massive audience, more people are generally going to assume what you say is true. So you need to hold a higher burden of proof on the claims that
If
you
you
make.
have a higher responsibility to speak truth, that's not the same as having a higher burden of proof. Meaning that you have to
I
prove
think
your
they're
position.
tangential. I think they go hand.
No,
in
I don't
hand.
think it's trivial to say that somebody has a higher responsibility, even if they don't complete it, to tell the truth. But like, there's a difference between like a political commentator who doesn't do debates, right? And they just argue based off what they read in the news. They don't even argue. They just talk
Of
about what they
course,
see in
I'm
the
talking
news.
on mute.
That has nothing
All
to
right,
do.
1 second here. Chat. You know how this part goes, and if you don't, listen close, okay? Because you're gonna be putting a 1 or a 2 in the chat, depending on who you want to vote for. Wait till I say the poll is live. All right. So if you want to vote for this man right here, you're voting for Poetic Alchemist. You're putting a 1 in the chat. All right. If you want to vote for this man right here, you're voting for Steelborn. You're putting a 2 in the chat. All right. Again, not yet. Wait till I say the poll goes live. One more time. It's 1 for Poetic Alchemist, 2 for Steelborn. Tiny, go ahead, put it live. It is now live, chat. So go ahead.
In my
get your
scenario,
votes in.
where
You got 2 minutes.
Oh,
in
I
my
have a question
scenario
for you,
where
Robert.
I'm
How many
saying,
followers,
hold
how
on,
many
hold on.
subscribers do you have on YouTube?
I want to propose my scenario that I argued with everybody because I don't think most of them heard. In the scenario where you have LeBron James giving advice to a bunch of kids on how they become the best basketball player they can, and you have some high school athlete that's like average giving a bunch of kids a drill that they can do on how to become the best basketball player. You don't think that LeBron James needs to be held to a higher standard that what the advice that he's giving is true and factual than the random?
No, it'd be irrelevant. They're both making the same
his
claim. They have the
position
same.
already evidence of him having a higher standard already through ethos.
Hold on, I have a question.
credibility,
I have a really
credentials?
important question.
So if he's going to go tell a bunch of other
Alchemist.
kids on how they're going to do that, you don't think
Alchemist, hold on. How many? Hold on, Alchemist. How many subscribers do you have on YouTube?
I don't have a YouTube channel. So
Okay, I do. I have 100. I have 155. So I have like I have a super tiny channel. Do I have a higher burden of proof to prove my claim in this debate than you do?
No, you don't have a massive audience either.
Thank you. That's the concession right there.
No, it wasn't.
All right.
The
What?
funnel is
I
massive,
already know
not
what you do, so I can-
155. Massive,
I'll get this in. So I'll get this
Does
in.
Alex
So-
Jones have a higher burden of proof
No.
with a massive
Yes, because
audience?
Alex Jones got sued for defamation.
If LeBron James
wasn't his company, but hold on,
no, he's going to sue us for
hold on.
Shane Gillis, by the way,
Hold on,
remember
can I
guys,
say
Shane
something?
Gillis doesn't have a
Wasn't
higher
the
burden of proof
guy-
than Andrew does. But,
What about
he has a way
CNN?
bigger audience.
Then what about CNN?
No,
Because
listen,
when it gets sued, hold on, because when CNN gets sued, it hides behind this is entertainment. Actually, you can't sue us. This is infotainment.
CNN doesn't have an audience anymore. Their audience is small. It's less than most of the podcasts.
Do they have an?
Listen,
do they
if
have
LeBron James is
audience?
coaching a
At
basketball
all?
class, if LeBron James is coaching a basketball class and he says this is the best way to make a jumper shot, and then one of the students says, I don't think so, the burden of proof is on the student, not LeBron James, because he's a professional.
If LeBron James gives them something wrong to do and a bunch of kids get hurt, he's going to be in a lot more trouble than a middle school kid.
But he's
who
not
told
telling
a
them
bunch of
how
kids
to do something wrong. He's telling them how to do something
But it's
right.
it's the
Now, if-
imperative. It's
now-
the
now-
All
imperative.
now, if
right,
the person-
that is 2 minutes on the poll.
I
Locked
didn't make my point
in,
very well, so sorry.
and 86% said the winner of the 1v1 is Steelborn. So, Poetic Alchemist, tell everyone in the chat where they can find you and why they should bring you back for another shot at the $150 prize.
That was
Yeah,
fun,
you-
man.
You can find me at huffnagelfortexas.org. We're taking donations to try and beat up the Democrats here in Dallas and prevent Texas from going blue.
Oh fuck! I met you at DebateCon. I forgot.
Yeah,
I didn't
yeah,
recognize you. You're wearing a hat.
Yeah, yeah, I usually do because I'm bald. But yeah, we need all the support we can get to knock the Democrats out. South Dallas has been the place that they've built a lot of the Democrats that have come up in Texas out of, and so we're trying to beat down on their little places that they're building up all their little minions out of, and knock them out here and keep Texas red. So, yeah.
Nice. Well, it's always a pleasure having you. And if they bring you back, you're more than welcome. And until then, my friend.
Your soul is mine.
Fatality.
Another soul added to the safe of souls. And that's how it goes on Verbal Combat Friday, baby. And just so everyone knows too, we got where are we at? About 40 minutes, a little over 40 minutes until we get into the semifinals. So chat, get your 1v1s in there. I think we still got more people in the back too.
We got some civilians in the back. We got to bring some
Oh,
civilians.
I think we got one more.
Yeah, let's go.
Bring him in, Vintage.
Oh, wait.
If he's got
my
Jungle's
channel.
permission, if Jungle allows it, then okay.
This ain't my channel. This ain't my channel.
I think he might.
I'm here at the behest of
asleep.
Lord Speakeasy.
Or he's texting.
Speakeasy's my boy.
one of the two.
I'll go Speakeasy's back.
Just give it a minute. You guys can. Well, I'm gonna give it a minute here. See if he's. awake back
Yeah,
there.
whoever was talking earlier when I knew I was like close to up, and you're like, "Oh, bring up whoever it is from the back." I'm scrambling to shut my clanker off and get my machine to stop running at like 90% CPU and unmuting myself. And I'm like, "Wait a minute, what's that accent? Who the fuck is that guy?"
Yeah, sorry about that. I don't know if that was actually me, but I'll just take the blame. Why not? You know.
Still nervous.
Don't worry, I'll accept my punishment, and my punishment will be me versus Rev Russ, Hell in a Cell, because we're
nervous.
both big WWE wrestling fans. So you know,
Spell-
well, old school professional
There we
wrestling
go.
fans. You know, I'll take a steel chair to the face with pleasure. Rev will just
Go ahead,
smack.
Tiny.
Boom. You know.
This is verbal combat.
Marte, welcome to the show.
Hell yeah.
Let's fucking
What's up,
go.
Marte?
Mate, just on a side note, just very well done for the shellacking that yourself and Teriak gave in the recent 2v2 Swords of Reason. That was epic to watch. So, well done, sir.
What is that
Guys
sucking
agree.
sound I hear? What is it?
Well done.
That was
Here's
a
a
good time.
topic that I've seen a lot of people in the chat talking about during the debate. And I thought it was a little interesting, right? It was a lot of like, oh, not that, sorry. It was a lot of like Andrew Wilson supporters that were saying this too. So I'm kind of curious what everyone here thinks. Andrew Wilson went too easy on Candace Owens.
Absolutely. I understand
Yes, he
why,
did.
but I agree. I understand
She
why he
walked.
did that, but he did.
Yes, he did. She would have walked.
Yeah.
Well,
yeah,
she wouldn't have walked. She would have kicked him out.
Yeah, I
Well,
was
yeah,
thinking
that's-
it
It would've
yeah.
been-
would have
yeah,
won,
yeah,
actually,
that
but
that was one of two reasons. Yeah,
She
one of
would
two
have ended
reasons.
it. How about
Yeah, that's one of two reasons, because he didn't want a like a crash out walkout situation.
that
Like,
should have
say,
happened.
what
Honestly,
would
that would have
happen-
been way better. That would have been so fucking
No,
funny. if
no,
she just,
no,
like,
no,
rage
no.
quit.
I disagree. No, I disagree with that, because her following.
You don't think
what
that
we're
would have been
talking
a
about-
W?
That would have been an absolute W for Andrew if she just rage quit the
No,
debate.
well,
I was just trying to
it
make.
would-
I'm not debating you, just so you know, Vintage. I was just trying to make what you said clear. Is that what you said? You don't think it would have been a W?
No, I don't.
Okay,
And
okay.
and
I
the
was just
reason I
wondering if
say
that's what
that,
you said.
and the reason
Yeah.
I say that is that, you know, from our side of the aisle and looking at it, we've been like, yeah, we would have made fun of her, yeah, fuck her and whatnot. But arguably and statistically, she has a much larger platform in terms of subscriber base, and a lot of her people are loyal to her. The point of this debate was to give objective facts and objective arguments. A crash out walkout would not have progressed that cause. So he wanted to keep the debate on. He wanted to keep this going for as long as possible, because she's not a long form debater. She's never proven to be such. And even though, and granted, again, I said earlier, I haven't seen the whole debate. I've seen about half of it. But at the point I was looking at, she was in pretty much full retreat the whole time. And if I was taking a neutral stance to this and not knowing either of them, I wouldn't have wanted her to walk out. I wanted to see him keep shellacking her constantly and putting her feet to the fire and letting her squirm, because it's just going to prove that her whole narrative is just, you know.
I wish you would have brought up the fact that she was
bad
talking
air.
about the fucking orbs and shit, and Charlie Kirk is a time traveler. I fire for that.
Yeah, I think he's and she would have been like, "Well, that's off topic." I think that is on topic. It's a character assessment to say this woman that's telling you this doesn't believe dinosaurs existed.
Yeah,
Like,
but you wouldn't have
That's a genetic fallacy.
walk out.
Why didn't
We
she look
got
into
a-
her time scope and tell Charlie to stay away
We
from
got a
it?
1v1 request, so everybody keep this these arguments on your mind, because I'll bring this topic back up when we come back. But
So what-
let me
Arm
see here.
wrestling time.
JS and Steelborn.
Time for 1v1.
It's wrestling
All right.
time.
All right, let me see.
I learned the tricks.
That's what he says.
Do
Even
some
with the
wrist-
tricks, you know, with the tricks, and then if you both know the tricks, then it comes down to strength still.
No, your dad told me, he's like, this is how you beat him. And then I went back and I tried what your dad told me to do. It didn't work.
You guys were on the same side,
didn't
right?
work.
Of that. Andrew Wilson was too easy on Candace.
Yeah.
Okay. What do you guys think of this one? Someone had said this on the panel earlier.
I wanted
had
blood,
wrote
damn it.
down. Well, I wrote down like a paraphrase of what they said and then turned it into the prompt. But Andrew Wilson failed if his goal was to change Candace Owens supporters' minds.
Yeah, but that wasn't his goal.
Yeah.
If
but
it was.
If it was, this is the whole thing.
Then he failed. I think.
Hey,
I would agree with that.
Steelborn, how would you feel if you didn't have breakfast this morning, motherfucker?
I didn't have breakfast this morning.
This guy.
Yeah, I would agree with that. But, you know, as Candace likes to say, I can explain it to you, but I can't understand it for you.
Yeah.
So you
would
guys
say
agree
yeah,
on this?
Yeah.
Okay. So what about
What about second breakfast?
Sorry, I'm just trying to make sure I word this right. What do you think?
Twiggy Smalls. I just saw that.
How did I say it? How do you think? What do you guys think? I think you guys will just agree with this one, but I'll bring it up anyways. Charlie Kirk's assassination has been more politicized by the right than the left.
I would say, I don't know. What do we mean by politicized? I'd say
Like it's
no.
been made into like a wedge issue. I'll say it's been more politicized. Yeah, I think I'd say yeah.
It's more politicized by the right.
Yeah.
Just so you like, it means like it's something's been like it's been influenced, framed, interpreted, or used
Pushed in
through
political
politics.
conversations.
Yeah.
Then no, it's more politicized by the left.
Okay. And Steelborn, you said yeah?
It's been more politicized by the right.
Okay. All right. Let's fucking go. So chat. As you know, and if you don't listen close, this is going to 5 minutes to start. If you want to add a minute, it is $10 to add a minute. It is $60 to solo judge. And also just want to give a quick reminder, we are a little over 30 minutes to the semifinals. So if you guys want more 1v1s, get them in now while you still can. All right. So yeah, going to 5 minutes, $10 to add a minute, 60 to solo judge. And if we don't get a solo judge, it goes to the chat poll, and the loser of the poll will lose their soul. Fighters, good luck to both of you. Let's get it.
There's no affirmative here, so there's one versus the. Oh,
Yeah.
well, no, actually, more politicized by the right. So you would.
Yeah,
be
so
the
I would say I
affirmative.
have the affirmative. So, yeah, I would say that it's been more politicized by the right in the fact that it is entirely it has caused a massive gulf between right wingers. Like nobody on the left is arguing about who done it to Charlie Kirk. They don't care. They just say, okay, the fascist died. That's nice. That's Tuesday. So whatever. They don't actually care about this. As they don't actually care. Whereas you get the right wingers. You get the people in the Candace camp, in the Ian Carroll camp, in the Baron Coleman camp. You get the people in the Valhalla TV camp. All these people are in one camp, and from their position, they're calling every single one of us, the people who say that no, Charlie Kirk was not a fucking time traveling X-Man. And, you know, it wasn't Israeli French spies who offed him. It was one deranged furry lover. They say, well, you guys are just peddling Fed slop. And because you're peddling Fed slop, you're a bunch of neocon Zionists. And Zionism, which was one of Charlie Kirk's main issues, has become much more. It's been talked about much more in the political discourse since his death. In that they kept saying Charlie Kirk was leaving the pro-Israel cause, and that's one of their justifications for Israel did it. This has massively been politicized on the right.
Okay, hold on. My one shot kill here is without the left, Charlie Kirk wouldn't have been assassinated. So the left politicized Charlie Kirk's assassination by doing it.
What?
Charlie Kirk's assassination was politicized because of the left. He was assassinated by a lefty. So they're the ones who caused the
No. They didn't cause, no. If you remember when Charlie Kirk died, there was a unity between all.
Did a right wing person or a left wing person assassinate Charlie?
I agree with you that a left wing person assassinated him, but it hasn't
so
been
we
more
wouldn't be
politicized
talking
by
about this if it wasn't for the left.
Hold on a sec. Hold on. The left would be like, you know, even the majority of leftists. They don't fucking talk about it because they don't care. They're going, hey, look at these fucking right wingers that are fucking tearing themselves apart by arguing over this political issue.
As soon as Charlie Kirk died, what was the right we were reacting to the left celebrating Charlie Kirk's death. We were reacting to them saying he was racist. Look what he said about pilots on a plane. We were reacting to them saying
I'm sorry, hold on. Are we still reacting to that, or are we doing infighting?
Look what he said about the trans people.
Are we still reacting to that, or are we infighting? We're two of the most famous right-wing commentators, which I know, even if she's not now, Candace Owens everybody associates her with the right. As far as like, you know, the normies of politics would go, Candace Owens, right-winger, she worked for Turning Point and Daily Wire. She's more on the right than the left. Would you at least agree to that? For her general positions on policy.
More to the right, I guess.
Yeah, she's more to the right, right? So the two of the most popular right-wing commentators just had a massive fucking debate with hundreds of thousands of people watching over the death of Charlie Kirk. I'm sorry, is Destiny over there arguing with Hassan about who done it?
Well, that debate was about Tyler Robinson.
I'm sorry, is Tyler Robinson not part of the Charlie Kirk assassination?
No, but that debate was about who did it.
Are you on Team FedSlop and TPUSA, or are you on Team Candace?
Had a left person not assassinated Charlie Kirk, then they wouldn't be having that.
I'm sorry. Are a bunch of conspirators trying to use this as a wedge issue to determine who actually cared about Charlie, who's actually the right wingers?
A year after it happens, two right wing people have a debate about who did it.
No, this has been going on since the day after it happened, when Ian Carroll claimed that Israel did it.
Yeah, and it's gonna keep happening. And there's left wing and right wing conspirators or conspiracy.
No, dude, I have literally seen nobody on the left talking about this, like, except for like a few days after it happened, because it was still news at the time. Now it's like it's not even news anymore.
What do you mean? Unfuck America built a tour around Charlie Kirk, and then when he died,
what happened?
We wouldn't be talking about them. They were dying. They failed.
Hold on.
He was being called a microaggressor.
Unfuck America, the tour group that can't get a single debater to actually stay on for more than one tour. The one who can't get who Dean and Parker left, Destiny left, Erudite left, then came back.
That was all why Charlie was alive. Once Charlie was assassinated, Unfuck America started.
You're right. The left still can't even politicize Charlie. They can't politicize Charlie Kirk's assassination even to try and give a counter signal at Turning Point. They fucking quit and went and started doing other shit because they can't make this into a political issue. But the right wingers did, because the right wingers, all of us, for the most part, universally, we loved Kirk, even if we disagreed with him, because he was the guy, right? He was the stand-up. He wears the suit and tie everywhere he goes. The actual family man conservative, representing the majority of conservatives' values in the political sphere. And when he died, that totally fucking shattered the unity that the right had under Turning Point that was built by Charlie. It was fucking destroyed.
And if a left-wing person
peddling their fucking conspirator shit,
if
a
left-wing person hadn't have killed him, then it wouldn't be politicized.
Oh, great argument there.
It's a killer argument. It's a destroyer. It's
not a destroyer, and here's why. Because if a right winger, hold on, if a Groyper had killed him, do you think it would still be a right wing issue?
if a Groyper had killed him, then the right wing would have politicized Charlie Kirk's death
They're
from
still,
the
the
get-go.
right wing is fucking politicizing
Both
it.
sides,
You haven't given a demonstration
we
that
agree.
any of the left is actually
I-
politicizing this
we
event.
agree that both sides have politicized his death.
No,
The
I
question
actually
is who
disagree with it.
politicized it
I
more.
actually no.
And
I
I'm saying
I
the
categorically
origins
disagree with that
of
claim.
it is from
Destiny's
the
not
left.
talking about the fact that Charlie Kirk got shot.
A
right?
left-wing person killing him means the left politicized it more because they started it, and then also all of the we were taking people out of schools because they were cheering on his death.
So
and
hold on, I
stuff.
want to make sure I get this right from your view. Hitler politicized Hitler's death more than anybody because he killed himself.
In the beginning, the right was trying to be somber, and we were just
Hold
trying
on,
to,
answer
like,
my
let's
question,
not-
JS. Did
let's not
Hitler
talk about
politicize
this.
his own death because he killed himself?
Let's just honor his life.
Did
and
he
all this
write,
stuff.
"Take this
But the left was
fascist on the
laughing.
bullet"?
The left made it a political issue, and then the left started coming out with all these claims about things he said and clip, and then we had to react to that. We had to deal with that.
Dude, that
Andrew
lasted
has-
like 2 weeks.
All right, so we're gonna do the poll in
Still
just a
going. What do you mean?
second. Gotta give me 1 second. I just dropped something that was glass and it broke, so let me just sweep this up quick.
Wah, wah, wah. Party foul.
Hold on. Culpercast. No, I didn't say that the left and right were unified under Charlie's death. I said the right was unified for a brief moment when Charlie was killed. The right was unified, and then the fucking conspiratards fucking shattered that shit.
Yeah. But immediately when he died, what was the biggest thing? We were reacting to the left politicizing it and saying, well, he was a racist. And even the ones who weren't celebrating his death, they would say, I don't think that anybody should be assassinated, but he kind of deserved it because of this. And then we had to react to that, and we had to start defending Charlie Kirk. They were the ones politicizing it. And
they weren't politicizing his death. They were politicizing his life. What are you talking about? They were politicizing the shit that he said while he was alive.
And if he was alive, they wouldn't be able to do that because he would shut him down. They would go to his shows and he would shut him down. And Unfuck America was nothing. But as soon as he died, they started blowing up because he wasn't there to combat them anymore. And now we have all these people vying for competition to take that spot. And meanwhile, the left is just mocking him and laughing at him. And we got to deal with the left. We got to deal with competition on the right. People are fighting within the right.
Has become more politicized by this than any fucking event in modern history.
And all of this happened because some left-wing fucking weirdo shot him.
No, all of this happened because Ian Carroll and Candace Owens started going around saying that Israel and fucking France and Egypt killed Charlie Kirk and that Tyler Robinson's a fucking patsy. That's what caused.
I think Erica, there could be a little bit like Erica acting weird. Candace probably is an
That's not proof
influence
of
on.
anything. That's not. And by the way, I haven't heard a single right winger who has said that she did everything perfect in her taking over a turning point in the way that she behaved. Everybody said, "Yeah, that wasn't a good move. It wasn't a good look. You shouldn't have done that shit." Right? But that doesn't prove that you fucking conspired to kill your husband. She's literally trying to tear down the largest conservative outreach program. How can you say that you're not making this issue more
is
of
there
a
a prompt?
polarizing issue?
Is
on
there
the
a
right?
prompt that says, "Is Candace a psyop"? Sorry.
I don't know. This was a tough one. I mean, I could see it either way. But
This was a lot of fun, JS.
Yeah. Trying to make it work. But I do think that if the left wasn't around and he got assassinated by just some crazy fuck, we would have honored his life and then we would have moved on and we would have got stronger from it. But because of the left, it
wasn't because of the left. All the right wing. Let me explain. When all the right wing was unified after the assassination of Charlie Kirk, going, look what these fuckers did to the moderate
because
guy.
Ian Carroll is the biggest name that you saw claim Israel did it, doesn't mean that he's the first one to do it.
He was the
as
first
soon as it
major.
happened,
He was the first major talking head who made that claim.
There were people in the audience saying, "I did it," and people in the audience were cheering on the left.
Hold on. What made this issue so big at this point? Had Charlie Kirk been assassinated and Candace and Ian hadn't started going around spreading their fucking conspiratard slop and we all unified and said, fuck these people, they just fucking killed our moderate, what the fuck would they do to us? Then we wouldn't be happy and this debate never would have fucking happened. But it's made a massive wedge between the right? If like Candace Owens could be, with the size of her audience, right, could be a massive like plus side for the right in pushing the political issues.
And who's
actually
capitalizing? Who's capitalizing off of that divide? Who's capitalizing off of that divide in the right?
Do you want to hear a hot
Who's capitalizing off it? The left.
Exactly.
hot.
And
I'm
so
going to
they're
give
the
you a
one
hot
who's going to
take.
keep pushing this.
But they're
and
not they're
politicizing
not
it.
pushing it.
They are.
know,
They're saying the same thing. Candace, and that's Andrew's whole thing.
I'm
was
going to
he
give
was
you guys
saying-
a hot
He was
take.
saying Candace
we
is
go.
saying the same thing the left is saying.
Here we go. Hot take. The right should have politicized his assassination more than they did. They absolutely fucking should have. And the reason I say that is you think about like Renee Good, Alex Pretty, BLM riots, all this leftist freaking shit that's going on, and they blow it up and throw it into the media beyond all measure.
All right. Sorry, guys. I had to fucking clean that up.
And,
All
you know,
right.
and
So
it should have been it should have been a call to banners, and instead it made us more divided.
Because a bunch of people started going, Israel did it.
Yeah, and that's why. But that's why
And
I
that's
think
when a bunch of right wingers started fucking trying to find the fucking truth. They're trying to do the truth or charge shit, and they fucking made a massive divide in the right by politicizing this issue.
Well, I think it also goes into another narrative or another opinion I have here, whereas that I think that we're at a point now in society where AI, granted it's in its infancy, is very much becoming a method as a result of AI, people are becoming more skeptical on a much larger scale to anything that they see. So, when they see a video online, it actually happened to me on a stream I did like a week ago. Where there was a dude. Yeah, Mate.
shut the fuck up for a minute. Holy fuck. Fucking guys, every time I try to do these these are little things, the intros to the debates, the outros for people. These shut the fuck up for a second, everybody. All right, everybody, just come on. All right, thank you. Anyways, chat. You know how this goes. If you don't listen, close. All right. If you want to vote for this man right here, you're voting for JS Urban Adventures. You're putting a 1 in the chat. All right. If you want to vote for this man right here, you're voting for Steelborn. You're putting a 2 in the chat. All right. Not yet. Wait till it's live. One more time. 1 for JS, 2 for Steelborn. Tiny, get it live. Poll is now live, chat. You have 2 minutes.
That's a tough one. I
want
can see it either
I
way.
want to address Culpercast calling me a fucking liar in the chat. Shut the fuck up, you stupid bitch. You want to call me a liar? Get up here and argue in my face instead of hiding in the fucking chat.
Let's fucking go. Let's do it.
Go ahead,
hit
Josh
the link.
Burton. Prove them a fucking liar, retard.
Hit the link.
Was he? I don't know what he's saying. You're lied about, but that is a tough. I could see it either way, and but I think both sides, maybe both sides equally politicized it, but I think there's good bargaining.
Yeah, I would undo my vote if I fucking hadn't voted already. You motherfucker.
Wow, I'm saying both sides are valid.
Again, this is a hot take.
But I think that is a good point that we wouldn't even be talking about this if it wasn't for the left. So,
yeah, I think another hot take is that I think we don't on the right, we don't take advantage of these situations. So like when those sort of tragedies happen, the left use it as a crying call. It's like Game of Thrones, call the banners, all the armies come forth and unite and they go fucking all in. We have a better thing. Well, we're more, we're not going to go down to that level and be lower to get to that point. And so we don't go that route.
So what route?
Of going into the streets and burning our own cities on fire and calling for the unalivings of government officials and flipping cars and breaking the law, letting mass immigration, and just letting our whole society.
Hold on.
What happened was our government dropped the ball and didn't
wait. Before the results come
other
in, I want to ask
interest groups like Antifa and Trans-Antifa and all these other groups that could have been involved. In fact, no further investigations were done on that, as far as I can see.
The results are about to come in. I want to ask Steelborn something. If we asked the same question before 2 months ago, before the Candace and Andrew debate was even on the table, would you say the same thing? Or is it just because this Candace and Andrew debate just happened, which is 2 right-wing people, and now If we took that off the table, we go back 2 months. Is your answer the same?
Right wing. Candace is not right wing.
I would say she's more right wing than left wing, though.
She's a bona fide wing nut.
Fuck,
No.
answer the
I would say
question.
yes. I would say yes, and here's why: because you've got the some of the most trusted political commentators in the right, such as people like Michael Knowles and Matt Walsh, who have been saying, "Yeah, I think the evidence points to Tyler, but I'm going to wait for the trial." And Candace is going out there, basically insinuating that they're in on it too, and all kinds of shit. She's actively dividing the right over whether or not they think that Tyler Robinson killed Kirk or they think that Israel did it.
But that's
So-
one. Okay, go
That is 2 minutes locked in. All right. And the chat has voted. Not many votes for this one. A couple furry lovers out there, I see. But it was a close one. 55% said the winner of the 1v1 is Steelborn. JS Urban Adventures. Tell everybody in the chat where they can find you and why they got to bring you back for another shot at the $150 prize.
JS Urban Adventures. Go subscribe, guys. We got big things coming on the table. Making moves this year. I can freaking go. The war stuff.
yeah.
Other
I
things.
voted for JS.
I forgot to vote for myself. I would have probably maybe won if I would have voted for myself. But big things coming. And I don't want to say too much, but it's gonna be cool. More videos. I fixed my drone. I'm gonna learn how to fly it better. And yeah, videos, streams, Friday, Saturday, Monday night, World War debate, all that stuff. So go make sure you're subscribed. You guys know
Let's
me.
fucking go. Always a pleasure having you. And if they bring you back, you're more than welcome. And until then, my friend.
Your soul is mine.
Fatality.
Another soul added to the safe of souls. And that's how it goes on Verbal Combat Friday, baby.
Well,
All
quit
right,
hiding in
now-
the chat and get up here, Culpercast.
Now, let me bring up the topic we had there before. Shit. Andrew Wilson was too easy on Candace Owens. Where are you guys at? Where are you guys at?
I don't think so.
Where you were?
I think he pressed
I
with the
think he was
appropriate amount.
Yeah, he was too easy on her. Far too easy.
It was strategic.
Yeah,
yes,
that's what I
on
would
its face, yes, he was, but it's very strategic in what he did, so I don't blame him for that.
No, he could have pressed her harder. She contradicted herself when she made the statement stating, we're not here to talk about his idea of him being a patsy. And then in the next corner of her mouth, she states, oh, we're here to talk about the evidence of him being a patsy. Yeah. She literally contradicted herself. He could have pinned her down on that. And there's other things too. He could have defended state's evidence a little bit harder as well.
See,
that was my
I'll give you an example. I'll give you an analogy.
Answer or any proof. She would turn around and she wanted proof. She wanted the people to answer questions and give her, the proof. The whole time.
I'll give you an example. You take just as a comparison, UFC fighting. Do you want a Conor McGregor against Candace Owens where it's like a knockout in the first round, or do you want a match with George St. Pierre where it's a 5-round championship battle where he's just ground and pound and just putting that opponent in the dust constantly for 5 rounds straight? And they're like, that person's got just absolutely
watching George St. Pierre spin kick somebody off the side of the cage is also entertaining.
The reason why you want to knock out, you had Candace Owens basically get paid $300,000 to celebrate her friend's death, but never have to prove anything. I wanted a knockout because that's what we got instead.
Yeah, but it's
she's been making the most outrageous fucking claims for the last fucking year.
But you want that you want a drawn out knockout. It's like a Sorry, I'm just.
got paid
thinking.
She literally claimed Charlie Kirk was a
Sorry,
time traveling X-Men.
I'm only
Okay?
thinking,
Needed
but I don't want a
money.
TOS. I don't want a TOS. That's the only reason I'm thinking is.
You want to get that one boom, boom, boom,
say
boom. You don't
that-
want it to just be one,
say-
one go and then
Yeah,
it take her down and then she rage quit type thing.
Let's say the unaliving penalty is on the table. Versus.
That should be a
I
three-way.
can't even think of a way to.
Of course, I'm muted.
No, we
Hold up, boys.
I'm not
Everyone,
gonna
keep
start.
your arguments in your heads. Build on them for a minute because we got another 1v1 request.
Here we go.
Time for 1v1.
We got some blackout
All right.
over here. That's what's up. What's up?
right.
I see how it is. They trying to keep us divided and fighting amongst ourselves.
No, we're actually unified because we're fighting amongst ourselves because we're not going to die. We're going to actually be better friends after I destroy you. You know,
Well, good
people,
luck.
you know how I'll beat your ass and I
Gang
shake your hand
shit.
afterwards and we're tighter after that. That's what's going on. Yeah.
Is this before or after you wake up?
Gang shit,
What?
you know.
Oh, hold on. That's so gay. You think about me being asleep, bro. That's crazy, bro. Let's talk about some other stuff. Change the subject, bro. Why
Let
you
me
talking about me
think
going to
here.
sleep, bro? That's crazy, bro.
How about this? There is no. Since you're both, I think you would be both on the same side for a lot of things. There's currently no good reason for conservatives to believe Charlie Kirk's assassination was a larger conspiracy.
I would agree.
Yeah, I would agree too.
Okay.
Can I invite a prompt here that's in relation to that? I would say that Charlie Kirk was not even remotely racist at all. How about that?
What?
Charlie Kirk
I think
wasn't even
Trench would agree with you.
remotely racist at all. Okay, well, never mind then.
Yeah, I'm not gonna take up that position.
Okay.
Yeah, I was gonna say, yeah, I think Trench would agree with you.
I mean, I'm pretty racist. He's not a good example.
Yeah,
Now, like,
I'm pretty racist.
my boy Marcus Garvey, he hates Nelkus.
All right. Hey. All right. Well, let's move on then.
What about if Biden were president? Conservatives would treat the Charlie Kirk investigation far more suspiciously.
I mean, it does logically follow that people would be looking around to see like what the fuck. Yeah.
Yeah, we'd be screaming foul a little bit louder if he was president. I would agree with that too. You see how my screen looks like the before pic and yours with the bloody face looks like the after? It's perfect, bro. Speakeasy.
What about
right?
What about the right should stop turning Charlie Kirk into a martyr?
I'm indifferent on it. I could go either way.
I would say I disagree. I think that I'm gonna oppose the prompt. We can turn him into a martyr. I'm not gonna say we should because that sounds bad, but I'm saying we can. So, which is an agreement against the prompt. So, go ahead and fight it, Trench, so we can go ahead and get you to catch a body real quick.
All right.
Good. All right. Get the body back.
Wait. What side? Okay. Who's taking what side of this?
I think. Okay, I'm gonna say that the right shouldn't stop turning him into a martyr. He's saying the right should stop it.
Okay. Perfect. All right, chat. Yeah. As you know, and if you don't listen close, this is going to 5 minutes to start. It's late, I understand. Yeah, because I do that every time. Because like I say martyr, and I do it more now just for people to
Let's
call it
go.
out. But nobody even
Martyr.
said anything. Nobody said anything though this time. I was like, damn, all right, that's awesome. Like usually Chad will roast me, people on panel will roast me. That time I got away with it though.
Sounds like me. That's why. You got that's what's up. That's the Freudian slip.
Yeah, you gotta slip it in there smooth.
Yeah.
All right, chat. Going to 5 minutes, 10 to add a minute, 60 to solo judge. And if we don't get a solo judge, goes to the chat poll, and the loser of the poll will lose their soul. Fighters, good luck to both of you. Let's get it.
Do you think Christians shouldn't have turned Christ into a martyr?
That's blasphemy comparing.
Wait, no,
Charlie
hold
Kirk
on.
to
Can you answer the
Christ.
question though? Do you think
He's not a type? It's an irrelevant question. It's not.
No, it's not. But can you entertain the hypothetical? Do you think that he shouldn't be a martyr, considered a martyr?
I should not only not entertain the hypothetical. I should also denounce it as blasphemy.
So you can't engage in
when you say Christians, I disagree. I disagree that even Charlie Kirk could be.
Do you think
objectively classified as a Christian?
Do you think Saint Ignatius shouldn't have been a martyr? Saint Ignatius.
Do you consider Charlie Kirk a Christian?
He's a cultural Christian, but do you answer my question? Do you think Saint
Okay, so
Ignatius
is Richard Dawkins. Richard Dawkins is a cultural Christian. He created the word.
Right, but answer my question. Do you think Saint Ignatius should be considered a martyr? Saint Ignatius in the Lion's Den?
I don't think Charlie Kirk should be martyred because he has
can you answer my
objectively
question,
sketchy theology.
Right, can
Now,
you answer
he
my
be
question, though?
Can he be a cultural icon of America and like free speech? And
You're answering my questions with a question. Can you actually answer one of mine? I'll answer yours.
What's your question?
Saint Ignatius, do you think that he shouldn't be considered a martyr because he was considered cultural Christian by some people of the time?
There's a whole process that goes into canonizing a saint.
None of that answers my question.
I'm not in the position to answer that. I'm not in the position to answer. I don't think that Charlie Kirk meets the criteria for saintly martyrdom.
I'm not comparing those two. I'm just asking a separate question, and I'll lead you right back to where we're at.
Okay.
He was considered a cultural Christian to even some at the time, maybe not the masses, but do you think that he should have been considered a martyr to even cultural Christians?
I mean, the cultural, he was in the clergy. What are you talking about?
To the people in the perception who were people who were out there in the populace, some considered him cultural at the time, right? Despite what we believe, there are some populists that believe this. The subset that do believe this, do you think that they should consider him a martyr?
But Ignatius was in the clergy.
Outside,
you see how this is non sequitur?
But can you get right? I know you're stating this, but can you actually engage with the hypothetical? Do you think that
I can't because it doesn't? I'm telling you, I can't engage with it because it doesn't follow.
I can lead.
Like, what if we lived on a planet where there's no gravity? Would we all still be able to walk on two legs?
Great. I'll entertain this so that way you can help me follow it back. You see how that works?
Okay, can we walk with no gravity on two legs?
You know what? I'll even entertain this. See how charitable I am to even entertain this? I don't know, actually.
Well, that's what
I'm not
I don't know.
Astrophysicist.
I don't know. I don't know how to resolve Saint Ignatius being a part of clergy and a strong church tradition.
It doesn't matter if he's clergy or not.
Charlie Kirk
answer to the question.
Church.
I just want to answer the question. If anybody who's a cultural Christian dies at the time, do you think in the time of those saints that were dying, they're cultural Christian, announced themselves as a Christian, do you think that they should be considered a martyr if they've helped lead people to Christ?
No.
You don't think that these people should be considered martyrs that die in the name of Christ?
Let me clarify that. People who should be considered martyrs are people that go
Trench.
through the official canonization process. Not the public doesn't pick a martyr.
Trench, you realize that
the martyr.
Trench, you realize we're at 4 minutes now and you haven't answered one question that I've asked this whole time?
Oh, that's fine. I don't know how to answer them.
The relevant
public doesn't pick a martyr.
So Trench, the relevance of this is Candace went 3.5 hours and didn't answer one question. You're doing this with three to 4 minutes. You're doing that. You're pulling a Candace right now. That's how relevant this is right now.
You can call me a Candace all you want, but I don't know how to answer nonsense questions that aren't grounded in reality.
She
just
also
like I wouldn't
couldn't
debate. I would never
answer a
debate.
question
I would
also
never
couldn't answer a
debate
question
Candace.
either. She couldn't answer a question either when it came to the relevance of somebody dying as a martyr. She had all these filibusters for conspiracy theories, but instead wouldn't even engage in hypothetical.
I don't have a conspiracy theory.
So,
I have church
great.
criteria.
Let's say
Where's the miracle? Where's the miracle? First, let's start there. Where's Charlie Kirk's miracle?
Can you? So you want me to answer all your questions that you can't answer mine about the?
I've only asked one.
Right. But I've asked one the whole time too. This is the 5th time I'm going to ask this. If somebody's a cultural Christian, they're not a saint, they're not a part of clergy, and they die, and then the public states that, hey, this person's associated with Christianity, and they pass away, you do not think that they should be labeled a martyr by even the public or the church?
Gentlemen, can I ask you guys a question?
Go ahead.
What makes a martyr a martyr?
That was a question.
Yeah, what is a
I'm
martyr?
letting it get to 6 minutes and
What's
30
a martyr?
seconds. See if we have a solo judge.
Someone that dies for the faith.
Can you have political martyrs, Trench?
Yes. Somebody that dies for the faith.
And I'd like to point out that formal canonization isn't what makes someone a martyr. Instead, martyrdom is the objective reality of dying for Christ.
Wait back.
Yes.
Actually,
did
yeah,
he
in the
die
Orthodox
for
Church,
Christ?
Trench, you should know
Or
this
did
in the
he die?
Orthodox Church that we have many unnamed saints,
Yes.
many unnamed martyrs.
Thank you.
So it's being declared a
Have they been
saint by the church
canonized?
is not a requirement.
Are they officially
Right.
canonized as a thing?
No,
as a
you
type,
don't-
as a category?
No,
How
this-
can we?
hold
How
on.
can we, hold on. How can we
hold
officially
on.
canonize somebody as a saint that we don't know who they are?
Because there's All Saints Day.
no, you don't need
Right,
to be
we-
canonized.
no,
as a
we
saint.
have-
Because they died.
we have specifically unnamed martyrs. We have
Right.
unnamed saints.
Right. That's
Yes.
true.
The church doesn't make somebody a saint. They just recognize someone's sainthood. Somebody can be a saint
Yes.
without the church recognizing it. That's an actual Orthodox teaching.
No.
Yeah, in Orthodoxy, canonization
No, the church is
simply
not
just the
required.
official
There's gotta be a
universal
recognition.
recognition of the spiritual reality that somebody was martyred for their faith in Christ.
There's
All
gotta be a
right,
recognition.
real quick, chat. That is time up for a solo judge. So pay attention close here because you're going to be putting a 1 or a 2 in the chat based on depending on who you're voting for. So if you want to vote for this man right here, you're voting for Trench Deacon, you're putting a 1 in the chat. All right. 1 for Trench Deacon. And if you want to vote for this man right here, you're voting for Marte, you're putting a 2 in the chat. All right. It's 2 for Marte. So one more time, chat, before we get the poll started. It's 1 for Trench, 2 for Marte. Go ahead, Tiny, get that up. It is now live chat, so I'm starting this timer up. You all got 2 minutes. And if you don't vote, you're a furry lover. Just saying.
Yeah.
So,
Trench, Marte, Christy, and Daniel, you've all voted prior to when he said you should vote. So vote again.
I think
Vintage, stop acting like the HR lady, okay? You with the glasses aren't helping that look either.
You're the fucking
If
HR
you're too
lady.
fucking stupid as to not vote until after Easy says the poll is now live, then their vote shouldn't count anyways.
even if we think about the secular status of martyrdom,
That's
to reflecting on your sporting-
Steelborn's competency test to vote.
If you can't wait till Easy says the poll is live, you shouldn't be allowed to vote in the U.S.
You can't even read the screen with your glasses. What are you talking about,
You
man?
can read the screen just fine.
Send that 1 or that 2 right away. It just happens.
Well, the point is, theologically, it's problematic.
No,
politically,
not really. You can
politically-
take theology out of this. The fact
Politically-
that martyrdom exists in secular society. We have people that are considered martyrs by even seculars. They'll say he's a martyr now by secularists. That term is actually movable from theology to secularism. You realize that, right?
It's just somebody who died for a cause they
For a
believe in.
cause.
Essentially, that's the way it's colloquially used.
It's colloquially used, so anybody can be a martyr, especially if it's for a greater purpose.
I don't believe that. Here's the thing. I don't believe in his
That's
politics.
kind of why.
So I don't think that
Osama bin
his,
Laden
Okay, hold on a second. How
sleeping
about
with
William
the
Wallace in the
fishes,
Scottish
right?
Revolution?
So they wouldn't make a
William
martyr
Wallace
out
in the
of him?
Scottish Revolution, was he a martyr after England executed him for the Scottish Revolution?
Right.
the point is, I disagree with his martyrdom status. Like politically, theologically, that's the whole point. This is a debate.
Wait, did
Wait,
he?
hold on. Wait, do you just disagree with him on Israel? Is that like the main criticism, or what?
So
There's a handful of political things. Like,
do you think that? Hold on. Do you think if you had to compare,
he's more of a neocon? I think.
Hold on. Do you think he more
toxic.
so represents your position? Like you guys would have more values that you're aligned on than not.
We'd be more disaligned.
Trench, I'll ask a
on the
question.
right wing than
Did his
aligned.
death bring the right to further together or further apart?
That's speculative. I mean, there's this whole Candace Owens thing going on right now.
Do you think it was
I
more?
mean, everybody's been screaming all night that there's this big giant wedge driven in the right because everybody's not getting along with
I would argue
the
that,
nature of the thing.
that his death brought people further together on the right and united us even more because he became a martyr. Would that not be the case? More so.
All right.
But we're not more together.
Real quick, poll's been locked in for a minute there, or almost a minute, anyways. And 67% of the votes said the winner of the 1v1 is Marte. Trench, tell everybody in the chat where we can find you and why they got to bring you back for another shot at the $150 prize. And I'll give a 5-minute grace period before we start the semifinals up here.
I'll be launching my channel hopefully at the beginning of the month. I'm not going to do live stuff, but I'm going to do a little educational series on art history, war history, pop culture history, and spycraft history, and hopefully tell a very interesting story in 10-minute video segments. So stay tuned.
Let's fucking go. Always a pleasure having you. And if they bring you back, like I said, I'll give the little 5-minute grace period. And if they bring you back, you're more than welcome. And until then, my friend.
You so
Fatality.
Another soul added to the safe of souls. And that's how it goes on Verbal Combat Friday, baby. Like I said, chat, you want to bring him back? I don't know if there's any other fighters in the back. Oh yeah, JS stayed back there. We got Rowdy still back there. We got Trench back there. You want to revive someone before we get the semifinals started? Now's your chance. All right. I'm going to restart this timer. You got 5 minutes.
Okay, what's the prompt we're talking about in the meantime?
I mean, bouncing back from the original topic we had, I think martyrdom exists across different planes, especially when it comes to culture. So
I was going to say, I'll bring up back if you guys want to get back to the if Andrew went too easy on Candace, because that's where we were before.
Yeah, too easy.
I don't think he went too easy on her. I think what he did was strategic, applied, and he was also a gentleman throughout the entire discourse. So now she can't go back and say, well, he mocked me, or he filibustered me, or he treated me like an OnlyFans girl and started getting under my skin. He's literally laid out a perfect argument for her. And when we look at the prompt that they were debating, it was whether he was a patsy for the government. Andrew took all the burden of proof, laid it right at her feet, and left it there.
I think he was too easy on her. He left too much on the table, I think, in the end. enough to where she's like, remember how you were doing the inference, like to where he would have been like laying into her afterwards and they would have been calling them me. She's actually doing the opposite now. It's actually the inverse that's happening right now. There are pictures online of him with a dog leash and her walking him and all this other stuff. So I think that would have quelled a lot of this on the back end had he laid into her a little bit more, meaning like pinning her down on this topic and all that.
Well,
Well, everybody's going to have an opinion, but optics means a lot, especially with hindsight.
So do you think, Mate, that regardless of the outcome of the debate, that there wouldn't be like people on the Candace side doing posts of, Candace like having, doing some AI picture of Candace walking Andrew Wilson like a dog on a lead, irrespective of how it would have turned out?
So I
Do you think that wasn't already pre-prepared, or that people would, because those people are, their minds are already set. You're not going to convert them.
I agree.
And you also got to keep in mind that he was debating a pregnant woman. On top of that,
That's a
why does that matter?
That's
no, it's not.
It's a
All right, tell me
No,
why
it's not,
not.
because as soon
Tell
as
me
he would
why.
have pressed really hard, she could have leaned on her pregnancy as a crutch, as an excuse to abscond from the argument entirely, or to invalidate the entire debate.
That's slightly true, but it's not. That'd be a It'd be a horrendous.
would've made more
cope.
sense
I
if we're
call it a cope. It's a horrendous cope, but it'd be one that I would still consider a cope.
That I would have actually said agreed with that.
Yes, but would her audience
Argument for
consider that a cope?
physicality. If they would have engaged in fisticuffs or anything physical, yeah, you would have had a point. But all you're inferring is the emotional turmoil because of an argument and things like this. Oh, he would have been. That's actually literally an emotional argument because that's all the damage that would have incurred because she's a pregnant woman.
Yeah,
But it's just
you see,
it's an
Candace's
emotional
biggest
reality
audience. Like if
of
you
the
really
optics.
look at her numbers, her biggest niche, her biggest audience pool is females.
Well, if you want to talk about her biggest numbers in the month
she
that Charlie
pulls
Kirk
females.
was
She ended up pulling guys. Show of
Yeah,
hands,
but-
gentlemen. When was the last time you went and sat down and watched the whole podcast of Candace Williams, even before she lost her mind?
Well, never. But
I don't see any hands.
If you want to talk numbers, and I covered this on my stream yesterday, it's really magical.
Then guess what? Andrew's entire argument is invalidated in front of her audience.
The problem with
Andrew's
this is
goal was to appeal to her audience, not to sit there and take blows at Candace.
But the problem with this argument is she accepted this. She has her own independence, her own free will. She knowingly accepted this, knowing that she's going to walk into a verbal combative situation. What you're saying is you're actually infantilizing her when you say, oh, she's pregnant, she's a little woman and all this. She's an independent boss babe, right?
He's considering how her audience would receive it if he went.
This argument could still be used across at least 3 debate prompts we've been over
Andrew
tonight.
was extremely
Argument can be used
because he put the entire burden of proof on her to prove the prompt, and she couldn't.
The problem with this is
Ran
you think that I'm approaching this like he needs to be more aggressive. That's not the argument I'm making. The argument.
No, I'm not saying that at all. No, I'm not actually saying that.
I'm not saying harder as in rougher. I'm thinking that what I'm saying, because I'll even frame this a little bit better. He should have pinned her down on these things and stopped her as soon as he caught her refuting her own argument with the contradiction. All that could have been done. That's all I'm saying. This would have mitigated.
No. So I get you that. So yeah, okay, I get where you're coming from.
That's what I'm saying.
So you could pin her down. Yeah, pinning her down versus just being more aggressive and just like calling her out and like let's say he could have been like, no, hear me out. It'd be like he could objectively call her out on the facts and force her into contradictions and whatnot. Now, take the other side where he could have been like, oh, you're a bitch, you're this and that. He could use a whole bunch of ad homs. It would have.
I don't think anyone's saying that. No one's saying that.
No. I know they're not. I know no one's saying that. I'm using this as an example. Is that it's the same thing? Is that when the point is that when she feels that pressure point, she would have walked immediately. Debate over. Debate done.
No, I don't think that would happen.
Everyone would have left.
All right.
Have all the cope out.
We are at 6 minutes, so looks like this is our semi-finalist. Let me make sure I didn't miss like a Cash App or anything. No. All right. So that is meaning we are about to get into the semifinals here. So let me see here. 4, 6, 7 people left. All right. So we're gonna need a 2v2 and a 1v1. So this is what we're gonna do for the first one. We're gonna put you in the back, you in the back, you in the back, you in the back. Oh wait. Actually, oh wait, no, that leaves 3. All right, we're gonna bring Rev. You didn't have a 1v1 yet, did you?
Nope, not yet.
All right, perfect. This will work. All right. Let me get a topic here for you guys. Let me move this thing for a minute. Let me see. Well, where does everyone stand on this right here? Let me see. Andrew Wilson went too easy.
I do not believe that.
Yeah, I believe it.
I
agree.
Crazy said. So we got 1 yes, 1 no. Rev Pixelated, where you guys stand? Are you guys there, or am I not?
Yeah, I'm here. What you got,
Where do you
Pixelated?
guys Pixelated? Where you stand on this?
Oh, I'm kind of on the side of I can see that he went too easy, but I understand why.
So you would say yes, but for good reason.
Yes.
Well, I'll fill in on either side. I can take either side of this one.
All right. So do you want to take the no side then?
Yeah, I can take the no side on this.
Because we got 2 yeses and a no.
Yeah, I'll say you didn't go too easy on her.
All right. So chat, this here is a semi-final matchup. All right. So semi-final matchups. This one here, 2v2 semi-final matchup. So this is going to 10 minutes. Okay. No added time for these ones. And also, if you want to solo judge it, it's double the price now. So it's 120 to solo judge. And if we don't get a solo judge, it goes to the chat poll, and the 2 lowest on the poll will lose their souls. Fighters, good luck to all 4 of you. Let's get it.
Well, gentlemen, you're on the affirmative, so plead your case.
Go ahead. I need to go ahead. Who agreed?
Andrew Wilson didn't go too easy on Candace Owens at all. In fact, I think that he applied strategic pressure where it was needed to not only disprove her arguments and lay burden of proof right at her feet that she couldn't answer to, that she ran from the entire debate, but to also appeal to her audience, largely a female fan base, and to show her fan base how full of crap Candace really is. So
Yeah, I agree with that, and I would say that my perspective is it was almost an automatic W. She couldn't really support her claims, so the only question was like, how big of a bully did you end up being? I think he made his points point by point. I don't think he needed to drill like harder on anything, particularly.
I think he let her get away with a lot. She constantly demanded proof, constantly demanded other people answer her questions, but she would do neither for Andrew. Andrew would ask over and over and sit and listen to a barrage of crap for like 10 minutes in between questions. It wasn't even a debate. And it was her fault. She evaded that.
Andrew went in there with a strategy. His operation let her speak. Give her enough rope to hang herself, and she did, because Andrew got to sit there, absorb her entire position, then find the holes in her argument, and then present a logical.
Whether she
case.
did or did not, he let her. He was not the Andrew we know, and I understand some of that. I do. One, she would have ended it, and two, like you said, she's pregnant. Three, she's a lady. So, and four, she's really popular. So he played. He was smart.
Andrew's always good about matching energy as well. Andrew's very good faith in the debate as long as you've been good faith with him, and private, and of course in the debate as well. And Candace didn't really step over bounds too much, so it would be unnatural for Andrew to go right on the offensive on her, wouldn't it be?
Well, did you watch the whole debate?
Yeah, I did.
Pretty sure you did.
About 45 minutes of it. I had a meeting. But how would that constitute as going too easy on her, right? Like, how would you define going easy on her?
In the end, Rev, he got a little more firm with her. They had an hour to cross-examine each other, or whatever you wanted to call it, whatever deal they made. It was an hour. He could cross-examine her. She could cross-examine him. She didn't even bother, really. But he did firm up a little bit there. I'd like to see him that way through the whole debate.
Well, I think he was pretty consistent in tone and structure all throughout. And he may have gotten a little firm there at the end, but again, he was probably matching Candace's energy because she was kind of getting a little flustered there.
Candace was saying some things she should not have been saying to Andrew. Yeah. Treating him like I don't know what, there's a good word for it. I just can't remember it right now. It's more like a lesser than or a child.
Look,
like she is way more educated, way more, I don't know.
Look, for
I've been watching
the
Candace just sitting in a bedroom.
for
You
the
know what I
went
mean?
too easy, that it's like went too easy to do what, to like prove his point, or to, because he could have hammered his point home, but also looked worse by doing it to a much larger audience that Candace has. I think the objective is to make the good points but come away with like, well, you still have good relations with Candace. Her audience doesn't think you're a jerk, but you made the good points step by step. Like Candace, like misunderstanding like the legal process or whatever. Like you don't want to hammer home too hard that she's just like talking out.
When
her,
she
out
would
of
let
her
him
ass.
speak. When she would let him speak and wasn't degrading him in some manner.
Well, that was
And you know
part of
that
it, right?
happened
It's
if
an
you watched it.
overconfidence type thing, right? He was leaning on going into this debate and her being overconfident and basically
Mhm.
walking herself into these various pits. And so he didn't
She was
want to press too
overconfident, but
hard,
she
but
didn't do what
he
he wanted.
left trails that he was hoping
Yeah,
he would pick
but
up. And he even did in his
but
opening statement.
even
He did press her a little bit on the silliness of the dreams and these things that he said, oh, I didn't come to this conclusion because he came to me in a dream. Like he was doing that and he was leaving these little crumbs to try to get her to pick him up and run with it and just like yammer mad.
yes, and pulling up the text message, that wasn't going easy at all.
No,
I
Andrew went
enjoyed
to
that.
hey, I can also show
TPUSA
off
and
text
asked them for something for the debate, and they gave him a very specific text message saying, with Charlie saying, "I feel that the left is going to try to kill me." So completely just debunked her entire theory of Israel, of everything else, and put the burden of proof right back on her. And then when she got upset about the whole text message thing, Andrew pointed out, hey, you know what? Maybe if you weren't acting like a diabolical villain trying to destroy TPUSA and tarnish Erica, Charlie's wife, and crap on this dude's legacy, they might be a little more cooperative with you. And that was a really good rib. Especially considering the track record of Candace constantly going after TPUSA, constantly going after Erica. That was the appropriate kind of rip. I don't think that was
The
an
only
example of
thing
going
she did was
easy
say, "It's on my show. It's on my show. It's on my show."
Right. So you're saying she
Yeah,
didn't defend her point
exactly.
very
So
well.
he kept
aren't you
putting the
saying that?
burden of proof on her, and she kept absconding from giving answers or giving any
She didn't defend
evidence.
anything.
And not only did we see this visibly, but her audience saw it as well. But her audience also saw something else. They didn't see Smokey Man Bad trying to trip Candace up and get her in gotchas. He was being very good faith, being very generous throughout. That is strategic power in a debate, because persuasiveness isn't going easy on the opponent. Persuasiveness is being persuasive to the audience. For example, right now with my argumentation, I'm not trying to be persuasive to you, gentlemen. I'm trying to persuade chat for votes. Who do you think they're going to be more in favor of?
Good point.
Yeah, but
and
still,
most of the audience
we know
is
a certain-
Candace's. Right?
We know a certain Andrew, and that was not the Andrew we know. So it took a minute to digest that.
Well,
But
I think
I-
that the
I-
other part
Andrew-
is that you'll
sorry.
see more conversations between the two of them in the future. I think this is going to get under her skin, especially when he does the follow-up video.
I give it
recap,
24 to
clips
48
come out,
hours
those
before
kind of things,
Candace
where
Owens comes
she's
out
probably
with
gonna
some
talk
sort of
about this more.
conspiracy theory that TPUSA put up the money and sent Andrew in as some sort of internet debate assassin to try to discredit her. I give it 24 to 48 hours. If she does that, come check me out, guys.
Look, you guys might not agree, but I think Andrew's sort of a debate bully generally. Like I don't like his debate tactics
why we love
generally.
him.
But here I saw him pull back. I didn't see the because I don't think the debate bully thing would like it only helps like your own audience because the opposite person's audience, they see the bullying, they see the interrupting or the traps or like again, it was an easy win for him. Like Candace had nothing the whole time. Like I don't think anyone objectively minded came in thinking that like Candace made good points. That was my perspective. And then therefore, like he did all that he needed to do, and while probably gaining some of her audience at a maximum. That would be my aim if I was him. I need to win this debate, but I need not to piss off too much of her audience while doing it.
Yeah, he was aware of that, and that's why it was strategic on his part. But still, I'm just saying, he went too easy on her. He could have dug in just a little more and held her to the ones that matter, the points that really matter. He could have held her to those, in my opinion. He still did good.
Example?
I mean, I think he still won myself, but I like to see him left no doubt.
Yeah, I think Andrew did a great job. He definitely won that debate hands down. The prompt itself, she lost right out of the gate because everything that she tried to present was to prove that he may not have done it. She presented no evidence proving anything or hinting toward him being a patsy for the government, which was the prompt. So she lost the prompt right out the gate. So Andrew was able to do victory laps within the first 20, 30 minutes. So, I mean, if he wanted to be more rough with her, sure, but I don't think that would constitute as not going easy or going easy on somebody in the context of a debate.
He is smart enough to do that and not get, I don't know, a negative response from the crowd.
I think he could
So
have
I guess
pressed
what I'm
harder
saying.
on the dream piece, especially towards the end
Yeah.
when it got adversarial.
When at the end, that's what I really
Like you
wanted to
said,
say. He did a little bit.
That's where it started to get to the point where you let her expose herself to a point where you could have been like, okay, now, how about this idea that he came to you in a dream type thing? Like, tell us about that. Because he did start to press
Mhm.
a little bit
The
about
last
some of
hour
these
he did.
claims there, but it
Well,
was
no,
like,
I can
it was ready to
explain
wrap
why
up,
he
and even
didn't really
PDD
press
was
on
trying
it.
to press him past it.
He didn't press on it because it's unfalsifiable.
Yeah, I guess that would make sense. Like, what are you going to do with it?
I tell you that Charlie Kirk came to me in a dream, and he told me that his wife and the Vatican worked together to assassinate him. Can you disprove that?
You can't prove or disprove it, so no.
Yeah, it's because it's unfalsifiable. So it's like there's no point in even engaging in it.
You actually had the
Yeah, can you prove a negative? No.
No.
It's like
Well, you made a claim and
negatives,
then you
negatives
placed
you can prove.
burden of proof on us, Stillborn. That's not how it works. You
That's
made a
how it
claim,
works.
burden of proof automatically falls on you.
No, I'm just saying. if you make
Real quick,
unfalsifiable
guys.
claims, there's no point in engaging with them.
Yeah, 1 second, boys. 1 second. So, chat. First off, JS, if you're still listening, check your fucking Discord messages. Second off, Chat, you know how this part goes, and if you don't listen close, okay, because you're going to be putting a 1, a 2, a 3, or a 4, depending on who you're voting for, okay? So listen up closely, all right? If you want to vote for this man right here, you're voting for Are You Crazy? You're putting a 1 in the chat, all right? If you want to vote for this man right here, you're voting for Pixelated. You're putting a 2 in the chat. All right, 2 for Pixelated. If you want to vote for this man right here, you're voting for Rev Russ. All right, you're putting a 3 in the chat. All right, 3 for Rev Russ. And if you want to vote for this man right here, you're voting for Casey Lee. You're putting a 4 in the chat. All right, 4 for Casey Lee. All right. So one more time. 1 for Are You Crazy? 2 for Pixelated. 3 for Rev Russ. 4 for Casey Lee. Tiny, start that up. And it is now live chat. You guys, your votes will now count. Get your votes in, because if you don't vote, you're a furry lover. You got 2 minutes.
Don't all
Love
talk at
furries,
once.
you support Robinson.
Well,
I must say,
Andrew did a fantastic job at that debate. He applied the right amount of pressure. I didn't see him go too easy on Candace, on the context of a good spirited debate. If it were a blood sport debate like what we have here, I'd say yeah, he held back punches. But it was a formal 1-versus-1 debate with a moderator, though the moderator would have been. I still say it would have been better if Speakeasy would have moderated that debate. But
Yeah,
it's just that's my opinion. I think Chad would agree with me. So,
But hold on, Rev, did you and Erica did you guys ever go to the movies?
Yeah. They went and saw the Avengers Endgame. Rev and Erica Kirk watching Avengers Endgame.
Dude, like, what the fuck was with BBD's questions that were so out of the
like Thanos, click.
Were you and Erica friends? Did you guys go on double dates?
Yeah. What the fuck are you talking about, dude?
even my wife said that.
I
he
know
didn't know how to
Rev
moderate a
married.
debate.
Yes, I know Rev married.
Like, this guy doesn't know what he's doing. Like, I know that.
Yeah, he's like, you ain't got the correct riz. This is a Rev Russ riz. It's like the Thanos snap. Click. Okay, now we're married. There you go. Yeah, there you go.
He should have pulled an Andrew Wilson and said, "You're fucking the moderator." He should have just said some shit like that.
Oh, Mate, you just killed Rev. That's so good.
It's true.
Chaos.
That's why they were late to start. Allegedly.
Allegedly. There you go.
You did again. So that is that on? Can you guys hear me?
Yes, sir.
Why don't I see the? Oh, there we go. I wasn't seeing the levels getting picked up. That was weird. Anyways, so that is 2 minutes locked in. All right, and 52% said the winner of the 4-way battle is Rev Russ, and coming in second place and still safe with 22% is Are You Crazy? And then tied is with 13% Pixelated and Casey Lee. So we'll start here. Casey Lee, sorry, I clicked on Pixelated. So Pixelated, tell everybody where they can find you and why they should bring you
can find
back
me
for
on
another
YouTube
shot.
and X under Pixelated, preferably X. I need saved. I've been stuck in the pit for 2 weeks. I got mass reported because of some interactions with some folks in Texas fighting the H-1B stuff and some of the immigration stuff that's going on there. You might see me pop in here every once in a while. Just depends on what my kids are doing on Friday nights. And other than that, thank you for having me.
Let's fucking go. Always a pleasure. And until next time, my friend.
Fatality.
Another soul added to the safe of souls. And that's how it goes on Verbal Combat Friday, baby. And Casey Lee, tell everybody in the chat where they can find you.
You can find me in Casey Lee IRL here and there. I want to give my piece about Candace as someone who like blames Israel for like all the things all the time. Like, but they didn't do this shit. Like, she's poisoning the well. It's fucking horrible. Like, I'm gonna leftist, and it's like obviously a leftist just fucking shot this guy because she thought that he was a fascist. Like, what the fuck? Like, poisoning the well against all the other conspiracy theories against Israel that are actually true. Like fuck off. Hail Satan.
It was a pleasure having you, and until next time, my friend.
Fatality.
Another soul added to the safe of souls. And that's how it goes on Verbal Combat Friday, baby. And now, let me see. So that now we got that. And I think all three of you had 1v1. Steelboard had a 1v1. Marte had a 1v1. And so did Vintage. All right.
I'll take either of them 1v1. Flip a coin. Actually, well, I'll go with Marte.
Do me versus Marte. Me and Marte haven't got a chance to do a 1v1 on VK.
Yeah, I don't think I've ever done one with Marte. I don't think I have.
Stillborn, don't ever tell another man to do you. That's a bad word, bro. Stop that right now.
I'll get my hooded jacket out. We can do some black on black run.
I was just thinking,
I can hold on, Marte. I can like steal your shoes. If you want
a three-way battle actually would only get rid of one person. So, maybe
I demand
try
Marte.
this.
I demand a 1v1 versus Marte.
Fuck you, you're Australian. The Americans get to decide this shit.
I think you just want me on your plantation. That's what you're doing right now.
You got it. Yeah, you found me out. You found me out.
Yeah, there we go.
There's H1Bs that are way cheaper than this.
So, what do you guys think of this? I'm gonna let's try some topics that some prompts that have three options. So, one is what best explains the Charlie Kirk assassination? A lone wolf political violence, a broader conspiracy, or we don't have enough evidence for either yet?
I'll take A.
I'll take C.
Martin's like, wait, what?
I'll take C.
I don't think you can both take C.
No, you both
they?
can. We'll just we'll just find some. I'm gonna try to find something where you guys take different ones. How strong is the public case against Tyler Robinson? Overwhelming, strong but incomplete, seriously questionable.
B. I'll take B. B.
I'll take A.
I'll take B.
I was gonna take B as well.
Yeah. Okay. What if I was to ask you guys just this question? Let me see if you guys give different answers. What if I ask you? I had three answers here, but this actually could work better if I just. What is the biggest unanswered question in the Charlie Kirk case? Don't all speak at the same time. It's live.
I actually don't know. I really don't know, to be honest. Like, I think, like in the case, my first thought, or my thoughts are, was he unalived? Well, clearly, who did it? seems pretty clear to me based on the evidence. I don't know. I honestly don't have an answer to that. I don't know.
I think I do.
I'm willing to hear counter evidence.
Well, I mean,
I don't know.
if already one doesn't even have an answer, how about this? Candace Owens is motivated most by A, justice for Charlie, B, proving herself right, or C, money and influence.
C, double C, triple C.
Hey, we're talking
quadruple
Spanish here.
C.
We're all saying yes in Spanish. I love it.
It's quadruple C.
C.
What
What about Candace Owens has been A, good for Charlie Kirk's legacy, B, bad for Charlie Kirk's legacy, or C, irrelevant to his legacy?
Bad.
Triple B, quadruple B, 1,000 times B. It's not even close.
Yeah, bad.
I'm trying to decide if I want to take this or not. I don't. You know, I'll argue.
Are you on? What are you on, Martin? I'm on B. I'm on like 2.
All right, we talked about sides politicizing Charlie Kirk's death. So, who's done the most to politicize it? The left, the right, or independent media?
C.
The right.
I'm trying to think of a devil's advocate position. I'm struggling.
Yeah, this is tough.
You know, easy. You know that I was saying like we all had a different position for the last prompt, right?
No, it was 2v1.
No,
the
you
last
didn't.
one.
Yeah. You said
you all said C.
No.
Or,
No, I
this
said
one.
B.
You all said B.
Yeah,
I was gonna say A. I thought Marte said he was gonna pick C.
No, I said B. I said
Yeah,
A.
me and Marte said B.
B.
Yeah, me and Marte said B.
Oh, either way.
I can't take A. I can't take A. I'm honestly between. I could do maybe B or C, but you guys have already.
Yeah, I'm doing B. B for sure.
Yeah, I could argue C.
Yeah, I can't defend A. I can't take A there. I just don't see it. I can't even devil's advocate that.
Unfortunately, it's B. I'm just going to say it's unfortunate still. It's B.
I agree. Yeah, if I was going to choose
I would agree with
between
you. I
the
think it was
three,
B,
if
but
I was going to choose, if it was like if you guys had taken A and B, I would have taken the C. You know, but it is B.
I believe Stillborn would take C to be devil's advocate just to move this along. But let's.
How about this? How about this? If Tyler Robinson is convicted of assassinating Charlie Kirk, what should his punishment be? A, death penalty. B, life without parole. Or C, life with the possibility of parole.
A.
We're all gonna say
get it out first.
A.
Does anyone choose? Oh, everyone's A.
Yeah, we're all A.
Oh shit. Okay, I could have maybe taken a position otherwise, but yeah, my honest to God answer is A.
Speakeasy's went so far.
They should put A on pay per view.
Speakeasy's won every one of these prompts so far.
Yeah,
A should be on pay per view.
Speakeasy's been winning this whole thing.
Yeah, my honest opinion, A should be on pay per view. That's my stance on that.
A should be broadcast.
I'd pay $60. I'd pay $60 on pay per view for it. You know,
you don't even believe that.
Town square at least.
What you just said.
Minimum town square execution at least. It should be a deterrent.
Okay, you know what? This is gonna be a 1v1 because I'm not doing this.
Fucking ghost. Speakeasy for this shit.
Yeah, it's just
I'm not trying to be here till 6 a.m.
You guys will debate why if fucking shark should be able to fucking eat somebody, but you guys won't take a fucking devil's advocate for this.
I tried taking devil's advocate for like 4 of those. So I felt Vintage just wants to agree with everything Marte says.
I'm gonna bang my head against the wall hearing this shit.
I'll say shark should
All right.
be able to eat them.
Damn it!
All right, how about this? Charlie Kirk helped create the influencer culture that is now exploiting his death.
Create.
I don't really think that he did.
I don't know how to answer. I'm trying to think right now.
Like I think that was kind of like just tangential. Like it wasn't really tied to him.
Yeah, in so much as a butterfly effect, creates something else that's tangentially associated. Yeah,
all right.
So, what's your thoughts on sharks again, Marte?
Sharks should be able to eat people. Yeah. Disagree with that, please. Disagree.
I can say no to this.
Okay, cool. Fucking
good. You want to do that one easy?
Yeah.
No.
The shark one?
Charlie Kirk.
he
No.
said that.
Charlie Kirk's friends. Charlie Kirk's friends have no special authority to define his legacy.
I disagree. They don't have special authority.
Oh, so you agree with the prompt, you're saying?
Yeah, I agree. Yeah.
You think that they do not have a special authority?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think I would. Fuck, this is like I don't even honestly know how to answer this question. I don't know how I'd argue really either side of this.
I can argue the prompt easily, but
okay.
I think I can at least. Yeah, his children should be able to have special authority. His wife, direct people like that. That would have been my argument, but
yeah, actually, wait. Let me look at some of these ones we brought up earlier. Where did you guys say for the? Where were you both on this one?
I said bad. It's Candace Owens has been bad for his legacy.
What did you say, Steelborn?
I said I could take A or C for this one.
Let's fucking go, Steelboard. My man.
Okay, all right. So okay, so
Alhamdulillah.
That's where I got that from.
Alhamdulillah.
I'm gonna start speaking.
So we'll just write it as
Has Candace been bad
Candace
for
Owens. Yeah, okay. Has Candace Owens been bad for Charlie Kirk's legacy?
I've never debated you Steelbone before. This would be interesting. So
we've actually talked about being partners for debates for multiple times.
Yeah, but those other people that we're going to debate are bitches. So
good. All right, chat. This right here is a semi-final 1v1 match. So this here is going to 8 minutes to start. All right, there's no added time for this, or not to start. It's 8 minute match. Sorry, I said to start. It's going to 8 minutes. There's no added time, and it's 120 to solo judge. If we don't get a solo judge, it goes to the chat poll, and the loser of the poll will lose their soul. Fighters, good luck to both of you. Let's get it.
yeah, she's been bad because she's had no evidence for any of her claims and drowned us out. She accepted $300 for her friend's death just to create conspiracy theories. Had she had an answer like a resolve, think about a counselor. If the counselor fixed their patient, they would have business stop. So if she found an answer and actually found the answer to these conspiracy theories, or found whoever killed or the Charlie Kirk or any of this stuff, her grift would have ended. So she's actually profiting off of his death, and also no answers, man. Dramatizing.
So the problem that I have with this is that nobody who actually listened to Charlie is fucking listening to this broad. Nobody who actually cared about Charlie Kirk taught us that one of his main things was he taught critical thinking. He taught how to spot fallacies. Yeah. So if this was his position, right, at any point, if Charlie Kirk was alive today, he could fucking walk up to Candace and refute every part of her argument, and the people who followed him would know that about him, right? Not only that, Candace Owens, all she's done is make a bunch of insane allegations against Turning Point and provide zero evidence for them. But Turning Point has made massive amounts of fucking money after his death in his honor.
Did Candace make a ton of money making falsified claims, and does she have a bunch of wine moms following her? Think about the chat: 16,000 people. How many of those voted for her? How many are raving on the internet about dog walking Andrew Wilson, our boy? That's a negative.
Yeah,
that's
how is that a negative on Kirk though?
It's so when it comes to his legacy, it's a big smirch because she's basically conflating reality with fantasy or probably conspiracy.
Dude, okay, hold on. Yeah. Aside from Candace's crazy tards, everybody else, which by the way, she's got like a couple million followers, I think.
Yep.
She's got a large audience, but everybody else has a way bigger audience than her collectively, and we're all looking at her going, you are fucking retarded.
That's actually not true because with 200,000 followers, more than Bet David and more than Andrew Wilson combined, she had more followers. So statistically, that's not even true. And when we think about this, the people that
no, I'm saying collectively. So you got to remember. Hold on, Steven Crowder was also doing a live stream with about 60,000 people.
Those two people, though, if we're just talking about distinctly the people who are directly involved in the debate right now in the sphere, there's more on Candace's side. So if she converted them, those are people that are being converted into delusion instead of reality, instead of facts and stuff. Remember,
hold on. Even if I grant all of this, that Andrew made bad arguments and that Candace made more, I'm saying as far as the audience was concerned, even if the audience believed that Andrew made bad arguments and Candace made better arguments, that's irrelevant to whether or not it affects Charlie Kirk's legacy, the life that he lived.
I'll grant that. I'll even grant that. Her whole show was stapled and benefited off of the fact that she created a lot of conspiracies with her show alone, created negative propaganda to where people now think that Charlie Kirk went back in time, was a time traveler, and all this other stuff. Her kids are going to grow up thinking.
Dude, I don't think almost anybody actually believes that Charlie Kirk was a time traveler other than Candace.
See, do you think that the left is not so delusional that they'll believe half of the claims that she spews with her massive following?
No.
Oh, that's crazy.
The left hates Candace Owens. The left hate and I'm saying like actual leftists, not like people who are like we're gonna use her like our useful idiot, but like your regular normie leftists, they fucking hate her.
The reason why the useful idiots will hate her too is because the left absolutely hates Andrew Wilson, so they'll pick the lesser of two evils and co-opt and go alongside Candace Owens' argument and actually be emboldened against him. So they're fighting literally Andrew Wilson because he's on the right. So the left would be emboldened to fight with Candace Owens and her original conspiracy theories.
Here's the question.
Yeah.
Let's say that this fucking totally ruined Andrew's career. How would that affect Charlie Kirk's legacy, the messaging, the life that he left behind, the message that he.
I can actually concede this because
it'd be totally irrelevant to that. So this would be a non sequitur.
Well,
so I can saying that Charlie Kirk is a time traveling X-Men. How is Candace Owens saying that Charlie Kirk is a time traveling X-Men actually be bad for his legacy when everybody looks at that and go, "Lady, what the fuck are you talking about?"
I can concede this because even if they didn't ruin Andrew Wilson's career, the fact that their projectiles are aimed at Andrew Wilson would be aimed at somebody who would replace Andrew Wilson. Remember the 7-headed snake? When they cut out one head, there's going to be another.
The Hydra.
You're always going to have a headpiece like Andrew Wilson to replace him if they cut off this head. So they'll always be aimed at the right. So they'll always, no matter what, converge on Candace Owens against us. So they'll use Candace Owens as a proxy to fight the right all the time. So she's not a boon against the right.
Let's assume that they did that.
Negative. Yeah.
Let's assume that she does that.
Yeah.
How does that diminish Kirk's legacy, his messaging, his political philosophies, his theology? How does Candace Owens being a fucking nutcase diminish his legacy?
Because you have 75% of people thinking that his own wife wanted to kill him. That's bad. Now you have his kids growing up thinking.
Demonstrate that claim real quick. Demonstrate she had 75% of her audience saying that.
Okay, I'm just saying. Let's turn this into a hypothetical instead of a demonstration. Hypothetically, if
you just claimed it, sorry, is it as a hypothetical?
Let's say
you got to contradict like Candace did and say no. I was speaking hypothetically.
Okay. Let's say half of Candace's audience grew up, thought that 50% of them, let's say hypothetically 50%, said that his wife plotted to kill him. Do you think her kids growing up are going to be experiencing any of this and thinking this in a negative light and having questions? Do you think that that's positive?
No, I don't think that they're going to take that as I don't think they're going to believe it for a second. Somebody's going to go, your mom actually was part of your dad's death. And they're going to go, really? What? How do you know that?
Right. Let's say that that's
because
not
a
even
crazy
true.
fucking lady told me.
Correct. Let's say that. But the fact that they're going to be inundated with the masses having to say this, and they're going to have to rebut this their whole high school career, their elementary school career, and also
You're assuming they're going to live public lives. For all you know, they're not even going to live public lives. They're going to, they could move, they could leave.
That's an assumption. Yeah, we
Wait, hold on, real quick. Can you tell me what Kirk's kids even look like?
You mean his daughter? Like, let's say his daughter. Let's just
can you tell me what his daughter looks like? No, you
I saw
can't
like
because
one
Charlie and Erica were very specific to never include their faces in pictures.
Well, unfortunately, her daughter was put in a picture that was blasted everywhere as soon as the death happened. That was blasted everywhere. That actually magnified her daughter's picture and put it everywhere on the map after the death, after his martyrdom. So now her picture will be following her, along with the speculation that her mother inspired to kill her father by Candace Owens leading this whole propaganda campaign. Their kids are going to have to refute this and rebut this their whole school career.
I don't even think they're going to have to do that. Hold on. Who is going to walk up to a little girl and go, your mom tried to murder or conspired to murder your dad in this giant globalist fucking conspiracy that I have no evidence for other than some crazy lady told me so?
Great. So now you have somebody with a lot of money, a lot of funding, a lot of notoriety. Do you think that will give you more haters from the left or less?
I'm sorry, what?
Do you think that her daughter growing up with more notoriety, more publicity, more, I would say more money and more notoriety because of her dad's legacy, do you think that would give her more hate or less hate from the left?
Are we assuming that she goes to public school?
Let's say she goes to private school, but people know this because the internet is forever.
Okay. So she has to deal with retards every now and then.
Is she going to be inundated with people in the left throwing the death in their face the whole time with his neck opening up, with Candace Owens spewing the fact that, hey, your mother tried to kill Charlie and this is how Israel did this? Do you think she's going to have to combat this, whether or not she's in public school or private school, for her formative years going through school the whole time?
Even if I grant all of that,
yeah,
that would have nothing to do with Charlie Kirk's legacy, the man he was, the messaging he had, the values that he fought for. So that's irrelevant to any of that.
You're saying that none of this is tied to his legacy, the fact that she's conflating these two things.
Charlie Kirk's legacy is different than what the internet thinks Erica Kirk did.
His legacy is online. What do you think that is?
Everybody can see his legacy. It's all right there for everybody to see, and it's totally irrelevant to what Erica Kirk, whether or not Erica Kirk, which I don't think she did, and you don't think she did, had anything to do with the assassination of her husband.
Do you think his legacy is tied online to his reputation and his status?
No, I think he's more so tied to his arguments and his debates.
It's not. So nobody.
No, I didn't say not. I said more so tied to the debates.
So you don't
think to his arguments, to his rhetoric.
So it's only tied to his debates?
No, I didn't say only. I said more so. That's what more people know him for.
Okay, so let's grant them.
More people know Charlie Kirk, the guy who went into college campuses and gave somebody the opportunity to have a one-on-one discussion with him. He gave them his time, not the fact that he raised millions of dollars for political campaigns. Like that's not what sticks in most people's minds.
I'll grant this. Let's say that not a lot of people do this, but the small few in the minority, remember it only took less than 2% of lesbians and LGBTQ to change our bathrooms by some people voting them in. Now, granted, the small populace that she's going to have to go to college are indoctrinated by Candace Owens University Online, whatever this is, to say that your mother.
Hold on, you think most Candace tards are even educated? I don't even think most of them could put together a coherent sentence.
They're not educated, but they're spewing the propaganda online and they're having more followers built by the day because Candace supposedly won this debate.
All right, real quick. So, chat, you guys know how this goes, and if you don't, listen close, all right? You're going to be putting a 1 or a 2 in the chat, depending on who you're voting for, all right? So, if you want to vote for this man right here, you're going to be putting a 1 in the chat for Steelborn. All right. Steelborn is 1. And if you want to vote for this man right here, you're voting for Marte. You're putting a 2 in the chat. All right. Marte is 2. So one more time for you guys, chat. 1 for Steelborn, 2 for Marte. Go ahead, Tiny. Get that going. There it is, chat. It is now live. So if you put 1 in before that, you'll want to get it in again. You got 2 minutes.
Remember, Marte had the burden of proof here. This was his positive claim. I just took a negative claim there.
That was pretty fun, actually.
That was a lot of fun. It's honestly, sometimes I have more fun arguing with my friends than anybody else.
You're not a bad debater.
Welcome to Australia. Welcome to Australia. That's Australian culture in a nutshell. Is that we literally we will take the piss out of and just insult and banter and
Well, hold on,
I disagree.
Hold on. Like my IRL friends, we will debate. They refuse to debate me on their worldviews, but we'll debate the most retarded shit ever.
Oh no! Like, I had a situation with my best mate of like 20 years.
I disagree.
We went out for coffee this morning, and he's like, and we catch up, and it's like, oh,
Sir,
you know,
a black
hey,
man is
you got
speaking. You shut up and listen.
Stillborn, you gonna take this from somebody whose country beat the shit out of them by emus? Like you gonna take this argument from this?
What do you mean emus?
Hold on, real quick. Vintage, what's
Wait,
Vintage's name again, real quick? Can you guys pull that up? He got a name change earlier. I'm just curious if it's still the same.
Yeah, the original Vintage.
No. You got a name change.
The OG. The proud emu dad. Yeah, see, apparently we lost the war to the emus, but when it comes to the emus, I'm their daddy. I'm the daddy. You know?
No, the mom emu just kind of like just had her way with you because you guys were like, oh no, my just gnar.
You know? Oh, apparently we lost the war. No, I'm their daddy.
No, you Australian, the bitch, the female emu still beat you.
I ruled the roof.
Bro, that's bad, bro.
You
are a filthy roo rider. That's what you are. Nar.
No, I'm not a filthy roo rider. Wait, we eat kangaroo. We eat kangaroo in our country.
Say no again. That's nar. How do you say
nar? No.
There's nar and no, bro. So
we eat kangaroo in our country. You realize, right?
I had it. It's delicious. Kangaroo jerky is amazing, bro. Yeah,
it's so good.
I want to fight a kangaroo.
Really amazing protein.
I want to fight one.
Protein.
I actually had a baby wallaby before.
And then you ate it.
That was good protein. Cool. Look, eggs were. This is back when eggs were really expensive.
Yeah. Are you muted? Is that like the fourth time tonight? Like,
it wouldn't be a speakeasy stream if you didn't talk on mute.
That's right.
Yeah, exactly.
All right, so we got 2 minutes locked in here. All right. And it was a close one. 53%.
That's close.
And not many votes, though. Not many votes. It could have been a lot more voters. Just saying. But 53% of the votes said that the winner of the 1v1 is Steelborn.
Good job,
Marte. Tell everybody in the chat where they can find you.
You guys can find me on whoever's dog that is. That's cool. You guys can find me on.
That was my infant daughter.
You know what's crazy about that? Earlier, when I heard the dog, I thought it was a baby. So I was like, oh, that just must be Steelborn's baby.
I knew that was a dog.
No, there was a dog earlier because Kim had her dog beside her and it was whining, and I thought it was a baby. It made like a sound that to me sounded like a baby. So I was like, and I just thought that was funny because I hear the same sounds. It's just like they almost both sound similar to me. I think my dog sounds like a baby all the time.
That's what's
Sorry,
up.
go ahead. Tell everybody where we can find you.
You guys can find me on my channel called On the Edge and Woke Autopsy with Cool Vic. The next guest we'll be having is a big guest. It's Trump's second spiritual advisor. I don't know if you guys know who that is. And also, we're going to have the star of Be Cool. I think he was in that movie with Samuel Jackson. I'm not going to tell you who it is, but I'm saying the main star that starred alongside him with what's the movie where he's wearing the suit? With Samuel, the burger, whatever, the Royale. That guy's going to be on my podcast with his stunt double. We'll have him. So you want to tune into our podcast. It's going to be a great time. And I'm just going to reveal the people instead of being secret this time. So that's where you'll find me.
Marte, are we still going to debate evangelical atheism up here soon?
Yeah, they're pissed off at me because I called them the F slur. That still happened. So yeah.
No way.
Nar.
Always a pleasure having you. And until next time, my friends.
Oh man, that was actually pretty fun. That was fun as hell. See if I can bring this up.
All right. We are into the finals here.
Oh, they're in finals right now.
Congratulations, everyone who made it to the finals. Let's see.
Damn, I can't believe I got beat, bro. Sorry, let me turn this off real quick. All right. It's still, bro. What's up, bro? Good to see you, man. Yeah, that was pretty fun, man. It was good damn debate. It was close, man. It was really close, man. I try my best. All right, here we go. Wish you good luck, fortune on VK Wars to come, bro. I gotta try my best. Yes, no. I'm reading these chats without bringing them up. Bad all around. Leftist always approaches the others to confront them with idiot propaganda. Big fucking WWW for you, buddy. Yeah, I know. I tried my best, man. Stillborn's actually a decent debater, man. I can't even lie, but it's pretty fucking fun by fighting that guy, man. CO divides, but CK united. Yeah. CO does divide, man. She's a negative. Definitely a negative. Someone needs to send in a 1v1 real quick. Original vintage. Good to see you, man. Damn. OG was in I would say OV was in my chat. That's cool, man. Good to see you. Long live liberty. Good to see you in the chat too. Super chat from who's this? XX Jason Blaze. $10. Just felt like it. Here we go. Yeah, just felt like it. Nice, man. Feeling the grift, I guess. Good to know, man. Yeah, that was a pretty fun debate, man. I liked squaring up with people. It's good to get in there and just battle. You know, it's good stuff, man. Especially when it came to the martyr debate with Trench. That's his name. Well, I'll try again next week if I happen to be on here. But yeah, that's about it, man. I'm about to crash the hell out. You guys have a great evening, and Christ is God. Peace out.